All right, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. My name is Deneen White, and I am going to be your host for day 2 of the VIP Ignite Model Actor Summer Jam 3. That's a lot of numbers, I know. All right, so the first thing I want to do is, if you're watching us on Facebook, that's awesome. If you're watching us on YouTube, that's cool. But why are you there and not here live with us? Today, we're going to have agents that represent talent throughout the world, but they're not going to be able to see you because you're on Facebook, you're on YouTube. So this is what I want you to do. Okay, everyone, let's see here. Let's do this gallery. All right, so this is what I want you to do. If you are watching us on Facebook, if you're watching us on YouTube, come join us here on Zoom. This is how you're going to do it. You're going to go to VIPignitelive.com. Again, it's VIPignitelive.com. You're going to go there. Oh, no, hold on. VIPignitesummit.com. Don't go to VIP Ignite Live. VIPignitesummit.com. Again, the real one is VIPignitesummit.com. You'll get a Zoom link, and then you can come over here and join us live on Zoom. All right. So come on over to join us. We want to see you over here. All right, Piomi doesn't though. She's like, I like being by myself here with everyone. I'm just joking. All right, guys. All right, guys. So let me introduce myself and let's get today started. So my name is Deneen White. I'm going to be your host for day 2 of the Model and Actor Summer Jam 3. And we have so much to do today. I host all of our live and virtual events. I'm the publicist for VIP Ignite, and I am also an accountability coach. I work with the talent that we work with at VIP Ignite, and I am also the president of talent services for Truth Management. So what do all of those things have in common? That means that it's my job to be zealous for your success. And that's exactly what we're doing here today. So yesterday was day 1 of the VIP Ignite Model and Actor Summer Jam. So let me tell you what we went over yesterday, and then we're going to get into today, day 2. So yesterday we talked about the 4 pillars of success. And you might be thinking, what are the 4 pillars of success and why do I need them? Whether you're an actor, a model, or a musician, there are 4 things that you can implement in your life that will get you to be successful. We've studied successful people, and there are 4 common denominators. The first common denominator is belief. Having belief in yourself, but even more importantly than having belief in yourself, having other people believe in you. That's the first pillar. We also talked about ChatGPT. This is an amazing revolutionary tool. You probably heard about it on the news. There's actually I got a news report this morning about how it scared a whole congregation of people in church. Let me tell you something. ChatGPT is here to stay, and we went over yesterday how to use it so that you can propel your acting and modeling career forward. We also talked about the second pillar of success, which is creating your who. Who are you on social media? Who do people think that you are? If I went on your social media right now, would I be like, oh my gosh, this person's obviously an actor or model? Or I'd be like, oh wow, this person seems like they're a lot of fun. They have really cool clothes and they eat really cool food. What does your social media say about you? Our third pillar of success is self-care. We redefined self-care yesterday, and we're going to go into that a little bit more deeply in a couple minutes. But I want you to stop thinking about self-care as only going and getting a massage or a manicure and a pedicure or meditation. I want you to think about how every decision that you make in your day is an act of self-care. Every decision that you make is either helping you get where you want to go or it's keeping you where you are. The fourth pillar of success is dedication and determination. How determined are you to get where you want to go? What are you willing to do? I want you to think about that. We also talked about what type of modeling you qualify for. If you were here yesterday, I want to know in the comments, what type of modeling do you qualify for? And if you don't know, I will let everyone know. Congratulations. If you are here, you qualify to be a commercial print model. Okay. So that is really, fashion model, commercial print, right? Commercial print. Yep. And I want you guys to understand how exciting that is, because everyone's like, oh my gosh, I want to be a model. They think runway. that only comprises 10% of the world. That leaves 90% of opportunities undone unless you know that there are other opportunities. So we talked about being a commercial print model. We also talked about how to prepare for an audition as a model or actor. We had a model who has been represented by Wilhelmina Models for over 10 years. And she told us some things that really helped all of us. She talked about the boop method. Boop. If you make a mistake, you know what? Don't beat yourself up over it. Boop, and just move on. She also talked about how she had the opportunity to work with a manager, and then she didn't get cast. The manager chose not to work with her because she didn't present herself the way that she needed to present herself. So what she did, she learned and she moved on. But we talked about that. We talked about the art of comedy, improv, and stand-up. We learned about how being authentically you is the most important part that you can play when you're going into a casting, when you're working with someone new. Because people don't want someone who is trying to be someone else. They want someone who's authentically who they are. At the end of the day, agents are looking for people not only that have talent, that are not only already actors, models, and musicians, but they're looking for people they actually like to work with. So have you ever met someone you're like, oh, this person looks really good on paper, but why am I talking to them? Yeah, right. Don't be that person. Be authentically who you are. And then we had a surprise guest at the end of the day. The fabulous Mr. Ryan Colby showed up, and that's always amazing. We never know what he's going to say, what he's going to wear, but that's how we ended off our day. He was like the cherry on the sundae of day one. I'm going to talk to you about where we're going on day two, and then we're going to go a little bit deeper on the pillars, okay? Today, we are going to be talking about mindset. 80% of success in life is mindset. It's only 20% skill. I'm going to say that again. If to be successful in life, it's 80% mindset. How you see the world dictates your success. You could be the most talented person in the world, but if you have a crappy mindset, you know what? You're going to be the most talented person in the world, being talented to your own camera. No one's ever going to see you. Mindset is everything. We're going to talk about that today. We're going to have Alicia Kabak is going to come on, and she's going to put Mr. Ryan Colby on the hot seat. He loves putting people on the hot seat today. It's his turn. And they're also going to choose a couple of you here in the audience to go over your look, go over where you fit in the industry, give you some pointers on how to get from where you are to where you want to go. Then we're going to talk about the Actors Cookbook. How many of you know that there is a framework, there is a recipe for success as an actor? And it's not quite as complicated as you may think it is. It does take work, it does take determination, it does take some grit, but you know what? Once you get this framework down, there's no stopping you. After that, we're going to talk with another agent who represents people all over the country. She has talent on the biggest shows that you probably watch on all major networks and streaming services. And Alicia's going to put her on the hot seat. That's always a fun time because you know what? The thing I love about when Alicia puts agents on the hot seat is she asks them the questions that you maybe didn't even know to ask. That's what we're going to do today. We're also going to talk about you having an opportunity to be represented. How many of you would love the opportunity to be represented by an agency whose job is to develop you, whose job is to help you become the actor or model that can get signed by a major agency? How many of you want that? How many of you know that you need a team to help you do that? If you need a team, type yes in the comments. Type yes in the comments. We're also going to talk about overcoming the fear of rejection. So many times people are afraid to audition because they're afraid of the word no. No. Let me tell you something. No is not a 4-letter word. No is actually a great word. Do you know why no is a great word? Because when someone tells you no, that means you're closer to your yes. And when someone tells you no, that means they're not your people. Like you know what? In retrospect, there were so many times that I didn't get a job that I wanted, or maybe the person that I wanted to date was like, no, I'm not interested. And now in retrospect, I'm like, thank God. I mean, it was devastating at the moment, right? But how many of you can look back and you're like, I dodged that bullet. Thank goodness, right? So when you hear a no, I don't want you to think about, oh my God, they hate me. No, you know what? Just not your people. But we're gonna go more deeply into that. And then we're going to talk about how to prepare for your first photo shoot. We're going to talk about how to prepare for your first photo shoot. And if you've been on a photo shoot before, still take notes, because you know what? What you write, you invite. So I want you to be taking notes throughout this whole day. Okay. Does anyone have any questions before we get started about where we were, where we're going? No? Okay, good. So let's talk about the 4 pillars of success. I want to go a little more deeply into those for like the next 15 to 20 minutes. Okay. But before we do that, yesterday we talked about this. And if you weren't on yesterday, I want to reaffirm this with everyone. I want you taking notes today. The reason I want you to take notes is because when you take notes, it sears it into your brain in a new way. I can't give you all of the neuroscience, but I know that it's true. Okay, if you want to go study the neuroscience, maybe go to ChatGPT and ask them about the science. But what I can tell you is this. As you are going through today, even if we're going over material that we covered yesterday, I want you to take notes. Even if you've been on boot camp and you've heard these presentations, I want you to take notes. Here's why. The person you are right now is not the person you were yesterday. The person you are right now is not the person you were 5, 10, 15 minutes ago. Every moment you're transforming, you're growing. So make sure you take notes. Okay. So let's talk about the first pillar of success, which is belief. So here's my question for you. Do you believe in yourself? If you believe in yourself, type yes in the comments. And if you're on this Zoom call, the fact that you showed up means that you believe in yourself enough to show up for a call. So everyone should be typing yes in the comments. My next question for you is this. What have you done to create belief in others that you can do this? Do others believe in you? Do you have a team of people around you that believe in you? How many people did you tell that you were on this call today? How many people did you tell, you know what? Listen, I know it's Sunday, it's the summer, it's cool. I want to go to the beach, but you know what? I am becoming an actor or model. I am determined because you know what? I know where I'm going. So you know what? We could do dinner later. We can have that barbecue after 6 o'clock after my call. But how many people did you tell that you were doing this? How many of you shared that you were here on social media? Oh my gosh. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's do this real quick. I'm going to put this into practice. Everyone, we're going to do a group selfie here. Hold on. All right, everyone. Say cheese. Okay, there we go. All right. So here's the question I have for you. How many of you are sharing that you're here today? How many of you have done that? Do you want people to know that you want to be an actor or model, or are you hiding it? The way that you get people to believe in you is to share. You have to put yourself out there. And you're going to have people that don't believe in you, and that's fine. I don't care if your mom, your dad, your sister, your aunt, your uncle, I don't care if they believe in you. It's not their job to believe in you. It's your job to show them why they should believe in you. And I'm going to tell you guys a story to reaffirm how I apply this in my life. So when I first started working with VIP Ignite, before I started working with VIP Ignite full time, I worked in a dental office. And I know that sounds crazy, right? I worked in a dental office. Even thinking about it, I have no idea how that worked. But anyway, I was working in a dental office and I had a very secure job. I was an office manager. I was making a decent salary. I had benefits. I had a 401k, I had everything that my dad wanted me to have, because my dad was raised military. You know, there are certain things that you need. When I left my job, my dad was like, girl, you're insane. Like, what are you thinking? Why are you doing this? I was like, Dad, you know what? There's something out there for me. Like, I know that I am meant to change the world. I know there are lives I need to change. He was like, okay. So I started working with VIP Ignite, and my dad again was a little, oh, okay, whatever. My mom too, they were like, they didn't really understand. My mom kind of was rooting for me a little bit more because she always wanted to do something different, but I digress. So one day I was at my dad's house and I was sitting there and I was doing a coaching call, and I was like, I was on my A game. I was like, and I was inspiring people and I was teaching people. My dad was watching from the kitchen. He was like, okay. Then one day, at the end of the call, he came up to me and like, girl, you really like what you do, don't you? I'm like, yeah, oh my God, that is so awesome. I'm changing people's lives. They're like, did you see them growing? Did you see the comments? He was like, yeah, you know what? I'm glad. I'm glad that you did this. Because you know what? This is awesome. What you're doing is awesome. But he had to see it. If I hadn't done that call in front of my dad, he probably was like, oh, I don't know. She does something. I don't know. But now he tells, yeah, my daughter, her job is to help change people's lives. How cool is that? But it was because I put in the work. And I'm not telling you this to impress you. I'm telling you I'm not telling that you, I'm not saying this to impress you. I am saying this to impress upon you that you have to share your journey with people. Let them see the growth. All right. If you want to go rent a helicopter today, right? Are they just going to give you a helicopter because you're like, hey, here's my credit card, I want to rent a helicopter? Is anyone going to do that? No. You have to show them that you have the credentials. You have to show them that you have the ability to fly that helicopter. Same thing here. If you want people to believe in you, you have to show them why they should believe in you. They're not just going to hand you their belief. You have to show them. So that's the first pillar of success. Second pillar of success is creating your who. I alluded to this a little bit about, like, what are you showing people of who you are? If I went on your social media, and I know there are some people that hate social media, and you know what? Honestly, I'm in that camp too. If I could get away with not using social media, I would love that. But it's a tool that I have to use for my job, right? So if I went on your social media right now, what would I see? Would I see someone who's, oh, you know what? I'm at the beach. It's really cool. Would I see someone barbecuing? Or would I see someone who's practicing their monologues? Would I see someone who has professional photos that they're posting? Would I see someone who takes their social media seriously and thinks about what they write before they write it? Think about this from the perspective of a casting director or an agent. They're going to peep your social media. Like it or not, they're going to peep your social media. That's their job. Their job is to see who you are because they're looking to work with actors and models. So what are you doing on social media that shows me who you are? What are you doing on social media that shows Ryan Colby who you are? That shows Alicia Kabak who you are? That shows Michael Fonkin who you are? That shows Tanya Kleckner who you are? What are you doing to show who you are? We showed you how to use Canva. It's a really easy, free resource. Go play with it. Go use it. Go create posts showing your photos. Even if you don't have photos right now, which we're going to talk about that later, take a really nice selfie of yourself. Take a nice selfie of yourself and say, hey, look, this is what I'm doing. Give us your favorite quote. Show us something that we want that's authentically you, that makes us want to work with you. All right. Third pillar of success is self-care. And again, whenever I think of self-care, my brain will have to get retrained. As soon as I think of self-care, I see myself getting a manicure and a pedicure and a massage. All right. That's the old definition of self-care. That's a definition of self-care that says that you're broken. You're not broken. Every experience you've had in your whole entire life has led you to this very moment right now. You're not broken. No matter what anyone tells you, you're not broken. But here's my question for you. Do you want to build on who you are right now? Or do you want to keep going around the same mountain saying, oh my gosh, I'm not getting anywhere. I'm not getting anywhere. I'm not getting anywhere. So type in the comments, I am not broken. Type that in the comments right now. I want all of you to reaffirm that. I am not broken. Type that, write that in your notes too. I am not broken. Powerful for some of you because you think you're broken, but you're not. But what are you doing now that's going to take this whole person and get them to your destination? Every decision that you make in your life is self-care. Here's my question for you. If every decision you make is self-care, are you sabotaging yourself by the decisions you're making? Are you punching yourself in the face by making decisions that don't help you get where you want to go? Or are you stepping forward every decision that you make? You being on this call today is self-care. You practicing your monologues so that you're ready when you meet that agent, that's self-care. You sitting down and learning how to use ChatGPT and Canva so that you can create better social media content, that is self-care. Everything that you're doing right now is self-care. How many of you that blew your mind? Because every time I think about this, my mind gets blown a little bit more. Like literally, I feel like my brain is like going blah, 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 blah. Like I feel the synapses like fired. Hold on, this is different, but it's the truth. And Carolyn, you've been making bad decisions, but you know what? Every decision that you've made up until this moment has brought you to this very moment. I want you guys to think about that. I want you to think about this weekend today specifically with a sense of destiny. You're meant to be here. You're not here by accident. You're not here by accident. You're here because you are meant to be here, because you made a choice, because you care enough about yourself that you're choosing yourself today. And you know what the awesome thing is that you doing that today is going to lead to the fourth pillar of success, which is dedication and determination. I want you to, if you haven't already done this, I want you to imagine where you want to be in 5 years. Where do you want to be in 20 years? Do you want to be here on a Zoom call listening to me telling you how to get started in the industry? If your answer is yes, just log off now. I'm just joking. Don't do that. But where do you want to be in 5 years and 20 years? What charity do you want to be able to support consistently? How many lives do you want to change? Why are you doing this? We talked about the dedication and determination, but part of that is having a why. Like, why are you doing this? If you're doing this to get famous, can I give you guys an easier way to get famous? Go up to someone and say, stick them up. There you go. You'll be famous. You'll be all over the news. So if you want to be famous, you're in the wrong spot. If you want to change the world, if you want to serve a community of people that need to be entertained, stay where you are. We got great things for you. If you want to be someone who can write out a check for $1 million to a charity to change lives, keep going, be determined. If you want to be that person that you needed in that time of despair, that time where you were alone, stay here, keep moving forward, be determined. Because one thing I can tell you is that there is someone who needs to hear your voice, that needs to see your face. And I want you every day, like there are days where this is the most amazing industry in the world. Oh my gosh, when we get to gather, when we were in Orlando a couple weeks ago, we're going to be in Miami in a couple weeks, we're going to be in New York. Oh my gosh, it's absolutely amazing. Those times are absolutely amazing. But what happens in the middle? Why are you doing this? And I really want you guys to sit and think about that. Because if you have a big why On the days where it's amazing, you're going to soar faster. On the days where it's not so amazing, you're going to be like, you know what? My self-care right now is doing this because you know what? I love the process. You have to fall in love with the process in order for you to be determined. You have to fall in love with the process in order for you to move forward. And that's just facts. Okay, so what I want you guys to think about is like, why are you doing this? And type it in the comments. Like, why do you want to be an actor? Why do you want to be a model? Why do you want to be a musician? Like, why? What is your why? What is your why? And I'll tell you my why. My why is I want to eradicate human trafficking in the world. I learned about human trafficking about 20 years ago, and it rocked my world to a point where I literally can't drive down the street without wondering, okay, who needs my help? That's my why. And I want you guys to think about that when you have the opportunity in a little while to talk to Alicia and Ryan. Why are you putting yourself through that? Why are you here? When you have the opportunity to hear from Tanya in a little while, why are you doing this? Because you know what? Knowing that is going to help you show up authentically as yourself, like we talked about. And that is going to show through that passion is why people are going to want to book you work. You're going to find the right people who have the same heart as you, and then magic is going to happen. Is it okay if we make magic happen by you being authentically yourself? No more trying to be what people think you should be, okay? Be you. If that's okay with you, type yes in the comments. If you're okay being authentically you, type yes in the comments. And I want you to type yes more than once. I want you to be all in on being you. Yes, 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 yes. Say it out loud. Yes, I'm authentically me. Yes. Yes, I want you to be authentically you because you know what? There's only one you and the world needs that person. Yes times a million. Thank you. Yes. All right, guys. So do you feel confident that you can walk in the 4 pillars of success? Type yes or yes in the comments. Are you guys ready to implement those 4 pillars of success starting right now? I want you guys to break my social media. I'm giving all of you a challenge at the beginning of the day. Every guest speaker, I want to see you take a picture of them and I want you to post it in that Facebook group and I want you to tag me in it. Break my social media today. Got it? I want my phone to be dead by the end of the day because you guys are posting it. Oh, you know what? Save the post for the end of the day. Don't get distracted in the middle of the day. But at the end of the day, I want to see all of the posts. I want to see how excited you guys are. Show me who you are. All right. With that being said, let's introduce our first guest speaker of the day. Are you guys ready? Okay. I know what I just talked about was a little bit deep, but are you ready for the first guest speaker of the day? Come on now. Okay, thank you. All right. So our first speaker is Mr. Michael Pumpkin. For almost 2 decades, Saba, your expression like totally distracted me. For almost 2 decades, he has dedicated his life to helping models, actors, and musicians connect with the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. As a Broadway investor, he has won over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys, and in 2013 won the Tony for Best Play. He is also the founder of Truth Management, the fastest growing talent management firm in the USA, with placement of talent in a range of TV, film, and fashion shows around the world and in the US. His company has helped free over 3,500 kids from sex trafficking worldwide in partnership with Operation Underground Railroad. He has over 10 years of experience in online marketing and is an expert in branding and marketing. Everyone, give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Michael Pumpkin.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Everybody can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. All right, very cool. Let me pull up my screen. Okay, and everyone can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, awesome. All right, we got an exciting day today. We got a lot of cool stuff. Guys gonna get a lot of Ryan Colby today, so that's pretty exciting for those of you who never had the opportunity to meet Ryan. He's a New York, Hollywood-based agent. He's like a super character, but he's really good at what he does. I was actually talking to him this morning, and he had some meetings last night in New York, and he goes back and forth from LA. So he's got a lot of exciting things going on. Fashion Week's going to be coming up, so he's going to be talking about that. For those of you who, have always had that interest in the fashion part of the industry. I know we talk a lot about commercial print. For most of you guys, you're really going to fall into commercial print, which you always want to lean into your strengths. So, but we have a great day today. We got a lot of cool speakers, a lot of cool content today to go over. So it's going to go by really fast and definitely be a little bit overwhelmed. But just wanted to start the day off today with Millionaire Mindset. Just because I think a lot of people, when they're breaking into this industry, it's just kind of really how you perceive the world and how you see the world. And I just really enjoy this presentation a lot because it actually always helps me, because a lot of times, we make a lot of investments in Broadway and in movies and trainings and, all kinds of fun stuff and events and, different projects. And, when you're writing, 6-figure plus checks out, you always kind of have to, sit there and you question, am I making the right decision? Is this going to be a good investment? Is this going to really help and benefit? So I really enjoy this because it not only, I hope it helps you guys, but it also helps me to always find that balance in life. So with that thought in mind, this is the Millionaire Mindset for models and actors, no matter age, experience, or who you currently are, the secrets to unlocking unlimited potential. So obviously we talked about yesterday, you need to have a new mindset to get new results. For most people, what they struggle with is they give up too quickly, right? They're 3 feet from gold and they don't realize it. And it's finding out what works and what doesn't work. I do a lot of stuff with technology and with, always getting approached by a lot of different people in different industries and asking questions about tech and so forth. And it's really, most of them, the things that we do are really easy, but sometimes they just seem really hard because somebody's just not exposed to it. You just don't know the right questions to ask. And I think for a lot of people when they're breaking into modeling and acting, even the music industry, it's really hard when you don't have somebody who's working in the industry to really ask the right questions. Like I'm always online, I'm always studying, obviously we surround ourselves with the best people. So whenever I'm at live events, I always take the time out of the day to really talk to the speakers. When Deneen or Ali are doing podcasts with them, always come up with some questions like, how do I move the dial forward, not only for the talent, but for ourselves? What are the things that they're doing that may be a little bit better than what we're doing? So I'm always trying to improve my mindset, because when you improve your mindset, you're going to get better results. If you're stuck, it's just, you have to ask better questions. When you start asking better questions and you start seeing the obstacle as the way, it's like whatever it is that's holding you back, you need to focus on that. It's not just trying to avoid it, but the obstacle is what leads you to correct path. And it's a really great piece of advice I was given to many years ago, and it's really been very helpful. So what are your chances of becoming rich, right? So let's talk a little bit about that. Now, I want to talk about wealth too. I want you guys to understand that being rich, obviously it's a great place to be. You're able to pay your bills, you're able to take care of your family, but the accumulation of wealth just gives you opportunity. It shouldn't be your direct goal that you're going after. It's a part of being successful, right? The more successful you become, the more abundance you have, and then the more people you can help, right? But we're going to start with the basics. What are your chances of becoming rich? So here are the statistics. 100 people working from age of 20 to age 65, a 45-year time period. 1 becomes rich, 4 becomes financially independent, 5 are still working, 28 are dead, 62 are dead broke. And let's look according to these percentages. What that means is this: in America, 5% of the people make it financially and 95% don't. That's an amazing statistic. There's a definite line that separates the haves from the have-nots when it comes to making it financially in America. 5% make it, 95% don't. That's scary when you think about it. It's even scary when you read those numbers in a little different way. In the wealthiest country that has ever existed in the history of the world, you have a 95% chance of not making it and only a 5% shot at making it. And, that's a really important thing because, we can motivate you guys. I can get you guys so excited. We can bring on, we bring speakers onto these boot camps that are free boot camps that literally their events, people pay $10,000, $50,000, $100,000 to be at. We've had some people from Les Brown, who's, over 1.1 billion people, have listened to him speak from stage, and Greg Reed, he wrote Think and Grow Rich. Like just some amazing people. We can get you motivated, but at the end of the day, it's like, who motivates the motivator? You have to be willing to motivate yourself, and you really have to understand that success is not easy, but you have to have the mindset that I want to be a part of that 5%, right? That I want to follow a proven system. I want to surround myself with the right people, because if not, you're going to keep running in circles forever and ever and ever, hoping to get somewhere. And then all of a sudden, that negative mindset just starts eating away at you because you've been doing it for so long and not reaching your goals. You have to realize, when you make a change and you make the right changes, that's when things will start happening for you. All right, so I'll assume that you're a person who has a desire to end up in the top 5% instead of the bottom 95%. If I pegged you right and you're one of the people who want to be in the 5%, I can tell you how to do it in 2 sentences. In fact, these 2 sentences are so simple and so powerful that if you follow them, they will make you rich. Before we get into that, however, I want to make sure you're ready for your life change and that you're open to ideas that will challenge your thinking, okay? So the 2-sentence wealth formula is this: if you want to become wealthy, then you have to find out what the top 5% do financially and do the same thing. That is sentence number 1. The second sentence in the 2-sentence wealth formula is even more important than the first. You got to find out what the bottom 95% are doing financially, and whatever else you do, don't do what they do. The question to ask then are, what do the top 5% do that those in the bottom 95% don't do? What do the bottom 95% do that the top 5% don't do? You need to study these 2 things in great detail. I recommend that you become fanatical about finding out the difference between the habits of the rich and the habits of the poor. If you study both wealth and poverty, you can learn how to become wealthy. And it's a really important thing. Like, I didn't grow up in a rich family by any means. My family really struggled. My mom, my grandmother, they struggled. Like, honestly, groceries were a luxury when I was growing up. It's like when food ran out, it was, waiting for payday for my mom to get food. And not only did she take care of us, but she took care of her mom. She took care of a lot of her brothers and sisters and so forth. So I totally understand that. And it took me a long time because I was surrounded by people who they had that kind of poverty mindset. There wasn't that education there of what do you have to do different. But I saw the things that they do. And as hard as they worked and to try and take care of us, just it wasn't enough, right? Just because you work hard doesn't mean that you're going to be successful. You have to be able to work smart. You have to surround yourself with people who really understand what it is that you want to do, right? It took me a long time to realize that. And when we started working with Tony Robbins, he really drilled that into me. You have to find the best people. When I started finding the best people to help us with technology, to help us with training, to help us with coaching, to help us with events, that's when really the company went from being successful to being even more successful. And what's really great about us is later on today, for those of you that are new, you'll have the opportunity to be able to work with us on a more closer basis, to work with us on one-on-one, and to be able to surround yourself with some of the best people in the industry. That's the reason why we have such a great success rate, is because we've learned to find the best people. So the difference between the rich and the poor. Rich mindset speaks to spend their time, resources, and energy on work that continues to pay off long after the effort has been invested. Rich mindset is all about getting a flywheel spinning. Poor mindset is all about the short-term returns, hours for dollars. So what kind of mindset do you have? Do you feel you have a poor mindset or a rich mindset? As we go through the presentation, you may realize some of the things that you have will fit into a rich mindset, but you also might find out that you may fall into that poor mindset. And don't feel, this is all about learning and growing, and just understand, like, the world has really conditioned us to have a poor mindset, right? It really has, right? People say money doesn't grow on trees. Well, talk to that, say that to somebody who grows an apple farm, right? There's all these sayings that people always say, right? So don't work for money, have money work for you. Poor people only understand how to work for money. What do I mean? Many poor people are hardworking individuals who have a job that they either classify as a good job or a bad job. Let me tell you, a job is a job. Some jobs pay more money than others, but it doesn't change the fact that you're trading time for money. The reason people work for money is that they believe that time is money. Rich people know that time is not money. Time is infinitely more valuable than money. To prove it, think about this. If you run out of money, you can always get more money. But if you run out of time, it's over. You can't get more time. And if there's one thing I really want you guys to take away from this weekend is always remember that. Always remember that time is more valuable than money. You can always make more money. You can always get a better job. You can always learn something, but it's the time. So we want you guys to understand, especially myself, I appreciate you guys spending 16 hours with us. I understand, like, spending an entire weekend to learn. That's why we always over deliver. Even though this is a free event, we make sure that we're going to 10x the value of your time, because we understand and we appreciate you guys spending the time with us to learn. So don't entertain yourself, educate yourself. Another difference between the wealthy and the poor is that the poor people entertain themselves, but rich people educate themselves. Poor people collect DVDs and movies and video games. Rich people collect books, seminar experiences, and audio programs that teach them how to do something they want to learn how to do. Let me repeat, poor people entertain themselves, rich people educate themselves. Poor people stop learning as soon as they get out of school. Rich people continue their education long after they graduate. In fact, most rich people will tell you the most valuable things they've ever learned, they didn't learn from school anyway. They learned from mentors. They learned from seminars. They learned from books. They learned from audio programs. They learn the things they want to learn from people who they know want to learn. Poor people entertain themselves. Rich people educate themselves. Stop entertaining yourself and start educating yourself. A great thing to do is to find a book to read, right? Like I'm working on a whole bunch of different books. I'm always ordering some new book, right? So I have something here about Navy SEALs, right? Like learning the different things from them, or Mark Victor Hansen's book, right? I'm always surrounding myself with books, and I always make sure to set an hour a day that I'm going to read no matter what, right? I'm going to take notes. I'm going to say, how can I apply this? Because there's such a vast amount of information out there. So instead of maybe scrolling through TikTok or Instagram, and believe me, I know how quick you can get caught into that. The software is designed for that. It's designed by MIT scientists and engineers to keep you on their platform, because the longer they keep you on their platform, the more valuable you become to them. So even though these services are free, they're selling your information, right? We all know this. It's 2023. We're familiar with how social media works. But at the same time, you want to be able to use social media as a business tool. Don't just use it as an entertainment tool. The moment you start finding yourself, well, I'm being entertained by social media, well, hold on. You got to catch yourself, snap your fingers, do something to break out of that, and then pick up a book, start reading a book. Even if you don't have a book available, go on YouTube. Find something that pushes you forward. And it doesn't always have to just be acting and modeling and music. Find something, how do I invest better? How do I, improve something in my life? How do I get healthier? Different ideas, different experiences. The great thing we do, what I really discovered with our company is we used to be so focused on New York and LA, which is great. New York is where we started. That's like the most powerful event we do. But I also love being able to do experiences all over the country, because we get to try different foods. We get to see different people. We get to hear different perspectives from different agencies and casting directors and producers and talent from all over the country. And it really helps elevate us. And it's what sets us apart from everybody else. So the average American spends 4 to 7 hours a day watching television, right? So stop watching so much TV. Do you want to watch Netflix, or do you want to be on it? And when it says watching television, how quick are we to, right now we have such an abundance of entertainment, right? We can so many different channels and streaming networks and new shows coming out, and it's really overwhelming. Okay. But for you working in this industry, this is one of the benefits, because now you get to be that content creator. There's more opportunities now than there's ever been, especially in the acting industry. So you want to be that person who's the business person who sees the opportunity to be able to grow your career, to have greater abundance, to be able to do something with that, right? To be able to help that charity, to be able to build a school in Africa, like to be able to build a music school in South America, like whatever it is that you could do. Imagine being the person who could do that. And you have a path to do it. It's just finding that path, surrounding yourself with the right people, pulling yourself out of being the consumer, being the creator, and surrounding yourself with other creators. So why getting rid of your television is so important, right? There are many reasons, so let's examine some of them. The television is a cultural hypnotic device. It's used to influence and control society, the programming, the news media, And the commercials have a profound effect on the financial situation of most people. The television creates a victim mentality as people watch the rapes, robberies, and murders on the evening news or on violent TV dramas. People become more and more fearful. The commercials create a consumer mentality that encourages people to buy things they don't need and can't afford. TV keeps people trapped into thinking they're powerless and that changing their financial situation is impossible. The exact opposite is true. You are the one who has the best chance of changing your financial life, not the government, not a social program. Another problem with television that promotes the philosophy that the main purpose of money is consumption or buying things. But the truth is that the more important function of money is for creating wealth. Okay. There's a reason why they call TV programming, right? The shows are called programming because they're programming you. Right. You need to understand this. You need to see the perspective and understand 360 degrees of how the industry you want to be a part of works. And what's great is you have a voice, you have a power to choose the products you want to promote, right? You have an opportunity to promote alcohol, right? And you don't support that, you don't believe in it, you turn that down. You say no. When you're working with a company like us and Truth Management, we're representing you as your mother agency, we give you the opportunity to say no, to turn down jobs. Maybe you don't support fur, maybe you don't support tobacco, whatever it may be. We want you to be able to promote the products that you want to promote, be able to be on the shows that promote what it is you believe in. And it's so important to be able to stand strong. And yes, does it mean maybe giving up a job or two? But that's okay, because there's always going to be more opportunities. So most rich people don't have jobs. Another difference between poor people and rich people is that poor people have jobs, whereas rich people own businesses. More than 80% of rich people become rich by owning their own business. Poor people seek to get a job. Rich people look to give someone else a job. Think about it. Rich people value their time so much they hire people to do the things they want to do. Think about the gig economy, how huge that is right now, right? DoorDash and Instacart and all these different apps, right? But poor people will gladly get paid to do those of us who are rich really don't want to do. Understand that the word job is the most perfectly spelled word in the dictionary. Job is an acronym that stands for jump out of bed, get on the journey of the broke, or so you can remain just over broke. You have to see yourself. I understand having to have a job at the beginning is important, of course, right? We all have to pay bills. I get that part, but you have to start thinking about and seeing yourself as an entrepreneur, seeing yourself as a business person. If you notice at our events, whether they're live events or virtual events or free boot camps that we do, we bring in a wide variety of people. We bring in people with, we brought in billionaires on these calls because I want you to really see how they think. Okay. I'm a part of this mastermind where everyone in the mastermind earns like over $50 million. There's 2 billionaires. And they give some really great content, and I'm always learning from them. But what I love listening to them is their outlook on life, how they see things differently, and how can I apply that? You always want to keep growing as an actor, as a model, as a musician. When you hear somebody, like yesterday, Craig Shoemaker talking, what is his outlook? What is his perspective? One of the things I found fascinating was even though he had won all those Emmys, they weren't that important to him, right? So other people, they saw those awards as the most important thing in their life. And of course, he was glad and he was happy, but there was more to his life. It was all about what he was giving back and making people smile and bringing happiness to the world and helping cure people of depression and so forth. Like, he's a really interesting character. So I want you guys to see when we put these events together, we're doing it for a very special reason. We really want to just elevate you guys and just not in acting and modeling, but to elevate you as a human, to be able to create an environment where whether you're working with us, you're working on your own, we're putting those ripples out into the world to try and make the world a better place than we've all found it. So rich people don't set limits for themselves. Poor people think either or. Rich people think both and. What this means is that poor people look at every choice as a process of elimination. For instance, a person might think, I'd like to do what I love, but I have to pay my bills. That statement implies that you can't have both. We buy into truisms that aren't true, like the saying, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Of course you can have your cake and eat it too. How else would you eat your cake if you didn't have it first? The actual quote is, you can't eat your cake and have it or save it too. Ironically, the later statement is why poor people get poor and rich people get richer. Rich people don't try to eat their cake and have it too. Choose your advisors wisely, mentors. The difference I'm about to show you is one of the most iconic of all the difference between the rich and the poor. Rich people only take financial advice from people who are as rich as they are or richer. Poor people only take financial advice from people who are as poor as they are or poorer. This is one of the most amazing things that I've seen since I began studying the subject. It's really sad because most people will go to the grave and never even realize if that what they're currently doing is not giving them the result they desire, then they should start looking to some different sources for advice. One of the best definitions of insanity I have ever heard is continuing to do the same thing and expecting a different result. If you continue to do what you've always done, then you will continue to get what you always have gotten. And it's so true. You know, you really have to accept the fact you can't do this alone, but you have to find the right people, right? So many times people will say, well, you know, I want to be an actor, but you know, my wife or my husband, you know, they're giving me advice. Okay, great. What does your husband do? Well, he's a carpenter. Okay, well, if I was building a house, he'd be the guy I would talk to, but what does he really know about acting? Right? And you just get caught. You don't realize that, right? Who are you taking advice from? Right? Whether it's financial advice, career advice, you want to be able to get in rooms where you're not the smartest person in the room. Like if there's one thing that excites me more than anything else is when I'm in the room and I am not the smartest person in the room, because then I know I'm going to learn. Okay. If you're the smartest person in the room you're in right now, you're in the wrong room. You need to start changing. You need to start surrounding yourself with people who are ahead of you because it inspires you to do more. It gives you faster results. That's why people who invest in having mentors and coaches do so well, right? Every single person I've ever met that's worth $1 billion, $100 million, $10 million, $5 million, won Academy Awards, won Grammys. They all have coaches. They all have mentors. They all have people they surround themselves with. You know, even CEOs of companies, they have board of directors and they have advisors. The president of the United States has advisors. Like everyone has people they can talk to. And it's up to you to take that information and absorb it like a sponge and wring out and keep what's good, what pushes you forward, and let go of the stuff that may not be working, right? It's always give or take. It's always measurements and pushing forward. Gaining momentum. Rich mindset seeks to spend their time, resources, and energy on work that continues to pay off long after the efforts have been invested. Rich mindset is all about getting a flywheel spinning, building momentum, creating systems that continue to generate value on their own. Course mindset is all about the short-term returns, hours for dollars, right? You know, when you're investing into training, you're investing into the right photos, you're investing into surrounding yourselves with the right people, that pays off over and over and over again, right? It's like when I invest to build a website, that website will work for years, right? It may need tweaks and stuff like that, or investing in the right people for videographers, right? From my personal perspective, for musicians, investing in learning how to sing, how to read music, right? That time you put into it, now you have a gift that lasts you for the rest of your life, right? It's having the tools, the resources that are continuously working for you over the long term, right? Meaningful relationships. Rich mindset seeks to build relationships based on trust, liking shared values, and mutual respect, right? We call ourselves the fearless rebels, right? Because it's a community, right? The great thing about having a community is people help each other, right? There are people on different parts of the journey. People who are just starting out, people who've been doing it for a while, people who've reached massive levels of success. But when you're surrounding yourself with the right people, you have people that you can talk to, right? People that you're able to communicate with that can understand where you're at. People with the rich mindset help others and cultivate relationships with no expectation of anything in return. Okay, I cannot tell you how many times relationships we built by offering to help somebody, by saying, what can we do to help you, right? Poor mindset thinks I scratch your back, you scratch mine. What's in it for me, right? And so many people have that mindset, right? Instead of just saying, you know what, I'm going to give, I'm going to help, I'm going to do whatever it takes to figure this out, right? Because I want to get into the right rooms. I want to have real relationship. When you're in a relationship where you're just giving and the other person's only taking, that's also an issue where you have to start surrounding yourself with people who are giving or people who are on equal playing field with you. So many times I see people, they especially as they start rising in ranks and they start developing this leadership skill, people will start gravitating for them, but they're always taking. So you have to think about your life. Do you have people who are giving to you and helping you, or is everyone in your life just taking from you? So the secret is success. The rich attribute success to abilities, hard work, and spirit. The middle class attributes success to education and luck. The poor attribute success to cheating, connections, and initial capital, right? Oh, he has money. Oh, he's got connections, right? Oh, somehow he's cheating the system. Okay. At the end of the day, it's hard work. It's spirit, right? It's having the ability. When you don't have the ability, you learn it. See, the greatest thing about with acting, acting is one of the only things you can invest in that you will always improve. You're always going to get better at. Even with modeling, I can tell you so many times I've seen talent on photo shoots day one, and then like literally by the fourth look, you can see the progression. And then you'll see them again in a different city, and they'll do multiple shoots. And all of a sudden, their whole life starts changing. They start getting it, starts clicking. It's like learning how to ride a bike. The more you put into something, the more effort, the more preparation, right? So it's all about abilities, hard work, and spirit. Okay. You know, my family, they were middle class to kind of poor. Everything was about education and luck. You create your own luck. There is no, so can you get lucky? Yeah. If you go to a casino and you bet on a number, you can get lucky. But at the end of the day, you create your own luck by leveraging the right people, leveraging the right tools. When you follow a system, a program, a format, that's proven to work, it's going to work for you. And it may need some tweaking and so forth. That's why yesterday when we talked about high fashion, designers have a set standard for high fashion because it works, right? The cost savings and shipping the clothes, not having to create custom pieces for everyone, right? For those of you that were on the call yesterday, we went over that. Again, it's like you see this in life. You just have to ask better questions and start realizing why is a company doing this, or why is this person more successful? How did this person reach a certain level of success? What happened? Why did they lose that success? What were the mistakes they made? What caused those mistakes, right? Ask better questions, you're going to get better answers. Better answers are going to give you better results. Rich mindset knows that the world isn't fair, right? The world isn't fair. Deals with reality swiftly, humbly, and practically, right? Everything changes and everything comes to an end. The sooner you can accept that, the happier life will be, right? Everything's going to change. Things are not going to be the same. The world is not the same place it was 10 years ago. You are not the same person you were 10 years ago, okay? And everything ends, right? So you always have to be recreating. You always have to be improving, right? And the world just isn't fair. Yeah, it sucks. But once you accept that and you understand that, right? And you're humble about that, you understand the world owes you nothing, that the universe is indifferent to its existence, that the default for life is suffering and death. All successes are improbable and should be appreciated as such. A poor mindset is consumed by the unfairness of the world and wastes time complaining about it. It feels the world owes it something and it waits for it to be handed out. And that's like a huge shift. When you can accept that shift, when you can break out of that, oh, woe is me, this is just unfair. Why somebody else? Instead of being jealous for somebody's success, look to their success as inspiration, right? I see so many times, like I watch when I post a success story, right, for one of our talent. Honestly, I take this a whole nother level. I'm like a little bit crazy with it, but I look to see who clicked like, who made a positive comment, right? And then I'll notice some of the people who don't all the time. Then I'll go onto their Instagram and I'll see they're complaining about something. Like, you can't do that. Like, celebrate people's success. Be happy for them. Celebrating it because you would want the same feeling for you. You'd want somebody to celebrate your success and learn from it. What did they do? Let me get them on the phone. Let me reach out to them. Hey, I'm going to see them at the event. That's what I love about our community, especially our inner circle, because they work so closely with each other. They're always supporting each other. They're always there for each other. So it's, again, when you find the right group of people to surround yourself with, your whole life will change in ways you can't even possibly imagine. Celebrate others. Oh, look at that. We just talked about that, right? Rich mindset celebrates the success of others and embraces the competition and often befriends it. You have two choices: tear down another person's success or be inspired by the example. Poor mindset feels jealousy and bitterness about the success of others. It looks at everything as a zero-sum game. Mentor mindset. Rich mindset understands that it can never know everything and that something can be learned from everyone. Poor mindset deludes itself into believing it knows everything and that opposing perspectives are wrong before even hearing them. And I get it, one of the things with social media, so you guys just understand, like, I can look at your social media and tell who you are by the algorithm. So the algorithm is what Facebook believes you want to see. So if you're clicking on stuff that's like very controversial, Facebook will continue to show you more of that information. And then all of a sudden you start believing that's the entire world, right? And you believe that you know everything, right? COVID was a great example of that, the back and forth and so forth. And social media kept people on their platforms because of that. I want you guys to understand that these things are businesses. You got to learn to use the tools to your benefit. Don't allow the tools to use you to their benefit. Rich versus poor, right? Somebody who's rich, give a rich man $1,000, he returns with 100,000. Give a broke man 1,000, he returns with a new iPhone. Right? I grew up in a neighborhood where people struggled financially, but somehow they always seem to have the best of everything that was that new high item, right? Because people can figure out the things they really want or the things that make them feel better for the moment, right? I'd rather, if I had to start all over again, believe me, I'd have a cricket phone. I would do everything in the world. I wouldn't be subscribed to every single streaming network and just like wasting money. I'm aware of that. Like, think about all the people that, all the little subscription things you have, all the things you may not be using. When I subscribe to something on Apple and I want to test out a software, I immediately cancel it just to make sure if I know I'm not going to use it, like those little 3-day free trials, I cancel it because I don't want to get caught getting charged, even if it's something as simple as $2, right? I'm conscious of that. I'm conscious of those things to make sure I'm investing in the right things that are helping me and not just because I got caught up in something. Okay, really important to realize that. You can save a lot of money cleaning up, like every month, figuring out the things you're no longer using that you may be paying for. Okay, you can't do it all. Rich mindset understands that I cannot do everything, and that even if it could, it would create greater value by focusing on its core strengths. It knows that the right team is greater than the sum of its parts. A poor mindset deludes itself into thinking that it can do everything if it just works hard enough. That's my family. My whole family was about working harder. And I was like that for a long time, and then I realized, wait a second, I'm trying to do everything. I need to have the right team, right? I need to learn how to do things myself, but then be able to train and implement it with somebody who can help me have more time throughout the day to be able to concentrate on the things that I'm really good at. What makes the rich richer and the poor poorer? The 5 biggest differences: belief. Okay, rich people, they believe they can succeed even when no one else believes in them. I cannot tell you how many times I've heard Ali or Deneen, Debbie, myself, I'm speaking to somebody, well, I really want to do this, but you know what? Nobody believes in with me. What? Okay, that has nothing to do with the cost of tea in China. It's you believing in yourself. If I was to live my life and believe, and everyone who said I couldn't do something, I'd be nowhere, right? Right? Poor mindset, lack of belief. They don't believe they can do it. They're dependent upon others' opinions. You have to break out of that. Okay. Plan. You need to have a plan. Everything they do is part of a plan. Poor people lack a plan. They don't know what they want. They don't have a target and they just move aimlessly. You have to have a plan. One of the first things we do when somebody becomes a part of our program is we create a vision board. Right? And it doesn't have to be overly complicated, but there's a method to our madness. Like, we have systems. When you follow the process, it works. And a vision board is sometimes where you have to sit down and say, where do I want my life to be? Right? In 5 years, 10 years, what kind of home do I want to live in? What kind of car do I want to have? Who's the person I want to come home to? What do I want to look at and see when I look in the mirror? Right? When you start writing those things down, you put that out into the universe, and subconsciously your mind starts pushing you forward to that, right? Think about it. You start thinking about shopping for a car, and then all of a sudden, guess what? You notice that car everywhere, right? It's where energy goes, where focus goes, energy flows. It means that your subconscious now is focusing on that car, okay? So it's having that plan. It's just the same way, the way you saw that car all of a sudden. Now, all of a sudden, when you have a plan, you're going to start seeing the world a lot differently. Now, all of a sudden, like magic, the universes are going to start providing you stuff. And it's not magic, it's a scientific principle, okay? It's what makes people who are successful, they know these things. Solutions, when rich people face a problem, they find a solution. Excuses, poor people find excuses for their problems. One of my greatest sayings is no excuses, just results, right? We need to get results. We don't need to hear excuses. If somebody's going to give me an excuse, I tell them, okay, great, I heard the excuse. Now what's the solution to that? Focus on the solution, not on the excuse. Risk taking. Rich people are not afraid to take risks. They create opportunities. I had the chance to travel around the world with Tony Robbins. That man made me climb to the top of a mountain and literally jump off a volcano. Okay. Talk about facing your fears. But it was fun. I grew from it. Had I not done it, had I not walked on fire, had I not done all these things, they were metaphors for my life, right? You have to be willing to take a risk, because when you take a bigger risk, come to New York, meet these executives, be a part of our coaching, reach out to Allie, to Deneen, right? Make this a part of your life. Take that chance, because otherwise you're going to be waiting for a miracle. The poor wait for some kind of miracle, winning the lottery or getting a promotion, but they're just waiting, doing nothing. Let me tell you something. Every single person we've ever had the opportunity to work with, we went out and we took the risk to go meet them. I know Allie shares a story about meeting the founder of VH1, right? There's so many more stories that she doesn't always share on making things happen, figuring out where to go, how to meet the people. And the first thing we talk about them is giving them the opportunity to help you guys. Like, that's like what we do. Like, we are consistently, we're not doing these things, we're consistently working as a team, taking those risks, okay? They want more. And the main reason why the rich get rich is because they want more. They know they can do it since they're already rich, right? Poor people, they blame others. They think they're poor because of others, right? That's not my fault, and so forth. You have to break out of these habits and realize that 86% of the millionaires are self-made in the United States. Start where you are, use what you have, do what you can. So 17 ways rich people think that poor people don't. Rich people, I create my life. Poor people say, life happens to me. Life doesn't happen to you. Life happens for you, whether it's good or it's bad. The hardest days of my life, I realize, happened to make me stronger, to make me better than who I was the day before. Okay. When you change your story, you change your life. Rich people play the money game to win, right? You're going to make the right investments. You're here to win. Poor people play the money game to not lose. They live in fear, right? Well, what if it doesn't work out? What if it does work out? Rich people are committed to being rich. Poor people just want to be rich, right? I used to be like, I want to be rich, right? But now I'm committed to financial abundance to be able to do more for this world. Rich people think big, right? Don't shoot for the moon, shoot for Mars, right? Think big. Think, I want to win the Academy Award. I will win the Academy Award. I am going to win the Academy Award, right? Three statements meaning the same thing, but a lot more powerful for your mind, how you present it, right? Poor people think small. Rich people focus on opportunities, right? That's one of our strongest points, is we focus on opportunities. Poor people focus on obstacles, right? It's always, why can't I do something, instead of why can't I? How do I overcome the obstacle? Rich people admire other rich and successful people. Poor people resent rich and successful people. Rich people associate with positive, successful people. So true. Every one of my friends that's super successful in life, they literally like allows almost zero negativity in their life. Like, they hang on every word when they're introduced to somebody new, their body language, because they know already that they want to just be around positive people. Poor people associate with negative, unsuccessful people. So true. I cannot tell you how many times I'll talk to people and I see that they're negative, and I'm like, oh, well, tell me a little bit about your friends, and they all attract the same thing. Like, it's like the craziest thing. I've been to so many events, not our events, but other events, and somehow the negative people all find each other. It's like they wear, like they got some kind of magnet. The positive people all find each other. So if you find yourself surrounding yourself with negative people, you got to hold on a second, right? Ryan Glavin, she understands, right? Like, wait a second, I need to go to the other side of the room. You guys, negativity loves company. I don't need the company, right? And you just walk away. You say, hey, oh my God, it's so great talking to you guys. Be happy, be positive. I'll check you guys out later, and then find that person that you want to talk with. Let me tell you something. The most successful people in the world are so approachable. I used to always be like, oh my God, I can't go over there. So successful. But let me tell you something. Successful people love to be approached. They love when you ask the right questions. And they love giving advice because they understand. And it's something that's so great, because then all of a sudden, as you reach up those levels of success, like, think about this, by the end of this weekend, you guys are gonna have so much knowledge, you're gonna sound like experts to somebody who's never went through these 2 days with us. Rich people are willing to promote. And thank you for everybody who was promoting this event all weekend. We saw that, we're aware of that. Poor people think negatively about selling and promotion. Rich people are bigger than their problems, right? You know, you learn that that no matter how big your problem may be, that somebody has a bigger problem, and once you solve a problem, you overcome it. That circle grows. You can handle so much more. Okay, poor people are smaller than their problems. You know, so many times I've spoken to people where they're being crushed by things that are so simple to overcome, but their mindset is just not shifted. Rich people are excellent receivers. This is so important, guys. I used to be so bad at this. When somebody does something nice for you, say thank you, because you're doing them a dishonor. Like, think about this. Somebody's taking you out, they want to pay for dinner. I used to always be, no, 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 I don't, I got it. Let me do it, right? And I would insist. I was to the point where, like, if I knew I was going out with somebody who wanted to pay for dinner, and they would always try, I'd go and I'd pay the waiter beforehand. And then somebody pulled me on the side one time and they said, why did you do that? I'm like, well, what do you mean? Well, you took away the blessing for me to be able to pay for dinner. You took away me being able to do something that made me feel good. Think about that. So when someone does something for you, say thank you. Allow them the blessing of you appreciating what they did for you. Because so many times poor people, oh, why did you do that? You didn't have to do that, right? Think about that, though, that you mean well, right? But in reality, you took away the blessing from the person who just wanted to do something nice. Very important one. And so many people, that's like a super one that a lot of people kind of, once they see the shift there, so important, life-changing. Rich people choose to get paid based upon results, right? Poor people choose to get based upon time, right? You know, when I work with people, I always say, what are the results you can do? Let me see what you've done in the past. How can you help us, right? I don't like working with people just on hourly. Of course, when you're modeling and acting, of course, there's day rates and hourly rates, a little bit different, but we're talking about at a higher level here for this presentation. Rich people think both, right? How can I do both? How can I make this work? Rich people think either or, that they have to give something up instead of reshifting and thinking and putting themselves at a higher level. Rich people focus on their net worth. What is their value overall? Poor people focus on their working income, how much they're making yearly, weekly, hourly. Rich people manage their money well. Poor people mismanage their money well. Everyone, that's, so true. People know people who struggle financially, win the lottery, within 5 years, they're back to being broke, right? So no matter how much money you give somebody, if they don't know how to manage their money, they're always going to lose it all, right? And that puts people into that fear factor, right? Where then they don't want to lose. See how it becomes a cycle? You can reinforce negative attitudes. That's the problem. So you have to be able to break the reinforcement out of the negative attitude and start reinforcing the positive attitudes. Rich people have their money work hard for them. Poor people work hard for their money. Rich people act in spite of fear, right? Now, it doesn't mean you can just go on a roof and jump off a roof. No, that's stupidity. It means that you're acting to do something that you know you can do it, but you're just allowing fear to hold you back. Poor people let fear stop them. Rich people consistently learn and grow. Poor people think that they already know it all. So what kind of mindset do you have? Do you see yourself maybe now shifting from some things that you can improve, and now you're more focused on that rich mindset, right? I know I did. I love this presentation. There was a couple of things I caught for myself too. So my name is Michael Fomkin. This was the Millionaire Mindset for models and actors, no matter age, experience, or who you currently are, the secrets to unlocking unlimited potential, guys. And I will turn this back over to Mr. Neen, because I think we got Mr. Ryan. That's gonna be crazy. I was trying to talk to Ryan Colby about ChatGPT. He was like, no, he didn't want to have that. So, but I will talk to you guys in a little bit. Bye.
Oh my God, how awesome was that presentation? How many of you now are like, okay, you know what? Let me think about everything I think, and oh my gosh, I want to be so much more aware of every thought that I have. Every time I hear that presentation, I'm like, oh, because I'm a good giver, but sometimes I'm a bad receiver, people. Oh, but when you think about that, it's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing when you think about it, like just how important your mindset is. So don't ever let anyone tell you that mindset is not important. All right, so we have a couple minutes before the one and only Mr. Ryan Colby arrives. So what I would love to do is, we didn't get to do this yesterday. I would love to hear from a couple of you. you've heard from us, you've heard from the speakers. I want to hear from you guys. So who would like to share a little bit about their biggest takeaway from what Mike's talked about just now, or who would like to share what their biggest takeaway was from yesterday? If you would like to share, please raise your Zoom hand. I'm not going to be responding to people going like this. Awesome. All right, let's see here. Add. All right, Ryan Clapham.
Okay, my biggest takeaway, I always learn more and more every time I hear this presentation, because there's always something I need to work on to change my mindset. But I like the fact of getting in a room where I'm not the smartest person. Because in my Renaissance life and my education, sometimes it's daunting being one of the smartest people in the room, but finding those that are smarter than me, I've always strived to do that. And that's something that I want to continue to do so I can learn and have that mindset that I need to change the things that I need to change.
I love that so much, because if you're the smartest person in the room, you're definitely in the wrong room. And that's why I love the rooms that we're in a lot.
She froze.
We're most of the time is that we're not always the smartest people. But like if you're not in an environment where you're always learning, you're done. Thank you so much for sharing that, Ryan. All right. Let's see who we got here. Journey Medina. Add pin. All right, Journey. What was your biggest takeaway from yesterday? Did you guys lose me?
Yeah, we lost you a little bit, but
I'm back.
Yeah. Yesterday
I don't like being lost.
Yesterday I didn't get to stay on the whole time because I got sick from
It's
lunch.
okay. What was your biggest takeaway? Just tell us your biggest takeaway. Let's stick to positivity here.
Yeah, but I'm with Michael on the bad receiver thing. I can't. I catch myself doing it, but it's so hard to get out of that mentality. But I'm learning now that if someone does something good for me, that I should just accept it as it is. Yeah, because
that's a huge thing to learn, Journey, because you know
Yeah.
what? People love to give, and if you are not a good receiver, it's really hard to let other people walk in that blessing. I had a friend a long time ago in church, and she was like an older woman, and she was always so broke. And she like there was one time my mom and I went out to dinner, and I was like, I made the most money. So I was like, okay. And she was like, excuse me, why are you trying to steal my blessing from God? And I was like, well, dang, I don't want to steal your blessing from God. That's crazy. So learning how to be a receiver is a really good thing. Thank you for sharing that, Journey. Awesome. Let's see here. Rome King, I would love to hear from you, but I need to see you on camera. So if you get on camera, we'll come back to you. All right, Soraya, let's see here. Add pin. All right, Soraya, what is your biggest takeaway?
Hello. My best takeaway is you need to have the right team and the mindset, positive mindset. When you are around negativity, it's like they absorb, and you don't see because you are in the same cycle, when you open your mind and bring the opportunity to learn, you need with the same mindset, is life change, the perspective change everything. So I feel so happy to meet you and have the best team ever. I always say so. I feel so grateful, Thank you.
I was just going to ask you, you were just in Orlando with all of us like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
So,
yes.
what? What was
I-
that like meeting everyone in person?
it's like I don't believe yet I live in that experience, because I see you for so long by Zoom, but when I see the other side, it's like on that day I don't feeling very well, but I'm feeling so grateful for everything. And it's difficult sometimes change your mind and receive and not only bring, I'm living that process because I always take care everything around me, less myself. And at that point I say, hey, wait a minute, I'm alive, I'm fighting for my health, and it's my time, follow my dream, and I miss you. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for sharing that. That was beautiful. And it was amazing to meet you. Stop the crying, Soraya, because you're gonna make me cry. I cannot have my makeup start running now. Thank you.
It's
No,
happiness. It's not sad, it's happiness. Okay.
I know. If any of you have ever seen the movie Steel Magnolias, where Dolly Parton says, I never let anybody cry alone. That's my role. So whether we're crying tears of joy or tears of grief, I don't like.
Me too. Me too.
All right. Well, thank you so much for sharing. That's right. It was amazing to get to meet you in person too. It was unbelievable. Thank you. You're welcome. All right. Let's see here. Lisa Lepowski. I love the flower.
Hello, my name is Lisa Lepowski. I liked Create the Who yesterday and then Craig Bruce with self-care. And I am ready to take action. So it's what I'm learning, and I'm learning so much from you guys in the last year. You guys are a blessing. And I want to create a system and be more positive and work on all my insecurities and to promote.
I love
and
it.
inspire
That's awesome.
others. Thank you, Doreen. I love you guys. You,
We love
Alicia, Mike, Ryan, you guys are amazing. Always. I'm always learning. And I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for sharing that. I love that. Awesome. You guys are like really testing my mascara today. I don't know how I feel about that, but it's okay. Okay, Shannon, let's see here. Add pin. All right, Shannon. What has been your biggest takeaway over the last 2 days?
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to share, I had a reminder yesterday on just how everything in your life can bring into a role or into a piece, and especially when she was sharing about the comedic part, and just like everything, I do this in my writing, like everything can contribute to either something that you're doing in a role or something someone else might be doing in a role, and kind of like the reciprocal teaching with each other. And I think it's just important to remember that all life experiences can lead up to some particular contribution that you might be making in any way. And I just think that's an important thing to remind each other, because we all have such gifts to bring to the table, and you only get to know those gifts when everyone's sharing them with each other.
I love that so much. That's why it's so important to be a part of a community, because the more you're sharing, there's that synergy that everyone, like a rising tide raises all ships. So I love that. That was beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, let's see here. Carolyn Singleton. I like the cowboy hat we got going on there. Thank God Craig Shoemaker isn't here, because he would protest your hat. So thank you for not wearing that yesterday.
Oh God, I didn't know. Well, I think my biggest takeaway will be the people that I've been hanging around. I mean, I'm listening to how he said to put yourself in a place where with people that's gonna teach you what you need to know and how to get there where you need to be. So I've been kind of paying attention to the people that I've been hanging around and the advice they give me, and and regardless of what I say, anything that I say, it is always they're trying to tell me that what I'm saying is it's not like that, or you not that's too much for you to do, and when it got down to the point, I've been here before, Miss Denise.
I know you have, Carolyn. I know your name.
When it got down to the point where, we won the little thing to come to California, I had issues. I've been trying to really talk to you all. I had a lot of issues. I had a lot of haters. I had a lot of people block me. I mean, block me.
Hold on.
to
Can
the
I ask
max.
you a question? Can I
Yes,
interrupt
ma'am.
you for one moment? How old are you?
I'm 55.
Why are you you're 55 years old. Why are you letting haters stop you from going after what you want, Carolyn?
I'm not. It is just, if you hear my story, then you will understand. I mean, I can give you the assumption of things, but until you hear my story, I can make 3 movies out of my life.
Okay, well, let's do this. I don't want to hear about your haters. I don't want to hear about what's holding you back. What are you going to change so you don't let them hold you back? What is one thing you're going to change starting immediately?
Believe me, ma'am, I have moved on from that. I have moved on from people.
I hear you. I'm just asking you a question. What's
And,
one thing that you're going to take determined action on?
Well, to be honest about it, right now I'm in the process of moving. I'm planning on
hold
moving.
on. I'm not trying to be rude. We only have so much time. Answer my question. What is one thing you're going to take determined action on?
This time I'm really planning on taking action on doing what I have to do. I mean, I'm
What
really,
does that mean?
I want to be able to come to what I have never came. I have never got to that point where I need to be. And this time I'm really trying to be there. I want to be there.
Okay.
I want to be there this time.
Okay.
Because
I'm watching
I
you,
feel
Carolyn
like
Singleton.
I'm holding me back because I'm not getting to where I need to be.
Okay, well, I'm watching you and I expect you to take action on that. I have 61 other witnesses. We're gonna see that you take action. Can everyone hold her accountable? If you can, type yes in the comments. All right, Carolyn, now you have 61 accountability partners. You're in trouble, ma'am. You have to take action. Thank you for sharing.
I mean what I'm saying. I really do. I mean what I'm saying, because I know my potential and I know what I know I can do. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, well then, you know what?
Ma'am.
Here's the thing. I don't want to hear talk anymore. I want to see action. So at the end of the day, I need you to see action.
You waiting on me, ma'am. I know you and Miss. I know y'all waiting on me. I know this.
Okay, well. All right. We love you, Carolyn. That's why I'm doing this. All right. Awesome. Thank you for sharing. Awesome. Okay, let's see here. We have April Hoisington Kite. Can you please unmute yourself?
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. I'm going to be taking decisive action. I had, like your visualization yesterday, everything fall away. So I am rebooting and going to just go out there and go for it. And I'm going to be working on all my monologues. I'm going to retape them. I'm going to be emailing people and going for the gusto.
Okay. Awesome. I love it. I want to see all the gusto from you, April Hoisington Kite. All the gusto, not little.
You met me in Orlando. You met me in Orlando. You know.
You're a whole mood. I know. I did meet you in Orlando. Awesome. All right. Well, I can't wait to see the action. It's awesome. Thank you for sharing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see here. Okay. All right. Wanda Banks.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Again, good morning.
Good morning. What I took back from and gotten from yesterday, oh, it was a lot. Number one, Craig Bruce. And I really took that personally from as far as like the mental aspect of it. Because Deneen, we can do yoga and yet we face with so many adversities and everything. We have a lot that we have to do and it can pile upon you and to the point where you just feel like you just overwhelmed. And even things that you didn't even expect to come to you. And so it was like for him, in other words, how will you be able to still get your mindset to push and endure what needs to be done? And I had to believe in myself. I had to self-talk to myself even like what y'all been telling you, got to look at yourself, speak to yourself, speak great things that you're going to be an overcomer. Even when you don't have nobody to encourage you, there's a lot of things that I've had to endure when they thought that, oh, well, she's just going to chill out for just a little bit and then end up going back to smoking crack and everything. I'm saying this because I had to be true to myself. And in order for you to be true to yourself, even though there was things that, yes, they want to have somebody to come, oh, I got this for you, I got that. I don't want that. I am tired of being bound by that. There were some other things that were also spiritually behind it, but I had to make it up in my mind when you're going to be a part, when somebody is like, as such as you guys that are backing me up, seeing the good that I have. And I had to know that for myself. Okay. And not disappoint myself or anybody else. I learned some things from Murphy, was it J.M. Murphy, bless her heart. I love the creativity, what she was rocking, what she had as far as like in the backboard, as far as what she made it do. I love the fact when I was listening to her, how she was very making sure that we got everything that we needed. She was not overwhelmed by the fact that she had just got through from doing a movie Target. And I just
it sounds to me
yes.
like your biggest takeaway is belief in yourself.
Believe in myself, yes, ma'am.
And taking action, moving forward.
Action.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
I'm gonna hold you to that, Wanda Banks, because I have your phone number. Okay.
Okay.
I expect you to start moving forward, believing in yourself and taking action.
Yes, ma'am. And
all right. Good job. Thank you for sharing. Awesome. All right. Last, but certainly not least, Jamie Block.
Hey there, good morning.
Good morning.
So my biggest takeaway from yesterday was just how much you guys mean to me and how important the power of positivity is and surrounding yourself with like-minded people. I got myself into a little bit of a tailspin emotionally after losing my cat. And it wasn't until the beginning of boot camp yesterday and being surrounded by positivity and being reminded that I still do have path and purpose that I was inspired to leave a really unhealthy situation with my ex and make a go of it on my own. And I was reminded specifically, Janine, of what you said, which is that, setbacks are just setups for future success. So thank you guys for keeping me on path and on purpose. I love you guys. Team Swing.
Thank
Great.
you.
You're making her cry. Seriously? It's not even Jamie.
Thank you, Jamie. That was beautiful. We love you too. Okay, I'm muting you now because I am. Oh yeah. You know what the best part about me is, for my job, I'd like to thank God for me. The best part about my job is seeing a community come together, because I think so many times people feel alone in this world, and I feel like so many times creatives feel alone because people just don't understand. That's why we're the fearless rebels. We're the fearless rebels because people don't understand. When people are like, oh my God, my family doesn't understand. No, they don't, because you know what? This isn't their path, it's your path. So for me, my favorite part about what I do is getting to see that community just mesh and lock arms and take action. So if I told you I was going to hold you accountable, I am watching you, just so you know. I'm looking at you, Carolyn Singleton and Wanda Banks. All right. So are you guys, they're like, I didn't say anything. All right. Are you guys ready to move on? I hear that the one and only Mr. Fabulous, Mr. Ryan Colby has arrived. So let me introduce two people, and then we're going to get Ryan and Alicia here together. And Alicia's going to put Ryan on the hot seat. I can't wait. All right. So first, let me formally introduce you to the co-founder of VIP Ignite, the one and only Miss Alicia Kabak. She is a co-founder of VIP Ignite, which allows talent to network and connect with high-level industry professionals in modeling, acting, and music. She has launched multiple seven-figure businesses. She has executive produced 5 Broadway shows that have won 38 awards, including 6 Tonys, and in 2013, won the Tony for Best Play. She had a successful radio show on CBS Digital. She opened NASDAQ with the cast of her Broadway show Dinner with the Boys, starring Dan Lauria from The Wonder Years. She is a Guinness Book of World Records holder. She is the co-author of the book Finding Fame. She emceed the Israel Film Festival in New York City with the Prime Minister of Israel in the audience. I would have fainted. She has been featured in Forbes, Huffington Post, and Entrepreneur. She shared the stage with such greats such as Greg Reed, Russell Brunson, Lee Steinberg, Brandon Steiner, and the one and only Les Brown. Her movie that she executive produced, Target, is now streaming on all major streaming services and has been submitted to the Madrid Film Festival for awards. Oh my gosh, that's so amazing. She is a Fox News music expert. She currently manages Francis Ford Coppola's protege. She has helped over 10,000 actors, models, and musicians get signed and booked through her program here at VIP Ignite. She has been in business for over 2 decades, and she has done over 4,000 live presentations. Everyone give it up for the one and only Alicia Kabak.
Hi.
Let's add you as a pin here. Let's pin you.
Oh,
There we
happy
go.
Sunday.
Okay, and now let's give it up for our next guest as well, who Alicia is going to put on the hot seat. Ryan Colby has been labeled one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career as a model at the age of 12 and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. Fun fact, his first gig was for Benetton. When he was 15 years old, he opened the Emmanuel Ungaro show in Milan. He has art directed over 20 covers of Vogue. He has been proclaimed to have one of the best eyes to scout in the business. He has run his agency successfully for over 13 years. Through the good times and the bad times, he has never once wavered. He had the record number of magazine covers for his agency, 72 in 1 year. And for 2 decades, he has styled some of Hollywood's biggest stars. Everyone give it up for the one, the only, the impeccable, the Mr. Ryan Colby.
Those are the only adjectives. Impeccable, really? I can think
Well,
of so many others.
I know you need to be unmuted. I got you, Mr. Colby. Got it.
No one
Hi,
puts me
everyone.
in the
How are you?
corner.
It's only my second time on Zoom.
Hi, how's everyone doing?
We're amazing now that you're here.
Wait, why is there an echo? Do you guys hear an echo?
And there shouldn't be an echo. I'm sitting here doing I have normal power.
Alicia, talk.
Hello? Hello.
Okay, the echo's gone. It was me.
Okay.
Nope. There's still an echo.
I don't know. I don't hear anything. I hear everything normal.
Okay, cool. I like the R. What does that stand for?
Pasta. What do you think? Right.
Alicia has the echo. I'm gonna log off and log back on.
I don't hear you echoing, but maybe.
Well, we do hear it, so Alicia log off and then log back on. Or is it me? Okay, you're the common denominator. There was no before you got on, Ryan, so you need to log.
I hear nothing. Everyone, you sound fine. Ali sounded fine. I don't know what is happening.
But the problem is that when there's an echo and you're the lead person, so can you log off and log back on as well, please?
Okay.
I'm back. I
Okay,
don't
well-
hear an echo now.
Okay, well, we're having Ryan
fun
log
game.
on and come back on.
Hate
Oh, you know, it's technology. It's our favorite thing.
it. I hate it. Despise it.
All right, so while we're waiting for Mr. Colby to log back on, what are some questions that you want to ask him?
Type it in the chat. Let's type it in the chat. You know, I just have to say before we get started, I was listening to everybody talking about how their friends don't believe in them or how people were chastising them for having beliefs about getting into show business or what are you freaking kidding me? Grow up. I mean, if you can go to a restaurant and order what you'd like to eat, how dare friends or family ever tell you that you can't pursue show business? And if you actually are that scared and you're so much of a snowflake to even let those opinions even phase you, well, then you're not meant to be in this business. If you agree, type amen. Because Lord help you if you go on set and somebody tells you you're going to have to do this again. Hey, I need you to say this line differently. You're going to break down and freaking cry. And I'm trying very hard not to curse, but that was like the most retarded, it was literally just the most dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. I don't give a shit if your friends and family don't believe in you. Throw a pair. This is show business. Do you understand? Ryan Clapham, perfect example. Literally, former military, literally took a bullet. Think about it. Think about our military right now at the age of 18, fighting for our country, but yet you're 50, over 50, but you're not allowed to model or act. Do you think I ever want to work with you? Hell no. Never, ever. Ever, ever. Because God forbid, Deneen, we introduce them to people. I mean, we've literally booked talent on some of the biggest TV shows ever. Could you imagine? They'd be sitting in in the corner in a fetal position crying. But my mom doesn't want me to be here. What the hell? Who the hell cares? Like that is the most insane, asinine thing I've ever heard in my life. So I never want to hear that from your mouth, especially if you're ever going to go through an interview. If you're looking to get into show business, I don't care if your friends and family don't believe in you. As long as you believe in yourself, that's what I care about. If that's you, type that's me. Because I don't freaking care if your family doesn't believe in you. But seriously, Mike and I had the privilege and honor to spend a day with Neil Armstrong, first man to walk on the moon. You want to talk about friends and family not believing in him? Really? No one else had ever walked on the moon before. Do you understand? So in order to do great things, you have to grow a pair. And if you can't do that, well, then you shouldn't be in this business, because this is why so many scam companies take your money and they put you up on these fake ass websites, because they never have to talk to you. Real casting directors never go on those websites, guys. So I don't care if your friends and family don't care or don't want you to follow your dreams. Shame on you for even bringing that to anybody's attention here, because I've lost so much respect, for real. And that's the truth. You're trying to get into show business. Show business. Show business. And if you're that much of a snowflake that you have to ask your friends and family for everything you do, I mean, really? Where are we? This is really sad. So I just had to say that, because I'm tired of hearing that. It's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
I totally agree.
But it's sad, you know? Like, what are they also telling you what shows you can and cannot watch, who your partner should be, how you should wear your hair, makeup or no? Like, do you go to your family for everything? Like, right, I just went to Starbucks. Did I have to call my mom and ask her if I'm allowed to get coffee? It's like, duh. So I never want to hear that again. Everybody type, I understand. Speak one more word about your friends and family not believing in you. I would want to hear that if you were 12.
All
Hello,
right.
here.
Yeah.
Yes, our echo situation has been resolved. Praise everything good and pure.
Mhm.
Hello.
For now.
I was just, I was just setting the world straight while you were, we had people on here that friends and family don't believe in them. Do you think anybody gives
I
a
mean, I
shit?
was on the whole time. No one just noticed.
Well, we did notice, but there were 70 other people, 75 other people on. But like in this business, right, you deal with models that you bring to New York City. They're not bringing their mommy, their daddy, their best friend, their boyfriend, their girlfriend, their priest, their puppies. Like, how do you, like, before you sign somebody and you bring them to New York City where it's cutthroat, they're going on castings, working with photographers. You've been in this business so long. Would you ever risk your credibility for somebody that you felt right away just couldn't handle it? Like somebody that was
No,
going to
of
be
course not.
liability, not an asset.
No. I mean, I do heavy vetting before anyone comes here for any length of time. If they just want to come for like a long weekend or something and see New York, they're free to do whatever they want. But if they're coming for me and they're staying for a month or two or coming for a specific job, then yes, I vet them very heavily, and they are not, you know, if I smell any negativity or any weirdness, then no, they're not coming. You know, I don't do boyfriends and girlfriends. If you have a boyfriend or girlfriend, I don't even want to hear their name. I don't even ever want to see them. They are not allowed to bother you. They're, you know, the texting and the calling needs to be done in private. When you wake up, maybe, when you go to bed, maybe, but during the day, I don't want to hear one word about it. I don't want to hear from them. The mommy and daddy situation is an absolute no-no. You call them on the weekends. It's very regimented. It's very similar to military. Like, I've been told by some of my guys that it was worse for them when they were in the military because I'm actually bitchier and I'm actually stricter in some ways mentally. Like, you know, a lot of the military is physicality, and you got to get up and you got to run and you got to do this, you got to do that. I get that. But I am very regimented with no phones, no calling of mommy and daddy. If I hear one word out of a girlfriend's mouth, the phone is getting taken away. Like, I don't play that game, because if you have someone calling you every hour on the hour, you're not in the game. And so I just
Or
don't
even if
allow
you say,
it.
my mom doesn't want me to be in this business, or my girlfriend, my boyfriend, it would just be like, bye, next.
It's usually the significant other. I very rarely get mom or dad not wanting it. It does happen, but usually they've already been supportive enough to get you on the plane. It's usually the significant others. Those are the bigger problems. And plus, I don't represent anyone under 18 except for one person who is the brother of someone I represent. So it kind
But
of
again,
in tandem
18.
works.
18. I had 50-year-olds.
Yeah,
My friends and family don't want me to be.
yeah, they
Who
have to be. They
cares?
have to be older. Yeah,
Who
it doesn't
cares?
matter.
It doesn't
I
matter.
don't really speak to people if they're dependent on family for any reason. It's usually a red flag. Like, you know, so I usually tread lightly if someone's living at home, or, you know, that's kind of a sign that maybe there's a problem. I mean, I'm not saying there is. There's nothing wrong with living at home. People do, but, you know, over 18. But I have to investigate more. If you're 25 and you're living at home, I need to know why.
Unless you're
And
living in
because
New York
that means
City
they
to
have
save
power
money.
over you.
Yeah.
You know, they have power over you, and so therefore they're going to make decisions for you, and that's something I can't do. So, yeah.
Yeah. You should be your own decision maker. Can everybody here tell me that you can make your own decisions? Type I can. Because if there was a casting, Ryan, and I know
And
we've had
parents are great.
situations before.
I parents are great. There's plenty of times of situations. I have a boy now named Darren who he's 20. I got him on New Year's Eve, so 6 months ago. One of my friends was at a New Year's Eve party and FaceTimed me from the party. And now this kid just yesterday walked for Argyle Grant and Nautica at LA. His mother sent me an Instagram message, who I've never met this woman. I didn't even know her name because he's 20. And asked for my address. She's sending me a gift. She said her son was crying in the corner because his dream was to be in a Nautica fashion show. and now he is. So she's happy. So she's sending me a gift. I don't know what it is. It better be good. So it better be good. But she's sending me something. She asked me for my address. So that parent clearly is supportive. And he's thrilled that he tagged me. He was like filming like a crazy person backstage at the shows. So he's happy that, and he was so nervous because he went to the casting on the 5th and they pulled him in. He walked and they said, thank you. And he walked out and he called me. And he's like, oh my God, I didn't like you. I didn't like you. And I was like, please shut up. Like, just calm down. You don't know what they think. And the next day he's like, did you hear from them? And I was like, no. Did you hear from them? No. And then yesterday, or the day before yesterday, they sent me this email confirming Darren Anthony for Argyle Grant, Nautica. And, you know, I forwarded it to him. And then half the day went by and he didn't even call me because he didn't check his email. But then I called him and I was like, did you check your email? He's like, no. And I was like, bitch, check it.
But when there's a real casting,
so he's
right?
happy.
And I know we've dealt with this situation before, but when there's a real casting, like, hey, I need you on set, or, you know, you need to go for a fitting or a go-see or something like that, you're not like, hey, can you call me back? Or, because I know we've had talent. I mean, we've had talent because a lot of times we deal with talent that are brand new. Oh, can I call you back? I need to ask my mom or my husband or my wife. I mean, when you get a casting, you're kind of just submitting because they're under contract, and that's a lot different than for everybody here on a boot camp. All right, Bryce. So you're on the hot seat. Are you ready?
Uh-huh. Okay. Uh-huh.
So are you guys ready?
Calling me. There must be some sort of disaster.
Who's calling you?
I'm ignoring it. Red he's on set and I don't know what he's calling me for.
Okay. All right. So we're going to go through a lot before we go through Model Garage. And Model Garage, for those of you guys that don't know, is where we call people out from the Zoom. And again, your cameras have to be on. I'm not picking people based on like you raising your hands. It's just whoever we feel like calling on. And we're going to pretty much try to figure out which location you're best suited for, because we always get talent that move prematurely to New York or LA or Miami, thinking that, well, I like it there, or I like the people, or I like the, you know, how my hair looks better without the humidity in LA. I like the edginess of New York, so I'm just going to move there. You go based on marketability. And then Ryan's also going to go over what he sees you best marketed as. Again, one of the reasons why I think most talent fail getting into modeling is because a lot of times you're running out and you're just getting photos done by any Tom, Dick, or Harry you found on the internet. A lot of times you don't even know what you qualify for. So you're going based on what your preferences are, not based on like what you qualify for, because those pictures are meant for one thing. It's called marketability. So if you know, like for me, I'm 5'5", and right now I'm a size 10 because I just had Kaden. You know, when I'm trying to get into modeling, if I were, I know I'm not high fashion. Like I know. So most people think that they qualify for something and they run out and they get photos done just to kind of put it up on their Facebook. So their friends and family think that they're models now. And a lot of times you waste time and money because you did everything incorrectly. So we're going to put Ryan in the hot seat now. Let me see, for everybody on here, how many of you are interested in modeling? And if so, type how much time have you put into this? I also want to see how much money have you invested in modeling so far? And what do you feel like your biggest obstacle is? And do not say friends and family, because I will literally go through the Zoom and slap the shit out of you. Go, type it. Because right, I know how these like modeling schools work, like the Barbizons and the John R. Powers, the John Casablancas. There's a 99.9% rejection rate for high fashion runway. That means 0.1 success rate, 0.1. So that means 1 in 1,000. Okay, it's not based on I have a pulse and a dream, I deserve. It's based on genetics. So anybody can run out and go take a modeling class. They're $3 or $4 grand. You have a better chance of walking on water. So like when I hear about people, oh, I got scammed. Well, no, you paid for, you know, a runway class. Services rendered. It doesn't mean you're ever going to book work. Like I took hip hop class. I don't think I'm going to go on tour with Dua Lipa this year. Do you guys understand? So when people are trying to get into this industry, a lot of times they're following their heart, not necessarily their mind. because they're so eager to impress their friends and family who don't think that they could do this, that you literally just effed it up for yourself. Okay. So Ryan, this business has changed a lot since the pandemic, right? Since like 2020. Everything now is done digitally. Now you're still in New York, you're also LA, currently you're in New York City. Are you requiring your models to live in New York in order to submit them for Fashion Week right now?
For Fashion Week, yes, you have to be in New York.
Okay.
Yes, you have to be in New York.
And why?
You don't have to live in New York, but you have to be in New York by a specific date, and stay here for at least 20 days, 21 days.
Okay, so
It's a 3-week process. It's a 3-week process
Yeah.
that you have to be here the entire time. So that's what you have to do. So yeah, you have to be here. There's no other way around it.
Now, can somebody without an agent walk New York Fashion Week? Are those castings ever posted on websites?
No, they're not. They're not. No castings for fashion shows are posted on websites. They are done internally. They are spoken to, sometimes they're only picking 2 or 3 models for a show. They already have the other 35 people that they used the season before. They may need a few fillers, say if some of the boys or girls that they want aren't available, or, maybe they've changed the dynamic of the line and these people don't fit anymore, so they're maybe looking for 4 or 5 people to fill. So they'll call agencies and cherry pick a half dozen models per agency to see, and that's done with a phone call. So there's no posting about it, because once you post, then you have the entire city, the entire country emailing you, who wants to go through that. So fashion shows do not post publicly about what they're looking for. It never happens. Marc Jacobs and Michael Kors and Diane von Furstenberg, et cetera, are not posting, hey, we need girls brunette 5'9" and over for a fashion show on September 10th. Like, that's insane, because first of all, the casting would be 10 to 12 to 15 days before the show on September 10th. Are you even here? No. So why would they post about it? They do it with local agencies in New York, so the agencies know who's coming to town. And even if for some reason the girl or the guy isn't in town, they will make them be in town the next day or something like that, especially if it's important. So it is very niche. It is very tight-knit how these models are chosen for shows. There is no public access to the requirements, to the desires of designers. Sometimes they want an all, bombshell season with a bunch of bombshell girls, or they want all black girls, or they want, a bunch of, long-haired skater guys, so there's so many weird iterations of shows and so many weird desires of these designers. There's no way they can make it public. It has to be done internally with the agencies, and that's how it's done. Now, there's spin-offs of these shows, which you can use the word Fashion Week. It is not copywritten. Anyone can use it. So there are companies that have used the word Fashion Week because it is such a powerful word, a powerful phrase, that they use it to lure you in. They say, oh, something Fashion Week, whatever word you want to put. Put pumpkin Fashion Week, and believe me, you'll get a bunch of people emailing you, wanting to be in it. So unless it comes from the fashion calendar, which is a certified bi-weekly kind of a newspaper that you order, that you have to pay for, that an agency has to pay for, unless it's in that paperwork, then it's not part of the Fashion Week. It is just something that somebody's doing on their own private time, rent a private space, and doing their own private thing. It is not part of Fashion Week if it's not in that calendar, if it's not in that pamphlet that's given out every 2 weeks. Now, what you don't know is that the reason why this pamphlet survives 52 weeks of the year and it comes out every 2 weeks is because New York isn't the only place where there's certified fashion shows. There's Sao Paulo, there's Madrid, there's Munich, London, Tokyo. There's
You have to be working with a
places,
real
Mexico
agency,
City.
yeah, to get submitted.
All of that stuff is in there. All of that stuff is in there. So, it generates weeks and weeks and weeks of work. And sometimes it's empty. Sometimes you get it and there's like nothing. There's like a bridal show and maybe and they put parties in there too. So they mix it. So they'll put in fashion shows, but they'll also put in events like a Saks Fifth Avenue event or a Burberry event or Marc Jacobs event or a Tiffany event. That's also part of the Fashion Week scenario. It's not a fashion show, but it's a big event. They want the celebrities there. They want the big models there. So they put it in there because when they see that, they're, oh, our top girls are in town this week. So send her to the Tiffany event as well. That's the purpose of putting them in there. So if it's not in that calendar, then it's not part of Fashion Week. It's just a fashion show that someone decided to put on.
If somebody walks a Fashion Week, that's not a real Fashion Week, just like a show where you see, people that probably shouldn't be at Fashion Week, because Fashion Week is very exclusive. It's not for your friends and family. You can't bring friends and family to Fashion Week. It's pretty much for buyers and for press and people of that type of magnitude that are going to help the brand excel, right? Because it's very costly to put on Fashion Week. If someone were to do a Fashion Week that wasn't part of the CFDA, like the approved high-level Fashion Week that we work on, could it ever ruin their image to the point where a casting director probably would not want to work with them?
It's like anything. Yes, if you did it once by mistake, obviously, life happens. But if you continually do it and post about it and brag about it, and that's becomes your life and you get so deep, deep, deep in it, and season after season after season, you're doing Rhode Island Fashion Week and Philly Fashion Week and Kansas City Fashion Week, and you're posting about it like a crazy person.
And
yes,
you're selling
by the
tickets on
time,
Ticketmaster, Eventbrite,
yeah,
hashtag fake.
by the time,
not real.
yes, and by the time you get to New York, if you have the potential to get to New York and they see that, then yes, you've already ruined your career because they think that you're, for lack of a better word, sorry, you're cheap. That's not high level.
Gullible,
That's very, very cheap. And you're not very smart either. So not only now you're cheap and not smart. So it's kind of like, who wants to deal with that? Because if you're that gullible that you fell for that season after season after season, then your intelligence level is subpar, and I don't have time to get you up to speed. So it's just a no-go. It takes a long time to deprogram someone, and I don't have that kind of time. So when I've met someone who's, season 4 into Kansas City Fashion Week and acting like they're a model, and acting like they're a successful model, and acting like they are experienced, or whatever word you want to come up with, I'm immediately turned off, because what you did was pretty much a fashion show in your living room. That to me is the equivalent. If your grandma and grandpa sat on the left and right, that's your fashion show. It is not real. It does not help you. It is not useful. Clients think it's funny and they laugh at you when you walk out the door. It does nothing for your career. And these companies are actually successful because they prey upon people's desire to get to New York.
I deal
with
those
prey
companies
upon
often. Yeah.
Yeah. They prey upon people's desires to get to Fashion Week, and they'll do anything to do it, anything, so they'll do it. And then, what they're not telling you is that doing this is actually hurting you, but you're here, so you might as well do it.
It's like some of the fake brand ambassador stuff and influencer stuff. You guys are buying crap on the internet. You're not a model, you're a consumer. Okay, Ryan, I'm putting you in the hot seat now. This is rapid fire questions. So I'm going to do questions and answers with you. I'm going to rapid fire questions because I know there's a lot of people on here that want to get into modeling. So these answers are going to have to be a little bit shorter, but you can expand on them if you feel like you need to. You guys ready for rapid fire questions? If you're ready, type game on and feel the heat, because then we're going to play Models Garage for like 10 minutes. But I got like maybe 15 minutes to do rapid fire questions. All right, Rye. So most people that come on my calls, because you know I've done a lot of open call presentations throughout the country, they all want to be a model. And they all have been told by their friends and family, if anybody ever asks for money, it's a scam. As an agent, are you covering upfront investments for anybody to fly to New York for castings? Are you covering upfront? Is any agency right now covering upfront for like?
No,
test
not anymore.
photos?
Not
Go
anymore.
ahead.
No, I mean they, you know, in the 80s and 90s and the early 2000s, yes, it was extremely common to fly dozens of people in for the summer, especially after high school was over. You know, in June, fly 24 girls in from all over the country, all over the world, fly them in, put them up, shoot them incessantly for weeks and weeks, and then get them prepped for July, you know, couture or Fashion Week of September, whatever their plan was, and spend 8, 10, 12 grand on per girl to get them prepped for future work. And out of those 24 girls, you know, 4 or 5 will hit and work, and the other 20 will do okay and or nothing. So yes, those were the days, and definitely they had abundance of money. Probably around 2008, 9, that started to trickle off. 2010, they started to trickle off, and agencies started, especially with the advent of the internet and I'm not internet, but advent of like social media, Facebook, MySpace, and after that, Instagram. Agencies started feeling the burn of ungrateful and entitled models who were doing things behind agencies' backs, doing photo shoots, doing this, doing that. So the agencies were kind of like, okay, why are we paying for all these things if this person is like running around like a chicken, shooting with every Tom, Dick, and Harry that writes them? So they kind of slowly trickled off paying for those things. And definitely a couple of years ago, and especially because of the pandemic, the money isn't coming in like it used to with the agencies. So there are no more flights. There are no more photo shoots for free. There are no more, you know, it doesn't happen to a select few people. Yes, if you get a direct booking with Dior or a major booking here in New York, obviously, yes, they will get you here, but it goes on your account and it is paid back. And so therefore, the number of flights of people coming in just to come are pretty much non-existent. Like if you want to come to New York for the summer and you're with Next or Ford or whatever, yeah, you can absolutely come. They'll make plans for it. You know, get your parents to get you the ticket and they'll help you. Of course, they're not going to let you sleep on the street, but they're not going to wine and dine you like they used to. Those days are over. You've got to, what is happening?
I'm going to share screens as you're talking, and I'm going to expand.
It is those days are over. They don't really do that anymore.
So like some of the bigger agencies, they have high fashion, and high fashion is what, Ryan? Can you go over like the age and the height and the measurements? Because so many people want to get signed to these top agencies, and I want to show you this. So these top agencies have a 99.9% rejection rate. So again, 99% rejection rate is 1 in 100. 99.9, like these top agencies like IMG, Wilhelmina, you're going to have to pay fees out of your paychecks, and it's called recoupment for like if you are that 0.1, just so you guys understand, 0.1. And all of this is going on an invoice. So kind of like Ryan, if Ryan signed a model to Wilhelmina or IMG back in the day when he used to work with these bigger agencies, not Colby Models because it's more boutique, they would possibly invest. But that whole notion, if somebody really wanted you, you should never pay for anything, that's 100% bullshit. Because an agent, if they expense anything, test shoots, comp cards, a portfolio book, licensing fees, in order to submit you digitally, all of that is coming off of your invoice when you book work. So a top agent like Ryan, true, he only makes commission when you book work. But Ryan, I mean, your models have to go through a lot in order for you to submit them, right? You have to put them up on a website that costs money.
Yeah.
Test shoots, photographers don't for free.
Yeah, I mean, to get jobs, I mean, you have to be on a website, you have to be promoted, you have to be talked about, you have to be pushed and submitted. And a lot of it's just man hours of just chatting and texting and calling and emailing, and it's exhausting. And then they have to shoot, and they have to shoot many times. If they're really, really, really strong, that's less shooting. You can shoot 1 or 2 times and things can get rolling. But if you still need work, you could shoot 5 times, 6 times, 8 times, 10 times. It just depends on your level of how the pictures are coming out. Sometimes they come out amazing right off the jump, and great, you're lucky. You don't have to test shoot so long. And then sometimes it could take 3 months before your pictures are coming out the way I want. And now I can introduce you to people, to clients. So it just depends, and everyone's different. Like I have Rhett in town now. He's been here for 9 weeks, 10 weeks. And, his book looks like he's been here for 2 years, because he's shooting 4 days a week, and he's shooting with the best of the best, and he knows how to model naturally, and his book looks like it. I didn't have to waste the first 3 shoots to get him moving. The first one, he killed it, because he had been wanting to be a model since he was 21. So he was practicing, not getting any chances. But now that he's got chances, he's taking advantage.
So guys, just so you understand, like real photographers, I always get people that think that photographers shouldn't get paid. If you're a top photographer, your cameras cost money. This is the service you provide. It's almost like a landscaper. They don't care if I sell my home and I get at value. They're providing a service. So real photographers have cameras, they have lenses, they also have backdrops and light kits. I mean, it's expensive to be a photographer. Just so you guys know, not to mention the rent. Actually, Ryan, that's a space that we've rented before in Soho. These spaces are very costly. So I want you guys to understand, if you're not that.
Yeah, Carter Smith just shot. It's funny. He came over to Mark's the other day, and he's a famous photographer, really famous photographer and film director. And he got into a discussion about cameras, and he said all of his camera equipment together that's in his supply closet. He has like a, kind of like a extra bedroom in his house that's like used as a camera storage space. He said it's $290,000 of camera equipment that he has under insurance, and he doubled that because of insurance to $500,000 in camera equipment, between lenses, bodies, moving cameras, etc., etc.
So like you couldn't submit somebody out with like shitty photos. Like they're going to need to get the better photos in order for you to submit them out to the magazines, to the brands. Like if somebody had photos done in the past, let's just say like Wanda Banks, who is part of our company. If she had photos done in the past, would you ever use those? Or are you requiring for your agency, like most other agencies, to have the photos done at a high level because obviously of the people that you're marketing them to?
It depends. It's very rare do I use someone's previous images. If they come from a really good market, like they came from London or LA or somewhere else, and yes, I'll use them. But if they came from Wichita, Kansas, then no, I'm not using them, because the chances of them being useful are very, very, very low. Have there been rare exceptions where someone knocks it out of the park that lives in a small town and they happen to capture a couple of usable images? Yes, of course. There's always anomalies in life, but it's very rare, very rare. Normally, I just toss them, or I'll look at them for a minute and just see what went wrong. Was it their fault or photographer's fault? Because sometimes it isn't the photographer's fault. Sometimes there are very nice, capable photographers in, small towns who actually are pretty good. But if the subject isn't good, there's nothing you can do about it. They don't have the access to fix you like Stephen Meisel does, or like a big photographer in New York. They don't have a team. They don't have a glam team. They don't have a stylist. They don't have, a lighting team. They don't have that. So they're doing their best.
Yeah. Like Stephen
Stephen
Meisel,
Meisel
what would
doesn't
he
do
charge?
test sheets.
Like
He
a
doesn't,
Stephen
he's never
Meisel.
done a test sheet in his life.
Okay.
If you hire Stephen Meisel to shoot Chanel, it's $500,000 per day.
Do you guys understand now why marketing materials are so important? So for anybody on here doing the trade for print, or I'm just going to go run out and get photos done in my local market, a real agent won't use those. Just so you guys understand, most talent I talk to, Ryan, they dress themselves, they do their own hair, they do their own makeup, and they go with a photographer based on their preferences. And then the worst part is they're putting them up on websites that real castings are never posted. So as an agent, like, and that's why we're going to do Model Garage in just a second. You can't self-diagnose, oh, I only want to do high fashion. And for those of you, you know, I get a lot of people hard up on money. I would feel more confident if you just paid for me and I'll pay you back. That's not an option. You have to be financially stable enough to cover all of your own marketing and transportation to and from castings. And when you get submitted out for work, the good news is your agent, yeah, they get commission, but everything that you covered, you were always going to pay, whether you paid upfront or out of the back end. Just so you guys understand. So there is no free in this business. It's called an investment.
There is no free. I'll tell you a story. I'll tell you a funny story. Years ago, IMG had a contest to find, I think it was in tandem with Teen Vogue. I can't remember because I didn't work in a women's division, but they had a contest to find a new girl, a new it girl. And so this girl won. She was from Long Island, so she was kind of local, but she still lived in the model apartment. So it was like a summer program. She won a contract with IMG. That was the prize, is to win a contract. So she won the contract and she comes into the city and she's there for 2 months and she's shooting and she's doing whatever she's doing. I never saw her really, but I had the bizarre privilege of seeing her the day her trip was over and her dad came to get her. And the dad comes in and she had done a couple jobs in that summer, like a couple, you know, e-com or catalog jobs. I don't know what she did, but the dad comes to get her. He's got, you know, she's got her suitcases, blah, blah, blah. And he's thinking she's getting a check for what she did all summer. And I happened to be standing there. I don't know what I was doing there, but I happened to be standing there. And they came out with a stapled bill and handed it to her. And was like, this is what you owe and this is what you made. And it doesn't even match. It doesn't even match. Like, you still owe us money, but you did okay. You made some money, so that's good. And you can return next summer or you can return during breaks or whatever you feel like doing, but no, you're not getting any money. You won a contract to IMG, you got it, and that's it. You get no money because you didn't make enough. You were only here for 2 months, but the model apartment is $2,500 a month. The test shoots that you did were, I don't know, $450, $550 each. The, you know, taxis we gave you money for were XYZ dollars. You add all that up, yeah, maybe you made $2,000.
Going up on the website costs money. Yeah, portfolio book.
Yeah, especially back then. Yeah, especially back then because they had CDS or whatever. So I don't know how much the website was, but it was, you know, not free. And so all of that added up, and so her $2,000 or $3,000 that she made from gigs probably covered 50% of it, maybe even less. So he was kind of perplexed, and I happened to overhear some of the conversation, and the accountant was explaining to him, like, this is how it works. And he got it together and he realized, you know, this is what happens, but he was definitely stunned at first. People think that we're just going to take care of you, and when you make money, we're going to throw it at you and be like, oh my God, you did a job. No, whatever we do for you, you have to pay for that. And when we get money for you, it is deducted immediately. So if you made more than what we did for you, great, then yes, you'll get some money. But if you didn't, then you get nothing. I have a boy who did Sex and the City Part 2, and he did all those fashion show scenes, and he owed money. And so guess how much his check was? It was $20 for like 5 days of shooting. That's all he was owed. Meanwhile, the other boys that did Sex and the City didn't owe me any money. I didn't do anything for them. They just started working. So I didn't have any real expenses for them. So they got some money from the shoot, but he didn't because he was sitting up in the model apartment and doing other things that I was fronting. And so when the check came, I took everything out. He had $20 left.
So for anybody on here, again. and
He was unhappy. He was unhappy, but I don't care.
Well, it's a business, you know, it's like Shark Tank. You know what? Mark Cuban's not giving you free money because you're broke, poor, skeptical, or in some of our talents case, well, I would feel more comfortable with you covering my expenses and then take it is not an option to you unless you're that 0.1%. No one is ever going to cover up front. You're going to have to be able to cover those on your own. If you understand that, type the word investment. I see Wanda Banks is the only one here that followed my directions. It's an investment. You want to drive for Uber and make sick money. You need a car, you need insurance, you need gas, money for tolls, a cell phone. In order to make money, you're going to need certain things. So Brian, so many talent come to me. They want to get into the industry. And I hear all the time, I'm not tall enough, or I'm not young enough, or I'm not thin enough. So we're going to call on some talent now for Model Garage. It's going to be a lot of fun for those of you guys that get picked. But remember, thick skin. What you want is not what the industry tells you you qualify for. So the first person I'm going to call is Piomi. Hello, Piomi. I'm going to ask her to unmute, add spotlight. So Piomi, this is what I want you to do for anybody who gets called on: your name, your age, and in your situation, your height. Okay. And then Ryan Colby is going to tell you what he envisions for you. Okay. Okay, Piomi, go ahead.
Wait, my name.
Your name, your age, your height.
My name's Piomi Garcia.
Piomi, sorry, Piomi. Okay.
It's okay. I'm 14 years old and 5'10" or 5'11".
What?
And
Yeah, she's new to our company. So she's 5'10", 5'11", 14. 14.
Are you positive you're 5'10"?
yeah.
Or do you think you're 5'10"?
No, her mother's right next to her. She's 5'10".
Okay.
Hi, Mom.
Okay, that doesn't mean anything. I'm asking. Okay,
And
so
she's also an exotic mix. Go ahead. You're Native American.
yeah, no, I see that.
Right?
I see that. No, you have a great look. I mean, you could work all day. I mean, with that height, you could work all day long. I mean, you're a little young for New York. You need another year and a half before they would accept you. There's new laws now that didn't exist when I started, but now there's laws about what girls, especially the girls, on what girls can do and not do before 16. So that sucks, but it is what it is. But you have a great look. I mean, you have a very interesting look because you look like 10 different races, and that's a good thing. And you have nice skin, nice hair. The haircut's cute. It's very modern. It's kind of unkept. Like they like the girls to look like they don't care, and that's a good thing. You have good teeth. So yeah, you have great potential. If you take this seriously, you could be working all the time. I mean, you just have to be, and to work. I mean, you work now doing stuff like, you know, e-com. There's plenty of young teenager e-com. You can work tomorrow, but as far as fashion shows, you'd have to wait maybe a year and a half. They have made rare exceptions for 15-year-olds if you get permission from the parents and stuff like that. And then you have to, you know, it's a whole process to let you do shows before 16. But at that height and with the look you have, designers will be all over you. So.
Thank you.
So when you say e-com for the newbies on here, what does e-com mean?
E-com is when you go online to buy a pair of shoes or pants or a sweater, and you go on Amazon or you go on any department store website and you have something shipped to you. That's called e-commerce. It's electric commerce, meaning you're paying with a credit card online. You're not paying with cash, or you're not physically going into the store. It's called e-com.
As far as market for her, New York, LA, market for her?
No, New York. She's a little too skinny and young for LA. And too tall, actually. LA, they like the girls to be 5'7", 5'8", 5'9". They don't really like them to be too tall. New York prefers them to be taller. And of course, Europe. I mean, you would kill in Paris, Milan, London, Tokyo, because you do have, I mean, like I said, you look like 10 races. And one of them is kind of a little Asian, Polynesian, some sort of situation like that. And the Asian market would be all over you. Yeah.
So because she's under, I mean, she's 14, but she technically is like high fashion, that 5'9", 5'10", dress size 0. I mean, she's that 0.1. So to be age appropriate, how would you dress her for a photo shoot for submittal purposes?
Oh, I
You
would
don't wanna
keep
go
her
too
young. I would
sexy
keep her.
because she's
I would
14.
keep her in jeans. I would keep her in jeans and t-shirts. Someone like her, you don't need to do anything. Like all you need to do is put a cute little outfit on her, jeans, t-shirts, a jean skirt. That's it. That's it. That's all I would do. I wouldn't do anything special. It would be really simple. An oversized sweater, make it cute. I'd put her in, you know, anything these girls are wearing now. I put her in streetwear. I keep it urban and fun and young, and she'd be good to go. She's the type of girl that needs one photo shoot and that's it, and then she can go off and running.
And where do you live now?
Oh, when you live there. Oh, sorry. Wait, I live in Porterville, California.
Okay.
But right now I'm in Idaho.
Where is that in relation? Where is that in relation to Los Angeles?
I'm about 3 hours. About 3 hours away.
Okay. I mean, there's photographers in LA that can handle this. I mean, I wouldn't start you there or keep you there, but there's nothing wrong with shooting there because there's amazing, capable photographers in LA and San Diego. There's a couple really good ones in San Diego too. But I would never keep you there because you would never work. You would never really do anything. I mean, maybe an occasional job here and there, but your work would be here. New York would be the place that would embrace you.
Yeah. So I want to make sure you guys heard that. He said LA wouldn't book you. So many people run out and they
No,
move to
you
LA
can
or
shoot
move
there.
to
You
New
can
York.
you can get shot there. You can start there, like meaning I would, you know, because of your location, I wouldn't bring you here to test shoot because that's expensive and stupid. I would have you shoot in LA, but eventually once clients started biting, yes, now you need to come here.
Okay. All right. And Bria, are you all trying to make people famous? Did you just get on a call? You have no idea what we do. Okay.
What's happening?
This is again another reason why legitimate casting directors don't hire off
What's
a
happening?
website. Okay. All right. Well, you're really cute. You know that. And obviously, I'm sure you have a lot of friends that have aspired to get into modeling, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They're not as tall as you are. Right?
No.
They don't look like you. Okay. All right. So
yeah, no, I mean,
yeah.
you're great. You can work a lot. I mean, you just need another, you know, I mean, if you were 16, I'd be like, Allie, we need to take a call.
But she is good for e-com and
you're a little
catalog.
too
And,
young.
yeah. For right now, she can do the stuff
Yeah.
that she can do.
For right
Yeah.
now, you can do print. You can do anything in print at any age. It doesn't matter if you're 2 or 100. You can do anything in print, but when it comes to runway, they have these new rules. So,
All right. Did that help you at all?
which I actually don't like. I don't like these rules. I'm not into it.
Well, I think they're doing it to protect the minors. I mean, 16, I mean, high fashion runway, not everybody's you. Okay. Okay. All right. So I'm going to log you off. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Who are we going to call on next? Hold on. Let's see. Going through, you got to have your cameras on, cameras on, cameras on. Let's see, cameras on. All right, so we're gonna go to, let's go to Crystal Boykin. All right, add spotlight. Ask to unmute. All right, so not everybody's obviously high fashion. So Crystal, hi Crystal. So Ryan,
Hello.
go ahead and introduce yourself real quick.
Hello.
No, I'm not in the mountain, but I'm 51 years old. I'm 5'4", and probably 130 pounds. So that's.
I didn't hear one word of that. I'm
She's
sorry.
five-
Someone
she's
was
50.
messaging me on Messenger and it ruined the audio.
You're cutting out a bit, right? So she's 50, she's 5'4" and 130 pounds. And where are you located? What city?
South Carolina.
South
I'm in
Carolina.
South Carolina.
Okay.
Hmm.
So what would you do with Kristen?
Okay, 50. Well, she's lifestyle, so I would keep her kind of like I would kind of keep her within her wheelhouse based upon her demeanor. I would probably have her like just kind of a rich white woman look. You know, I would put her in a suit. I would try and, you know, make sure her hair was nice and blonde and even, keep it, you know, really neat and nice, and just make her really lifestyle for, you know, suiting. She looks thin, so I would keep her in suiting, stuff that showed that she could wear a fitted dress, stuff like that. You know, nice blouses, nice pants, nice medium-sized heels, so she looked like she was running a company, or, you know, a dead husband gave her money, something like that. So, you know, that kind of look.
And which market for her, since she's in South
We
Carolina?
all have a good dead rich. South Carolina, Atlanta. I mean, Atlanta. There are actually 2 really cute agencies in South Carolina, and I'm not quite sure how they got so cute. They really are really nice, and a lot of the New York City agencies go to them to cherry pick, you know, people for New York, because they really do a lot of scouting at, you know, high schools and cheerleading camps and whatever, and they're really actually good. So I would investigate them. I'm not quite sure if they have lifestyle divisions. I'd have to check, but they probably do if they're smart. So that could be an option, because if they do have a lifestyle division, then you would fit that. That's what you are. So I would start there. But Atlanta is probably the closest city to you that would be beneficial.
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
So yeah, that's what I would do. Atlanta has a lot of lifestyle. It's very urban, but they still have plenty of stuff for you know, Caucasians. Plenty. There's still plenty left. You guys still have a lot of stuff you could do. So yeah, so Atlanta. You're still in the game.
You're still in the game. That's good to know. And you said, like, for her to wear like suits in a photo shoot, like a powerful like woman type.
Yeah, suits. I would go with suits. I would go with some navies, some blacks. Yeah, dark reds. Yeah, pantsuits. It depends on her proportions. I'd have to see her standing, but I would probably do pantsuit. Pantsuits always work on kind of any shape, whether you're 5'4" or 5'9", whether you're a size 3 or 4 or a size 18. Pantsuits really work on a lot of different bodies. So I would start there because it's easiest. And sometimes when you're starting, you want to go the easiest route. Don't complicate things trying to, you know, do other things. Just keep it simple. And pantsuits really work on a lot of people.
Okay, so you got like the special formula now. I mean, obviously we just have to put it to work. Okay, Ryan, so we're going to come back with you. You and I are going to go over overcoming your fear of rejection. And maybe we'll do a little bit more Models Garage. And because you know, I get a lot of people that want to do high fashion runway, and God forbid, it's almost like I killed their puppy. Like, it's not in the card. So sometimes like hearing these types of things, you know, I want you to keep it real with people and say, this is what you qualify for. This is how I envision. Also, we're going to go over acting. What kind of roles can you play? So you definitely want to stay tuned for that. That's going to be in a bit, but we have some, I mean, the day is just kind of starting. So I need everybody to type I'm all in, because kind of like, I mean, here we are, we're talking about Fashion Week, you know, getting a chance to go on set, getting a chance to work with people of this type of magnitude. If you leave early from today's call, I wish you a fond farewell. Don't let the door hit you on the way out, because you're not meant to work in show business. If you're here, you're serious. Okay. So this is a test. It's
Mhm.
can you handle this? So I know life gets important, but you signed up for a call to get into modeling and acting. And here is an agent. We have a top Hollywood agent coming on in just a bit. And then we're going to come back and, you know, again, your cameras have to be on in order to do Models Garage. But we've got a lot more to cover. So thank you, Ryan. Great segment. Thank you, Crystal.
Mhm.
See you again. Okay. So
Very
Ryan,
good.
I'll talk to you in a bit. Was this segment helpful for anybody? If it was, scale 1 to 10, how helpful was it? I mean, again, Ryan, there's a lot of people that this is my job is to kind of pre-screen and to vet before I kind of, you know, develop talent and, you know, hand them over to top agents. But a lot of people think that, oh, well, I just want to get bookings and I'll pay you back out of my bookings. And that's not really how the business works. And for anybody here that
Mhm.
really wants to do Fashion Week, you're going to start submitting for Fashion Week. And I know the 2 months for Fashion Week, Ryan, are July,
In America, in
America.
September and February.
oh, September and February.
September and February.
Yep.
Like Milan Men's Week is going on starting tomorrow,
Right,
but that's a different
exactly.
country. So.
Right. So understand this, if you're really trying to get into the industry and, you know, we see a lot of people in Indiana that want to book.
My LA boy is calling me.
All right, so you deal with the fashion emergency. I'm gonna take you off. I'll see you in a bit. All right,
Okay.
so I hope that was helpful.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye,
But
Mr.
for
Cole,
anybody
we'll
here
see you
that's really
shortly.
trying to get into show business, we hear it a lot that like, oh, somebody wants me to walk Fashion Week. Oh, that's sweet. Did you find that on a website, which is usually it's like poker. We just called your bluff. It's not real. And if anything, it will really hinder you getting into this industry because real brands don't want to be affiliated with that. So there's definitely a mathematical equation involved in getting into this industry. It's not meant for everybody, but for anybody here that really wants to talk about, you know, booking catalog work and e-com and, you know, there's so much versatility in this industry and real brands want real people. Anybody here a real person that wants to book real work? Because you can't work with major brands without an agent. It's impossible. It will never, ever, ever happen. They always have to go through an agency. All right. So we're gonna we've got a lot to go over still. Hi,
That
Denise.
segment was great. Thank you so much, Alicia, for putting Ryan Colby on the hot seat. It's always good to see him on the hot seat. And Model Garage, how many of you got so much value out of Model Garage? It was awesome, right? Everyone's like, book me, book me. Awesome. Cool. All right. Well, Alicia, that was awesome. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. My job is obviously to go over misconceptions about the industry. A lot of times, like you hear, people get advice from friends and family, get a top agent on. So let's pick his brain. And, you know, I'm rapid fire. So when the questions aren't coming out as fast as I want, I'm like, next, because we have such short time. And I want to make sure everybody here gets tremendous value. So
awesome. Well, thank you so much. Speaking of tremendous value, we have Ryan Colby, like Alicia said, we have Ryan Colby coming back. He and Alicia are going to talk about overcoming the fear of rejection. And then he's going to be coming back at the end of the day as well to talk to you about how to prepare for your first photo shoot. And even if you've already done a photo shoot, how would you like to up-level your next photo shoot? Get even more success at your next photo shoot. So we're going to have Ryan Colby doing that. We have a huge agent from LA coming on. She represents talent all over the country. Alicia's going to put her on the hot seat. So guys, like Alicia said, we have so much more to go over. But right now, we've talked about modeling. We've talked a lot about modeling today. So how many of you would like to put on your acting caps? Do you think that might be cool? So what we're going to do now is I'm going to bring Michael Pumpkin back on, and he's going to talk to you about a big event that we have coming up. And then he's also going to talk to you about he's going to give you the recipe, the framework for success as an actor. So are you guys ready for that? If you are ready, let me see your excited faces. I know let me see how excited you are. What did I tell you at the beginning? I want to make sure you guys bring tremendous energy to every speaker that we have. All right. So without further ado, everyone give it up for the one and the only Mr. Michael Pumpkin.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? You guys can all hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, let me share my screen. Let's see. Let's do this first. Okay, everybody can see my screen? All right, so I'm going to go through a lot about acting, but I'm just going to talk a little bit about our next event really quick. Just to kind of, I know a lot of people are always curious and so forth. That stuff with Ryan's really always fascinates me too, to see how his mind works and really to see, you know, because I always like, as people are coming on board, I always like to start thinking like, where would I place them? Where would see them in the industry? And it's always fun to see, you know, if Ryan's idea matches or it's a little bit different than mine or opens up to something that I might not have missed or so forth. So it's definitely a great exercise. And I think it's really super helpful. And I guess, again, it's just stresses when you surround yourself with the people who have been doing this for 10, 20, 30, 40 years, you know, you're going to get really like the best advice. And it makes such a world of difference in saving time, you know, because again, time's your most valuable resource. And, you know, again, people who are successful, they're always about saving time to get the results that they're looking for. And obviously for this whole weekend, it's all about momentum and the 4 pillars of success. It's all about finding your why. Once you know your why, you'll find your way. And it's so important too, because so many times when people wake up in the morning and you just don't feel like doing anything, it means you don't have a strong enough why. Because when you have a strong enough why, you get up and you're ready to seize the day. You're ready to overcome those obstacles and so forth. And we always do lots of cool events. You know, we just had one of the most amazing events ever in Orlando just a few weeks ago. And, you know, for the past few years, we've done events, you know, all over the country and so forth. We have a huge event that's completely booked out in Miami in just in I think 4 or 5 weeks, which is going to be really exciting. One of my favorite cities. But I'm going to talk to you a little bit about an opportunity that's going to be available for everybody here. And I'm going to go through all of that. And then we're going to talk a lot about acting too. So I want to keep the show on the road and let's keep going. Okay. We always talk about, like, you know, again, some of our favorite quotes, and we love working with Tony Robbins, and we're going to be doing some really great partnerships with Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank and Les Brown and Ted McGrath and so many cool people. It's really going to be such an amazing journey, not only for our talent, but for us as a company, for the individuals that work with the company, you know, because now we really get to take things at the highest possible level. And it always amazes me to be able to realize, you know, when you put in the hard work and dedication to see what can come out on the other side when it's all about giving, you know. And like I stated earlier, people who succeed at the highest level, they're not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else. And you always have to remember that. It's always, you know, if you're not getting what you want in life, you know, you really need to, you know, change your story. You need to ask better questions, because the path to success is to take massive determined action. And, you know, I can't tell you, you know, the meaning of that means that when you have a decision, it's in the moment of decisions is when your life changes, right? Think about it, every time something beautiful happened in your life was because of a decision you made. And even if something you made a wrong decision, it still had an impact on your life. And eventually you corrected that decision. Maybe you were in the wrong relationship. Maybe you moved into the wrong neighborhood. Maybe you got the wrong job, but you still took action. And it's, you know, people always dream about this. But it's the people who take action, or the people whose lives go on the path of success. And the only thing that keeps you from getting what you want out of life is the story you keep telling yourself. You know, you see over the course of the weekend here, for a lot of you, you're making the realizations that you can do this, that this is something you really want to do, and that it's no longer a dream, but it's possible. But the only difference that's going to separate it from continuously being a dream to actually doing it is to take action. You know, you'll have an opportunity later on today to work with us exclusively, to be able to work with Ryan, myself, Alicia, with some of the most incredible people on this planet that are here for your success. But it's going to be only the people who take action are the people whose lives are going to change. You know, there's 2 types of people that attend these: people who are just kind of floating through life, and people who really want to make this happen. And the people we want to work with are the people who really want to make this happen. Find your tribe, love them hard. You know, yesterday you guys got to go through an opportunity to go through a transformation. You know, we call ourselves the Fearless Rebels. A lot of people have our mantra on their phones and on their screensavers and so forth. And we have T-shirts and all that because we want that community, right? There's nothing so exciting to be able to work with people who are following the same passions, the same dreams as you are, that you can have those discussions, you can ask those questions, you're able to put yourself out there and be vulnerable, because the people that you have, you know, they have their back. So if you find your tribe, whether it's here at VIP Ignite and the Fearless Rebels or someplace else, make sure that you don't let them go. Love them hard, because, you know, again, time is your most valuable resource, and you want to choose to be surrounded yourself with the best people with your best interests. Obviously, we consider ourselves a family here, as you guys see. You know, when you hear our talent talking, it's all about family. We do a lot of incredible things for our talent. We have our inner circle, which we had some really cool experiences recently in Orlando. We have some really cool experiences coming up for them in Miami and all our other places that we'll be doing, and special calls and special trainings. They'll always get like advanced notice of things, and it's really cool to be able to have a select group of individuals that we can work with at the highest level. Some of our biggest success stories are part of our inner circle, and we do some really cool things, from going backstage at Warner Brothers to seeing Broadway shows to being able to work with some of the highest level people in very intimate settings. So, unlike other companies where there's hundreds and thousands of people, we like to keep it very small, less than 50 people, because we want to be able to really have that intimacy. We want everyone's questions asked, and we want people to take notice of the people we work with. And that's really one of the key factors in our success. So our next big event that's going to be available, and this is going to be extremely limited, is going to be New York City. This is going to be in the fall. Okay. Just to kind of give you a background, we've been doing this for 17 years. And New York City is where we began. Some of our most powerful connections are in New York City. So for those of you who have the opportunity to come to New York City, we do experiences all throughout the country, throughout the year. But then there are two huge events that we do, one in LA and one in New York. And you guys are lucky here today because the opportunity is going to be at that event in New York City. So there's a whole process to be able to, you just can't show up. There's a whole process that you'll go through. I will go over that with you guys later, but for those who have the chance to come to New York City, you have the opportunity to sit down with 35 of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. People can snap their fingers and change your life in 30 seconds or less. And if you've never been to New York City, there's nothing else like it anywhere in the world. Like New York City is where I grew up. I spent most of my life there. I've been all over the world, but there's nothing to me that brings me back to being grounded than being in New York City. It's the heart of the entertainment industry. It's the heart of the fashion industry, TV, film. There's Atlanta and Hollywood. There's all these other places, but New York's where it's at. New York is where you can build a fortune, you can build a career, and now with the power of the internet and Zoom and social media, having a foundation in New York and being able to expand, to your local market is such a great opportunity. And we literally will provide you step-by-step guidance on how to create a career. And being in New York City is going to be something spectacular. New York is almost filled, but we're going to open it up just for a few spots. So I will go over that with you guys. But in the meantime, let's talk a little bit about getting your photos done. At all our experiences, including in New York, we will always do a photo shoot. Ryan Colby is always the art director and stylist, so he'll oversee the photo shoot. So we always get the most amazing studios. We always get the most amazing locations. New York obviously is designed for this 100%. So it's something where we always go out and do the best. Whenever you're working with us, it's not like you just show up for a photo shoot. There's a lot of preparation that goes into it. We will spend hours upon hours, call after call, Zoom call after Zoom call. We micromanage everything from what you're wearing to the clothing to the styling. It's a lot of work, but it's worth it. So many places you just show up, you get your photos done, boom, you're done. Here, there's a lot of time that goes into that, a lot of love, and I think it really it shows in the quality of our success, because the photos are what makes the difference. The photos is going to be the most powerful thing for an actor, for a model, to get your foot in the door, to get that casting director to say, "Hey, I want to see this person." So again, we know what we're doing. Our photo shoots are designed to get you booked, to get you at a higher level, to get you signed to some of the best agencies in the world. Okay. Here's some examples, some great shots, right? Nice colorization, nice lighting. The photos always, if this is something you're trying to do on your own and you're struggling, make sure you pay attention to this presentation, because this will help you picking out your right photographer. When we get photographers, we always get celebrity photographers, not only because they're going to be the best, but also because of their patience of working with new talent. So really holding their hand through the entire process. And at the end of the day, it's all about versatility. So the photos you want to get, this is a part of your professional resume. So these photos aren't designed for your mom, your grandmother. Of course, you can have them framed and use them as gifts for Christmas and so forth, Mother's Day and things. But these are designed to get you bookings. These are designed to get you work. These are like the industry standard, is what we do at the highest possible level. And we've proven it for 17 plus years that even if somebody's brand new, we take them from ordinary to extraordinary, in 6 months or less. So again, age doesn't matter, right? You saw what Ryan was talking about. Age doesn't matter. It's finding your potential and then highlighting that potential. We talked about this yesterday when we were talking about the lady from the Geico ads, right? Leaning into who the character you can be. So, you know, the industry is so great because it's all about what makes you unique, right? The different types of characters, the different types of roles. You know, I really want you to start paying attention when you're watching TV, you're watching shows, you're looking at ads, you're looking at billboards and magazines. Start looking past the products and start really noticing the people that are in there. And all of a sudden you'll start seeing it's like the Wizard of Oz. It goes from black and white to color, you know, instantaneously because you see how much potential there is out there. Again, here's some great examples, some of our talent and past shoots. Again, it's all about deciding. Each person's treated as an individual to make sure that we're getting the most impact, the best types of photos, working with them, styling them, getting the right looks, the right lighting, just a slight poses. You know, for those talent that have been on shoots before, you see the kind of dedication that we make sure that we're there. You know, we're literally working from the moment the sun rises to the moment the sun sets. Yes, do we have fun? And is there cool things to do? Absolutely. But we always believe on these shoots and these experiences, it's 80% fun. I mean, 80% work and 20% fun. Okay. So again, here's some great examples of some different talent. Again, showing versatility, different looks, different styles, making sure that we're leaning in towards what's going to make them the strongest possible potential to get them the most work, right? So versatility is getting them the most work, the most opportunities across the board. Okay. So again, we've been doing this for 17 years. All our shoots are designed around really cool experiences, whether it's stunt training and certifications or doing a runway show or being able to have the chance to perform live on stage, doing a comedy routine is something special we're going to be doing in New York City. So for those of you who are like, oh my God, I've never been speaking from stage and you want me to do a whole comedy routine? Yeah, because you're gonna walk into that fear. You're gonna overcome those obstacles. So we have some really cool stuff I'll be talking to you about later. But I want you to know that each and every event we do, we always outdo ourselves. We always make each an event an experience that outdoes the last event that we've done. So again, we always get the best photographers, the best makeup artists, right? We handle all different types of ethnicities and ages. Everything's pre-planned around the talent that are going to be there. So it's all customized. Ryan Colby himself spends hours going through each and every person's photo, studying their Instagram, studying what they can do. He takes extremely detailed notes. For those of you who follow him, he's always got a notebook just filled with notes. He takes this very seriously. Like, you know, you're getting the opportunity to work with somebody hands-on who's been doing this for 40 plus years and knows every single powerful person in the industry. So it's a really great experience. And it's something where the people we get, you wouldn't be able to get these people on your own. These are not like people that you can find on Craigslist or online. These are people that have agents and managers at the highest possible level. And we always want people who've shot for like multiple covers of Vogue, people who've shot for multiple magazines, people who've worked with celebrities, because that becomes a part of your resume. Now your resume is you worked with this person. And as you start sharing this on social media and tagging the people you worked with, now their entire client base is seeing it. And I'll kind of just make this simple. Just think about it this way. Imagine you are a musician, right? You're an upcoming musician. You had a great song, but no one's never heard it. And you're trying and you're trying, you're putting it out everywhere. You're doing everything you can, but no one, your music's just not taking off. But somehow Lady Gaga now decides to repost your song and tells everybody to check it out. How much would your career change? How much would your life change just from one post from a Lady Gaga? Right? Think about Oprah Winfrey, right? When you go on her show and all of a sudden now she promotes your book, she promotes your product, changes the whole spectrum. That's the type of level we want to bring the talent with that'll be in New York City. Okay, because at the end of the day, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Casting directors see thousands of photos every day. They have the ability to know who can book a job or not just by looking at their portfolio. So if you want to stand out from the thousands of freelance models that are discarded every day, you must make sure that your photos are of excellent quality and they grab the attention of the casting director or client. And I can't tell you, so many people, just Ali the other day sent me an email with somebody from Hollywood who's been doing this for 17 years, struggling. He's not in the union. He's not booking work. And he has so much passion and potential, but he's just using like snapshots from his phone, and he just couldn't understand why no one's taking him seriously. So it's so important to have not only the right photos, but the recommendation of the agency, right? It's like, think about like when a Ryan Colby recommends you to a client, that client's going to see you. Okay, there's no doubt the client's not gonna say, well, I never heard of this person. Ryan says, hey, you know, it's like for the talent that we work with in truth management, one of the most powerful things that we give them is just the opportunity to be represented by us, because now if they're submitting something in their local market, they have agency representation. When you're a client, you have a choice between somebody who has agency representation and somebody who doesn't. You're always going to go with agency representation because you know they're serious, right? It's like you wouldn't work with a doctor who's unlicensed. So think about having an agency representation as having that driver's license, having that pilot license, that helicopter license. It makes you stand out. It's like when you're an author, you wrote a book, people, wow, right? Having the right photos, working with celebrity photographers, you know, associating and you're getting training from known people in the industry. That's what sets you apart. And that's why we're able to really cut people through the system so quickly and get them to success so much faster, because we've been doing this for 17 years. So again, it's about having the right photos, the right lighting, the right look. Again, here's some great examples, some great headshots, right? These are the kind of shots that show versatility, the right lighting. You can see these are professional, right? Because at the end of the day, it's all about grabbing the casting director's attention. It's focusing on one thing and one thing only and being the best at that. Okay, so again, each person is going to be treated differently. Some people are going to be geared towards lifestyle. Some people are going to be geared towards editorial, commercial, print. It's making the decisions to know where your strongest points are going to be and highlighting those, because that's what's going to get you out there. And that's what's going to take this from being a dream to being a reality to becoming a full-time career. Okay, so again, having the right shots, the right lighting. Okay, here's some more great examples, right? Professionally done. This is the kind of quality you're looking for. This is what casting directors expect to see at the highest possible level. And when you can do this at this level and you're in a smaller market, and we show you how to start booking student films, how to book local commercial work, how to work with local advertising agencies. We kind of hinted about this a little bit yesterday during the ChatGPT, how to write the correct emails, how to really grab somebody's attention. You literally will be the big fish in a small market. You will dominate any market in the United States. I literally spend a day with you and you allow me to give you the right tools and the right training. I will show you literally how you can book work out 30 days out of 30 days, even in the smallest market in the United States, because location doesn't matter anymore. Okay, it's all about what makes you unique. It's all about having the right tools, the right process, and knowing how to follow up and showing these people you're the person who deserves to be on set. You're the person who deserves to do this. You guys are here. The reason we do these events for 2 days over 16 hours is because we want people, the right people, to be able to work with. Okay, here's a great example of something that doesn't work. Okay, so this is somebody who paid a lot of money for photos, and you can see right away, like, your eye was probably drawn, you know, my eye was drawn to the stripes, and then my eye was drawn to the yellow. And then I kind of looked up and I was staring at her glasses. I didn't get to see her, right? Because you got to realize when these guys are going through photos, they're scanning them. They're like scanning hundreds of photos. So yours is the one that has to stand out. Okay. Something like this, it's just, it's her hair is not done right. It's all frizzy. It's just, you know, it's just the competition next to her, to the left and to the right and above and below, is going to get the booking, not her. Okay. And she has potential, but these photos just weren't done right. Okay. Here's another example, right? You guys were probably drawn to the necklaces, probably to the colors, but not to her immediately, right? This is something where somebody spent a lot of money on these. You can see even the photographer, you know, they was still advertising on her photo. You know, like even for a realtor, like, you know, because she probably got this from maybe being a realtor or something, you know, but she wanted to use these for TV and film, and they're just not right. Okay, they look very dated. They look very old. It's just, you know, and she's a beautiful girl, right? She definitely has potential, but again, the earrings were wrong. The hair wasn't done correctly. You know, it's just not the right. It's not going to get her the work that she deserves to get. Okay, great. Here's another one. Wrong photo, right? Great looking kid, potential for Disney and so forth, but again, you know, the glasses were done wrong. The hat was done wrong. The stripes, again, these are people who spent a lot of money on photos and they're just not done the right way. Okay, here's another example, right? Attractive middle-aged woman. She should be able to book a lot of work, but again, these were done wrong. Her hair was done completely wrong. The lighting is not good. It's overexposed. Whoever did the styling did it wrong. The picture on the right, all the way on the right, the lumberjack one, I kind of like that. Not for a headshot. I do like that for like kind of like a commercial thing, because I think that could have been a really strong photo. It's not bad. I definitely would not made that photo #1, but like maybe a part of a portfolio, like photo 5 or 6, I think could have had some potential. But again, she paid money for this. Every photo should have been right. She should have had 3 great photos instead of 1 okay photo. And you know, what part of the thing is when we do these shoots, you're getting multiple looks, you're getting multiple styles. So there's a whole book that's put together. Like we have a portfolio book, and either myself or Ryan literally take the photos and place them as a story. It's the coolest thing in the world. Like it's so cool when you, because we'll let you kind of put your photos together, and then Ryan will kind of redo them, and he tells you the story as he's doing it and the reason why he's putting this photo first and second and third. And all of a sudden you're just like, boom. It's like this part of your mind that's like an art director just like lights up. It's the coolest thing in the world. I can't describe it, but it's just, oh my God, I get so excited just thinking about it. But again, here's some of the right photos. This is what you're looking for, you know, and this is the kind of level quality even better to elevate and to get you even more successful than you already are, is what we do. So again, everything, we handle everything as far as the shoots are concerned, everything from the styling to the prep to the photographer. All you have to do is show up. Okay, and we go through a whole process of everything you need to bring and do all that fun stuff. And like I said, Ryan Colby himself works on this personally. As you see, you know, I'll be honest with you, Ryan's a beast. Like he works all day, all night. He's up at like 4 in the morning working with Asia and so forth. But with these shoots, you know, for those of you that have been before, you know the amount of hours he puts into it, and he takes it very seriously, you know. And he's nice and he's sweet, but he can be a bear too. But he's being a bear because he wants to get things done right. This is his training. This is his background. This is what he's dedicated his life to. So it's a really great experience to be able to work with somebody like that, plus all the other people. There's a whole entire experience that's tied with it. I'll get more about that later on, especially for New York, how that's all going to work. But again, it's having the right photos done the right way is what's going to set all the difference. So our next big event that'll be available is going to be October this year in New York City. Anybody who gets accepted to be a part of it, we'll give you the exact dates and everything. There's a whole process for it. I'll go over that later, but I just wanted to share that with you guys so you have something to look forward to. Again, this is going to be extremely limited because our inner circle, a lot of our talent, they're already all set for New York. That's like the big event of this year. New York will not be again until the end of next year. So if you miss New York this year, you're literally waiting a year. And as you know, time is your most valuable resource. So you want to be able to, if the opportunity is there for you, take massive action and make that there for you. All right. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a moment. I'm going to turn this back over to Deneen for a minute, and then I'm going to go through a little bit about acting. Sound good? All right, guys, just give me 1 minute while I get my screen and everything ready.
I think it sounds amazing. Who's excited to go to New York City? And how many of you now are going to look at your photos a lot differently than you did a couple minutes ago? Because let me tell you something, when you know what you're looking for in photos, it's an amazing thing. It's just amazing. And I have the opportunity to go through all of the photos at the photo shoots. So guys, what you just learned right now is valuable, because again, so many times you think, okay, you know what, I want to do this, I want to do that. But having the opportunity to work with someone like Ryan Colby and Mike to go through your photos and set up your portfolio book, it's a game changer. All right. Are you all set, Mr. Pumpkin?
I'm ready to go. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Awesome.
Okay.
All right, guys, turning this back over to Mr. Michael Paul. Show him some love. Come on now.
All right. And you guys can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. I gotta keep on track, guys. Only because we have our big Hollywood superstar coming on next with Allie. So I just want to make sure I honor her time, because I know when she does these things, she's literally planning these things out around her schedule. All right, so this is the Actor and Model Cookbook, the ultimate guide to creating a legacy as a professional actor or model by creating the secret recipe to long-lasting success, and also a bonus, creating a memorable personality. So obviously, as you guys know, we've been doing this for over 16 years. Obviously, we're very good at what we're doing. Our next big event's going to be in New York City. Obviously, we work with some of the most incredible people in the world, and we're even taking that to the next level with people such as Ted McGrath and Les Brown and Kevin Harrington, and some incredible opportunities we have on Broadway and TV and film. Our newest film, Target, just won the Madrid Film Festival Award. It's being submitted out for a whole bunch of others. So we're really excited about that. So I want you guys to know, like, the things we show you and the things that we do, we're doing this for ourselves too. Like, we make this all a part of this. So it's like we drink the Kool-Aid. We live the life that we show people, and we get to include them in all the great things we're doing, and we give them the proximity and the power and the proof by being able to be a part of everything that we're doing. So again, you know, you guys got to hear from Alicia Kabak. You know, she's been my business partner. We've been working together now for 17 plus years. She's got a passion. She loves helping talent, and she takes it really seriously. Like if you're going to have somebody in your corner, right? She tells you how it is. She doesn't, you know, BS you. She tells you how it is. So you want to have somebody in your corner. This is the person you want in your corner. You know, I work with people like Tony Robbins. I work with people like Les Brown. I work with some of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. And the one person that's always been that North Star, that's always been a part of my life, is Alicia. So like, trust me on this. When I say she's the best at what she does, she's the best at what she does. Otherwise, she wouldn't be a part of all of this for the amount of time that she has been. She is the hardest working person you will ever meet. Okay. Some of the most powerful agents, some of the most powerful people, Warner Brothers, Paramount, have offered her opportunities to run studios. Okay. Just let you guys know that. She's had the opportunity to be so surrounded and having some of the most powerful positions on Broadway. Okay, but she chooses to always help talent. This is her lane. This is what she does. This is what her passion is. This is her why. Okay, that's why she's been featured on CBS, MSNBC, the Huffington Post, Entrepreneur, Forbes, and a ton of other things that she's currently working on. So when I say you have the best person looking out for you, she may be hard, she may be tough, but she's the best person for the people she chooses to work with. And again, you know, we surround ourselves, you know, with the right people, right? Even during the, you know, craziness of the past few years, when everything was all done on Zoom, you know, we had some of the most powerful people. We leveraged that where other people were crumbling and falling. We leveraged that to build our connections, to build our company to the highest possible level. Okay, we pivoted, we changed. And it's so important because when you're going to be a part of the entertainment industry, you're always going to be pivoting, you're going to be changing, you're going to be growing, right? The technology that exists today is going to change, it's going to improve. How people consume information will change. So we're always at the forefront of that. That's why we work with that 1%, that highest level, because we want to always be at the forefront. Because if you're not, right, if you're not learning, you're dying, right? Deneen mentioned that before, and it's so true. So again, you know, we have thousands upon thousands of success stories. We have a ton of success stories on the call today. We have a ton, you know, I try to post success stories every day and all that, but sometimes it's hard to keep up, you know, with everything else that's going on. But, you know, we're about the success. We want everyone to be a success, but that's not what we make the forefront of the company. We make the forefront of the company. We know the success is there. Like, we know when we work with somebody, they're going to be successful. They follow the process, they follow the plan, they're going to be successful. So we don't highlight that. We highlight what we do. We highlight the connections. We highlight the hard work, because that's the type of person we want to work with. We don't want to work with somebody just because I want to be famous. Okay, no, that's yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying, but if that's your only focus, then you're gonna have a hard time, because how are you judging fame? What is your level of what fame is, right? When you talk to people at the highest possible level, it's not about being famous. It's not about being the money. It's not about the money. Money gives you abundance and power to be able to do things to help others. You have to have that in your heart. And the sooner you realize that, that's when doors open up for you. You know, it's again, realizing these golden nuggets that we drop all weekend here, you know, are really targeting the type of person we know we can help and we can work with, right? And there's certain people we can't, and that's okay. Their journey is not meant for us, and that's okay. And there are so many people who come on these calls and we'll see them years and years later, and they finally wake up, but they lost years of their life, years that they have been applying to learning and growing and becoming the person they've always wanted to be. So all I ask of you guys, if you have that opportunity, take it. Okay, don't be a dreamer, take action. Massive action is what's going to change your life. Because at the end of the day, there are a lot of moving parts in becoming a great actor. Talent only gets you in the door. You know, I used to work in the watch industry, the restaurant industry. For those of you who read the first chapter of Finding Fame, know a little bit about my backstory. And it was a great experience to not only learn about business, but working with people at the highest level. I used to love that, right? But at the end of the day, this industry is my passion now. This is what I love, because I love working and tinkering with things, and I love seeing how things work together. I have a very analytical mind. So think about like life, or think about your career as like an apple pie, right? There's ingredients, right? So just like becoming a model, becoming an actor, there are ingredients you can follow. Ryan kind of touched upon some of this. Later on today, he'll talk a little bit about overcoming the fear of rejection. He'll talk a little bit about preparation for a photo shoot, how to elevate your photo shoot when you're at a certain level. How do you step into that next level, right? And at the end of the day, it's like a recipe, right? So just like a recipe, I can give you the ingredients. I can give you the ingredients. I can say, hey, here's the ingredients to make a really great apple pie. And you can have the ingredients and you can have the directions, but at the same time, just because you have the ingredients or you feel you have the ingredients and you have the recipe, well, all apple pies aren't the same. It's just like careers, right? Depending upon where you are, I used to work in the restaurant industry. So depending upon, I used to work in New York, New Jersey, I worked all over the country, right? I owned a series of restaurants in the New Jersey market. And the water quality was different than New York. So we had to make adjustments to be able to get the same quality and consistency. So it's the same thing, like for when you're following a recipe, what's the elevation, right? Where are you at? What type of oven are you using, right? You know, I go back and forth between Florida and New York. I have two different types of ovens, one at my mom's house, one at home, and they cook differently, right? The temperature holds at a different place. So all these little tiny little things equal big movement. So you have to be aware of that. And when you have the right team, you don't have to worry about that. Your team is worrying about that. You're focusing on your career. Your team focuses on the little things, right? But let's just say you're like, you know what, Mike, I'm going to be an apple pie millionaire. I got the perfect recipe. Let me do it. Again, okay, great. How are you doing it? What kind of apples are you using, right? Well, you know, Red Delicious, Granny Smith, Honey Crisp, Golden Delicious, Pink Lady, right? All these things have to be taken into turn. But you're like, you know what, success, here I come. I'm going to be an apple pie millionaire. I'm going to get a big mansion, going to get a big yacht. I'm going to be hanging out in Miami. It's going to be really cool. Okay, awesome. Well, let's think about this. Directions. You follow directions. You got to preheat the oven. You got to fill your crust. You got to cut the apples up. You know, pretend you're just starting out. You're working from home, right? You're doing the hustle. I'm going to hustle. I'm going to become an apple pie millionaire. You got to bake the oven. Here's things you don't think about. Well, if you're doing this from home, or right, even from a kitchen, we used to have a large kitchen. We had like 2 double-decker ovens. I can only make a certain amount of food per hour, right? So you have to, like, people like think that they're just going to be rich because they have a recipe, right? Or just because they have a good look. I'm just so good looking. When I walk in the door, people just pass out. Well, if you're hard to work with, you're, you know, stomping your feet, people aren't going to want to work with you again, right? You start getting that reputation. So it's the same thing when starting a business, starting a career. What can you do, right? So here, you're just working with one oven. You can put 4 pies in the oven, right? That you're baking. So if you're working for 8 hours a day, that's 32 pies. 30-minute prep time per pie. That's another 8 hours of labor, right? Think about this. Like, think about like Jay-Z, Beyonce, you know, Brad Pitt, all the people you look up to, the hours they put into the labor of what they're doing off stage, the rehearsals, the practicing, the learning their lines, their character development, right? Those are the ingredients. There's a cost to that. So even if you're paying, you know, you say you're selling pies at $7.50 per pie, that means you're making $240 minus your 20% is $192. Divided by 12 equals $16 per hour, less your overhead, right? Your gas, your electric, your rent. So you have to take this into consideration when you're building a business. What are the investments? What are the things I need to make a business successful? Because if your idea is to be a millionaire selling apple pies, well, guess what? At that rate, it's going to take you 62,500 hours to become a millionaire for the next 30 years of your life. Well, that's not a terrible life, but maybe that's not what you're meant for. Maybe you're gonna have to kind of downsize that yacht, get a little dinghy boat, maybe get one of those little small homes instead of that big house, right? I want you guys to realize that. I want you guys excited and motivated, but at the same time, I want you to make the realizations to make the correct decisions, because making correct decisions early on have a compounding effect. Right? Because here's, you know, some statistic. Here's employment wages, right? This is for the industry, right? Stage, television, radio. It's a little slightly outdated, but it's not that terrible, right? But you can see here, this is from the United States Bureau of Labor. You can see here the hourly mean wage. So if you take everything across the entertainment industry and you know, so from the guy who's making $1 million a movie to the person who's doing catering, to the person who's working behind the scenes. And this is going to change now with AI. It's going to make a huge difference in this. Right? There are going to be people at the top, like the actors and things like that, who are going to get paid a lot more. People who are running in the background, editors and stuff, they're going to make a lot less because AI is going to take a portion of that. Okay? Because at the end of the day, these are businesses. Their point of making a movie is to make a profit, not to lose money. So which means if you took the whole industry, you broke it down, the hourly minimum wage is $29.34. And I think the current right now is $33.72. So it hasn't went up that much. Hasn't went up as much as inflation has went up. So I want you guys to realize that, okay? And here's even more of a breakdown, right? You can see here, breakdown from the different motion pictures, performing arts. You can see the breakdown, $31.38, $24.40, right? Independent artists, writers, right? There's a writer strike going on. Their hourly average wage is only $40 an hour, a little less than $40 an hour. Right now, AI is changing all that. That's part of the negotiations. How are they going to be compensated and so forth? So you're at a point in the industry where there's a lot of change going on. So I want you guys to realize, like when you work with us, we take this at the highest possible level. We're really aware of everything that's going on in the industry, and we share this information because we're making decisions based upon this. Okay, whether we're investing in another film, another Broadway show, how we're handling events, what type of speakers we want at the events, and so forth. Where's the industry headed? Okay. So again, you can see employment, again, location doesn't matter. There's opportunities all over. There are more in some areas than some, but even in the states that are white, those are non-union states, but there's still opportunity in there. Local advertising agencies, local clients, universities, medical facilities. There's lots of work you can do as an actor or as a model in those states. It's just going to be different. I can't go through all that today because obviously I'm cut on time. But at the end of the day, it's just like, what type of apple pie do you want? What type of career do you want, right? You need to fill in the gaps. You need to be able to really understand the things you might not be thinking about, okay? Now, I know I'm supposed to be motivating you, so you might be thinking like, Mike, what the hell is wrong with you? This is like depressing. I was so excited. We just did Actors Model Garage, and now all of a sudden you're like, you're showing me a sloppy apple pie? This is terrible. Don't worry. We're gonna fix this, okay? So it's all about creating a team, right? If we want to stay with the theme of the apple pie, there's a company called Goldbelly. I ordered from them. I don't work with them, but I just like them because one of the stories I'd read was about a person who worked on Broadway, was a Broadway actor, and he made a really great apple pie. He obviously wanted to concentrate on his career, and he was struggling with it, but then he kind of went ahead and he got Goldbelly to be like his marketing arm, where they produced the pies and they shipped it out. So you can go on their site, you can order stuff from all over the coolest foods anywhere in the country, from like the coolest places, like you can literally get them the next day. I discovered this during COVID. I did a thing for like a month. I wanted to, like, all the food I missed when I was traveling, I went on here and I would order them. So I'd get something from Coney Island, like Nathan's Hot Dogs or Cat's Delicatessen, like all this cool food that I would travel and have, I would have it shipped to me, right? So, but you can see here, when you have a team, all of a sudden your life changes, right? You can see here the Little Pie Company has been called the best mail order pie in America, right? By Rachel Ray, Oprah Magazine, right? Because they partnered up with somebody who had the connections. Had he just tried to do this on his own, you would have never heard of this company. But because he got the right team in place, that's what made all the difference, right? Because think about this, like there's so many moving parts in this. Like here's the casting process for actors. So how a job is done, like say a commercial, Coca-Cola wants to launch a new flavor, right? So Coca-Cola, they're in the business of producing syrup, right? They make syrup, they have franchises, their strong point is distribution. Their strong point's not marketing and advertising. They go out and they hire ad agencies to do that. Like almost every client in the world you want to work with, Versace has an ad agency. Okay, these companies all have ad agencies. So the client chooses an ad agency who designs the commercial for their product. The ad agency then chooses the production company to bring the ad to life. The production company then chooses the casting agency to source the actors. The casting agency then sends out the character briefs to talent agencies. So this is like where Ryan would come in, right? Before that, Ryan used to be more the ad agency, right? He was number two, working directly with the client, right? He was an art director, production assistant, so forth, okay? That's how he built his brand, built his name, eventually owned his own agency. But that's where Ryan comes in. So now talent agencies will send the audition briefs to their actors, okay? The actors wait for the casting agency, then the production company, then the ad agency, and then the client to think them suitable. And for most clients, unless they have a strong relationship with the agency, which Ryan's really great, and we're really great at that because we built those relationships. But for most times, ad agencies will go to like multiple talent agencies. And their hopes is whoever can get them the talent the fastest and the best wins. So at the end of the day, like like for people when you're trying to do this online, and I know Ryan talked about this earlier and Ali talked about this, there's a reason you're not getting responses because those types of opportunities aren't posted online. There's a process behind this. And most of those things you see online, yeah, unfortunately, they are scams. They're just people trying to take advantage of talent who just don't understand or just don't know because they're so ingrained in social media. I see them all day long. Like literally, I'm just like, they're like the plague. And I get it. But I want you guys, when you leave here today, whether or not you have the opportunity to work with us or not, that you're not taken advantage of, you start focusing on the right things. You start focusing on finding the right agency, getting the right tools, the right resources, the right photos, the right training, because that's what's going to help you break through, okay? You need to break down the process into smaller components that you can manage and direct. That's what it really comes down to, right? So here's the ingredients, right? So we want to create an actor, right? Final product is for them to be in the union, SAG-AFTRA. So when you want to do a speaking role, you have to be in the union for union productions. You can do independent films, you can do smaller projects. There's no union involved, but the union is like Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Julia Roberts are all in the SAG-AFTRA union, right? That's how you do speaking roles. Okay, you have to be on set multiple times. You have to have an agent. You have to get what's called waivers. Usually you have to have 3 to 5 waivers. Waivers means you showed up on set, you were there on time, you listened, you weren't causing a problem, and you get a waiver. So a lot of times for us, like we have talent that are in the New York area, we'll help them get their waivers, right? We'll have when we're doing our New York event, some of our talent will have meet with casting directors. They may start booking people immediately. We'll say, hey, can you make sure they get their waivers? So that's how you get into the union. Once you're in the union, you have to pay your union dues, your union fees and so forth. You get medical benefits and all that, just like any other union, right? You can love it or hate it. Some people love SAG-AFTRA, some people don't. But at the end of the day, it's what runs Hollywood. So how do you get into the union? Well, first you got to read and study, right? Familiarize yourself with the industry, right? You guys, you hear this whole weekend, you're starting to do that. You're starting to realize how much there is, right? Don't move right away. There's no reason. Today's world, you don't need to relocate to New York, to LA. You need to make the connections. You need to be willing to come there, but you don't need to move there tomorrow, right? You get to audition and train locally or online, building your resume. Work on special skills. Special skills are really cool. You know, can you ride a bike? Can you swim? Can you fish? Can you shoot a basketball? Can you fly a helicopter? Can you drive stick shift? Can you solve a Rubik's Cube in less than 1 minute, right? Imagine there was a movie coming out about the smartest guy in the world and they need somebody that he's in a Rubik's Cube competition and everyone has to be able to solve a Rubik's Cube, right? Well, all of a sudden, how many actors do you think that submit could do that? Now, all of a sudden, because you have that interesting skill, right, all of a sudden it helps, right? So anything you can learn, anything you can do, archery, are you certified for using a firearm, right? For police shows, for military shows, things like that, you know, dramas, being on Power, right? Things like that, it all helps. Start working on your marketing. What does your marketing look like? You know, Deneen talked about yesterday about social media. She gave you some great tips how to use Canva, free service, you know, with templates to literally start blowing up your online marketing. Get used to rejection, right? It's just a part of it. Every yes, every no brings you one step closer to yes. You know, how do you improve? How do you tweak things out? Ryan's going to talk about that later. Getting rejected is the greatest thing ever because it means you were seen. It means you know now what you did wrong. How can I improve upon it? And sometimes you didn't do anything wrong. Sometimes you just weren't right for the part, and that's okay. But if you make a great impression, just because you didn't get that part, when the casting director remembers your name, when your phone number is in their phone, when your headshot's on their desk, when your information's in their database, that means they know you. It means you did a great job. It means that that next role may be yours. Compound that by working with 35 people at that level, and all of a sudden you just need one to say yes. And that one job turns into 2, and then the following month, those 2 jobs become 4, and then the third month they become 8, and then 16, then 32, and then all of a sudden you're booking work every single day. Okay, but you got to be patient and you got to be consistent. And that's what I find number 8 is for most people. They have the patience, but they're not consistent. They keep changing things up too quickly. That's what amateurs do. Professionals stick to the plan. When they know it works, they stick to it. They make slight adjustments, right? It's like if you're going to fly from Miami to Chicago, right? And you program your data in, your flight path into the plane. That plane, as it's flying, the Earth's moving, it needs to adjust by like 1% to the left, to the right. If not, you're going to miss your destination. So understanding, being consistent means as you're going to your destination, you're making the smallest little adjustments. You're not changing everything and losing your mind. Oh my God. That's what amateurs do. They panic. Okay. It's staying consistent. And because when you follow these steps, you're going to become the person an agency wants to sign. You're going to be the person somebody wants to work with. And that's what most people, when they're brand new, they don't realize that. They always just say, I need an agent. They never say, well, what does an agent want? How do I become that person? Right? From there, you start doing background work. Background work is like, you can think of Spider-Man swinging over the crowd. Everybody's running and screaming. You're one of the people running and screaming. We'll get your principal background work. So you're in the scene. You're the bartender, the waitress, the patron sitting there. You're somebody who's needed to be on set all day. If they had the reshoot, they need you back for consistency. That's how you'll get waivers at the beginning. From there, you get an opportunity to be in the union. You'll decide to make that decision to join the union. You'll speak with Deneen or Alicia, myself, Ryan. Is this the right time for me now to step up and join the union? Once you're in the union, we now can submit you out to breakdown services. So now you can start getting speaking roles. You're first going to start off with commercials. From there, you'll start getting small speaking parts. So you'll get maybe guest appearances. Guest appearances can pay $6,500 for the day. Commercials can pay $8,000, $9,000, $10,000, $40,000, $50,000, depending upon if it's a national, local, international commercial. So there's big money in that. Plus you start getting residuals, which means every time that show airs, you're getting paid over and over and over again, forever and ever and ever. And then from there, you can land a pilot, right? So a pilot is like a new show that's going to be on NBC, like The Rock. They just canceled it. The Rock at one point Young Rock was once a show that was a pilot, became a show, ran for 3 seasons. The people that were on that show now they're auditioning for other parts, right? For other things. From there, you start interviewing for movies and films. Eventually, you'll land a major role. And guess what? You've now made it to the top. Guess what you do? You rinse and repeat. You're still going to read and study. You're still going to familiarize yourself with the industry, right? Greatest actors now, they're learning about ChatGPT. The shift went away from Broadway to back to Broadway to theater, right? There's a writer strike right now going on. A lot of stuff is now going to push towards reality TV for the next few months. So you always got to be aware of what's going on in the industry, right? Be organized, right? Things you can do right now, get started immediately. Create a Gmail account, set up a Google Drive, it's free. Start creating folders, right? You're going to use ChatGPT to create monologues. You want to start creating reels. You want to start having the right headshots in the right places. Ryan Colby called you right now and says, listen, I need you to shoot a monologue dramatic for a rom-com. Send me what you got. Let me review the script. And also send me 3 headshots. I need some photos, something wearing, a blank shirt, da-da-da-da. Are you gonna be, oh my God, what did he say? Or are you gonna be saying, hold on, done, literally done. I have the photos done. I have the monologue done. I have the reel done, okay? That's what's going to get him to notice you. When you're able to say done, without having to question it, that you're prepared. So what I'm saying here is what the real point is be organized now, because when you become busy, it's too late for you to start getting organized, okay? It'll hold you back. Build a team, right? You guys learned about ChatGPT yesterday. There's a company called Fiverr, right? Because you don't even really need this anymore because Fiverr kind of show you this. I mean, ChatGPT can do this for you, but you can hire people to handle your social media manager. Like you can see here, it's $40, right? And they'll work on it for 3 days, right? But here's what I would do. What I would do is I would hire them for the 3 days, but instead of having them do everything, I would have them show me what they're doing. Because now I can understand how they're creating the content, how they're managing the platforms, how they're finding the hashtags, right? Probably now most of these guys are all using ChatGPT, right? So you're going to find out, okay, but you can still learn their systems, right? How are they getting organic traffic? Organic traffic is like when people are finding you. Why does one TikTok account have 1 million followers and yours only has 100? What's the difference? Is it the content? Is it the hashtags? What's the difference? So talking to somebody for something as simple as $40, there's a site called Fiverr. They do tons of things on there, right? You can even hire somebody to edit your videos, right? So maybe you want to shoot some videos, some promo pieces for yourself. You want to have those cool videos like Ali does and everybody does with the little content going by, right? Where they're reading. They're called Hormozi style videos. Actually, my friend is the guy who created it. He used to own a gym company. Really cool guy. So there's so much you can do. It's just going out there and doing it, right? Or even having somebody go on LinkedIn, pulling casting directors, pulling advertising agencies. Part of when we do the ChatGPT program, I'll show you how to put this on automation and have ChatGPT pull you a list of casting directors, producers, agents, ad agencies in your market, how to do it the right way, and then how to follow up with them, how to connect ChatGPT to your email, to your Gmail, so it can go back and forth and actually be responding and working 24/7 for you. Okay, the world's changing, guys. Like I'm telling you, the world's changing. You need to be at the front, right? Create a system. Have someone reach out to casting directors, ad agencies, magazines, promotional companies. Even if you don't know what you're doing yet, there's a guy on Fiverr. He's got 5 stars, 4.9, $25. He'll get you 100 people, right? 4 hours of work, and he'll even send out 100 emails for you. All you have to do is respond back. But you need the right headshots. You need the right reels. You need to show, hey, I'm represented by an agency for this to work. If you're just going to send out, okay, well, I've never done this before. Can you pick me? No, that's why you're struggling. See, I'm showing you guys the pieces. You now have to put them together. We can help you with that. Okay. Plan your time wisely. Having a system, a recipe allows you to grow, do more in less time, and get to your destination faster. People cut a check for speed. If you ever heard that before, it's called cutting a check for speed. It means people who invest in themselves get the speed to get to their destination faster, right? You can either walk to Hollywood or you can fly there in a jet. Flying there in a jet's going to get you there a lot faster, okay? Because there's so much, right? There's film acting, screen, TV, theater acting, voiceover acting, commercial acting, extras, background, classical acting, modern acting, method acting, right? Lee Strasberg, Stella Adler. We work with the head of Stella Adler. He's phenomenal. The Meisner technique, the Chekhov technique, the writings of Chekhov is what won us the Tony. The characters from Vanya, Sonia, Masha, and Spite were all based upon characters from Chekhov writing. Do you know all this? Practical aesthetics acting technique. These are all things you can be doing right now. These are all things you could be putting into ChatGPT and saying, write me a summary of the Meisner technique, break it down for me, I'm brand new. And learning that, then taking the information in that and going to the next step. Instead of sitting, wishing and hoping, these are things you could be doing an hour a day. That's all I ask. We do coaching twice a week. We do live on Zoom. We bring some of the best people in the world that you get to work with. You're going to learn scripts. You're going to learn monologues. You're going to learn posing. You're going to learn all this. And it's a part of what we do. But in the meantime, for those of you that are brand new that are like, oh, I don't know what to do. Here's things you can be doing. Learn time management, right? An hour a day. Time management is the process of organizing and planning how to divide your time between specific activities. Good time management enables you to work smarter, not harder, so that you get more done in less time, even when the time is tight and pressures are high. How do you become memorable, right? How do you walk into a room and become memorable, right? How is your body language, right? Sava, every time when you do something, he's cheering, he's jumping up and down. I noticed that. Right. I noticed Raj is sitting in the background. He's kind of in the shadows there. He looks like he's like at the YMCA or something. Lewis is kind of smiling. Carolyn, I don't know what she's doing. She's chasing a fly or something like that. I think she's got going on. Right. Right. What I'm watching this, what I'm seeing is we got the biggest Hollywood agent in the world coming on in like 10 minutes. Right. She's on. She's looking at this. She's smiling right now. She sees Saba. Right. She remembers him. That's what you want to do. How do you become memorable? What is it that you're not doing is saying stuff about you? Are you looking at sincere? Are you looking aggressive? Sometimes you're not meaning to be that way, but you just got to be aware of that. Make eye contact, right? Seeing the camera, bring them into the story with you, right? You're an actor, right? Use eye contact, smile upon meeting somebody. The best way to build rapport is through eye contact. Make everyone feel important by paying full attention to them. Right? When you're looking at somebody and you're talking to a casting director, a producer, a fellow actor, the only thing you should be focused on in the conversation is them, not your phone, not what's going on over here, them. Make eye contact. People want to be seen. When they're seen, they're felt. When they're felt, they're heard. That's how you start creating a relationship. That's how Alicia's done it. That's how we've done it for the past almost 2 decades. Show others that you're enjoying your conversation with them. Don't yawn, look bored, or have a case of roving eyes. Show curiosity and interest in others. Listen. You not only become more likable, but you really start to understand the person's wants, needs, and desires. Okay. And this is all stuff we'll go over in future calls with everyone. Those of you who have the opportunity to be a part of this, I will do a deep dive into this. I will turn you guys into such charismatic personalities, change your whole life. Be enthusiastic about things in life to others. People will gravitate to those that are upbeat, positive, and cheerful. Give them more than they expect. In other words, under promise and over deliver. Guys, this is a free event and we over deliver on this by 10x. Imagine for those of you who have the opportunity to work with us, where we will take your life and your career. Success is neither magical nor mysterious. Success is the natural consequences of consistently applying fundamentals. To me, success is a framework, like a recipe. It can be duplicated and shared with the world. For those of you who read Finding Fame, you know I worked in the restaurant industry. That's actually a photo of my location. It's in New Jersey, Kearny, New Jersey. It's still there 30 plus years later, and you can still go get a Santa Fe deep dish, which I created. It is an award-winning pizza. It's grilled chicken with white wine and a fresh tomato garlic sauce. It will blow your mind. I actually took Deneen there and Ali to try it. They loved it. They talk about it all the time. So maybe when we're in New York, maybe I'll order like 20 pizzas from there and get them delivered to New York. That would be kind of cool, right? That's a good idea. So anyway, my name is Michael Fomkin. This is the Actor's Cookbook, the ultimate guide to creating a legacy as a professional actor by creating the secret recipe to long-lasting success. And we also talked about creating a memorable personality. My name is Michael Fomkin. Thank you so much for listening to me. I will see you guys later, but let me turn this over to Miss Deneen, Alicia, and one of the most powerful, nicest, best people in the world, Miss Tanya Kleckner. I love you with all my heart. Bye, guys.
Okay. I have a love-hate relationship with that presentation because I have a extraordinary need right now for some apple pie. And oh my gosh, and the Santa Fe deep dish pizza. If you have not, oh.
Hashtag no.
Well, all I'm
carbs
going to say is that
behind.
when you come to New York,
Yep.
do not be carb free. I had a friend who's going to New York and she was like, okay, well, where should I go? I'm like, well, you should go here for pizza, here for bagels, here for this, here for that. But anyway, that's not what we're here to talk about. On a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome was Michael's presentation? Who's excited to go to New York? Who now knows the recipe for success as an actor or model? Who's going to start implementing that right now? Because you know what? Successful people are action takers. We learned that yesterday. So type that in the comments. Successful people are action takers. You are an action taker. I am an action taker. All right, guys. So we still have so much to do. We're introducing one of the most powerful agents that we work with from LA, who's coming up next. We have Ryan Colby coming back, who is going to talk to you guys about overcoming the fear of rejection. He's going to help prepare you guys for your first photo shoot or up-level your next photo shoot. But now I want to make sure that I'm aware and cognizant of our next speaker's time. So are you guys ready for me to introduce you to our next speaker? All right. And I'm going to go through her resume and I'm going to tell you that at one point I'm going to be told, oh, Deneen, I need to update that. So I'm going to go as far as I feel comfortable with her. All right. So our next speaker is Miss Tanya Kleckner. Having a well-known and prominent musician as a father, she grew up around many famed and celebrated artists such as Jimi Hendrix, the Beatles, Shirley Bassey, Nina Simone, Billie Holiday, which inspired Tanya to pursue music. The Power Patch combination of her ability to play many different instruments, hand-on music industry knowledge, and college degree in music earned her a position as a sound engineer. Tanya worked in many British studios with such amazing artists, including legends Led Zeppelin, Tina Turner, and The Who. Later, Tanya decided that she wanted to explore other branches of the entertainment industry and leapt at the opportunity to work at the BBC. She successfully worked as a producer of children's TV shows, but still felt that there was something more for her. Tanya realized that if she really wanted to know more about the entertainment industry, she would have to move to Los Angeles. For 20 years, Tanya worked her way through the talent agency and management system and has been wildly successful. Along the way, she has earned a reputation as a straight shooter and has accumulated a fiercely loyal clientele following. She has worked with such greats such as Kelsey Grammer, Edward James Olmos, Faye Dunaway, James Coburn, and the Coppola family. Her talent has booked numerous series regulars, including recurring roles on pilots for HBO, ABC, NBC, and Fox for shows such as Constantine, Sin City Saints, Cedar Cove, and NCIS New Orleans. She also has a multitude of talent on current projects, which I'm going to let her go over with you. Everyone, please give it up for the one, the only, Miss Tanya Kleckner, and the one, the only, Miss Alicia Kabak.
Yay. Her bio always changes because she's so busy booking talent work. There is no
I
way to
know, and
keep
I'm
up with
always
her
very
bio.
self-conscious of saying, okay, this is what she's done. So Tanya, I'm going to leave that to you. How are you? It's so good to see you.
Let's see, where is she? I'm gonna spotlight her. Spotlight. Hello, Tanya.
Unmute. Hi.
Hi. All right, I'm gonna come on with you. Please hold. Nice to see you.
I came on and you guys were talking about apple pies and food, and now I'm starving.
No carb left behind on this tour. Hold on.
Hello, everyone. Hi, guys. Nice to see your faces.
All right, I'm going to add me. How do I add me?
I think you're already spotlighted. You're good.
Okay, good.
You're
Hi.
pinned.
We just saw each other like 2 weeks ago.
I know, and I'm very Hollywood. I'm a little red because I had a very Hollywood face peel, so I apologize if I look.
No, you're good. You're good. So this was Tanya. We were running around, driving like crazy.
Yes, I love that photo.
I do too. I know. I should like frame it. And then this is one of my favorites. So this is Tanya with my little boy, Caden. My son is 2, and he like went to his first industry party, guys. So my son is 2, and he's already booked his first big job. So we're really excited for everybody on here to learn from you.
That's exciting.
I know.
You have a little star on your hands.
He's a ham, but no matter how cute everybody thinks their kids are, it really, how are they in public with other people?
Well, he's certainly not shy.
I wonder I don't know where he gets that from. So.
I have no idea. No idea.
No idea. There's pictures all over my Instagram and Facebook for anybody who wants to see my kid shaking hands and bowing and trying to get people to dance. And it's really funny. And you gave him a big kiss, and I had to do a disclaimer on my Instagram. This is not how you get a Hollywood agent. You don't kiss agents on the lips. All right. Well, I'm happy to see you.
I did get lots of snuggles from him. He was adorable. He's so amazing.
Thank you. So you're back in LA now, and I miss you. But
I know. That was fun. It was so good to hang out with you ladies.
I know. It's always surreal, like to get, you to fly over to even Orlando, which is where we just did our photo shoot like 2 weeks ago. And it's funny because I think my mom said, like, how did you get her to fly over? I'm like, I think I bribed her with wine. Whatever it took,
Wine is good. And there was plenty,
wine is
so that was
great.
fun. And it was good to hang out with everyone and chat to everyone. And it was just fun because I see faces on Zoom and then to kind of see people in person and chat to them and help, which I really enjoy, and to give some advice and stuff. It warms my heart, so that makes me happy.
And not to mention, you don't do this for like anyone. Just so you guys know, she's a legit TV and film agent. Her job is to book real actors. She doesn't do training at all. You have to come to the table with all that prepared, like a TV dinner. Her job is just to submit. And even while we were hanging out by the pool, you were literally booking people on like Outer Banks and like hit TV shows, like just on your phone. And I'm like, oh, no big deal. She's literally booking one of the biggest shows on Netflix right now while we're just hanging out, drinking coffee. So people are saying, choose me. That's not how it's done. So calm down, Raj. Okay, so let's go. I know Deneen went over a little bit of.
So he said that's not how it's done. What do you mean?
Yeah, he goes, pick me.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So you got to go through the process. So there's definitely a process to this weekend. Obviously, you're on. How cool is this that she's in LA and she's a top agent, literally working with some of the biggest names in Hollywood, and no one had to travel out to see her. You don't even go into your office anymore. So you don't do like open calls.
Sometimes. So I do go in part-time because I have to see everybody. But the most of the time, sorry, I've got to turn my phone off. I apologize. That's bad. I would hate my actors to do that to me. I go in part-time, and then I work from home part-time as well. And then I schedule meetings. When I go into the office, I have to schedule meetings with my clients or any potential actors that I'm thinking about taking on as well. So
you don't do like an open call with like
no
type lines and people. I want an agent to book me on Netflix or Tim Burton's Wednesday. You have literally characters on hit TV shows making a lot of money.
Yeah.
So for those of you guys that want to be actors on the highest level, right here, Tanya Kleckner.
Yeah,
Okay,
I have some good series leads on shows right now. It's very good. I just booked some more shows. I guess star recurs on shows this week. I had a client test for, I can't tell you.
Oh, okay, off the air. Okay, good.
I've had it. There's a couple. There's a Marvel thing happening right now, so that's about to happen.
That is
Yeah, there's some stuff going on, yes, and thank goodness. And I have a client on Pretty Little Liars, and he's shooting that in New York, so that's exciting. Thank God that's still shooting right now with the writer's strike.
The writer's strike.
So I'm having jobs coming in, and I just had two clients. I've actually got three big films, three different clients have booked. So actually, one of my clients has booked two feature films. So and he's a great actor. He's done a ton of stuff. And so when you get two films that come in at the same time, and they kind of the dates kind of cross over, it's my job also to kind of make sure that he can do both films. And then I have to work with the line producers to try and make sure that we can figure out dates so he can kind of go back and forth to do both films at the same time. So that's what we call a champagne problem. But those are problems that I try and work out and try and fix for my client. And then obviously I negotiate the deal with either the producers, if it's an indie film, or sometimes if it's a studio film, it's with the studio. I negotiate that deal. So yeah, it's fun. It's been busy. It's been busy, and in the writer's strike, I've been blessed that it has been busy. So yeah, it's good things happening. Good
Anybody
things.
here want those champagne problems? Anybody? Two huge movies at the same time. I mean, God, that just sounds.
I mean,
crazy.
I'm notorious. I like to do that. Sometimes people don't take both jobs at the same time because it does cross over and it doesn't. But I love to try and make it work out. I do enjoy that challenge of trying to. I get yelled at for doing that. But I try and make it work for the clients that they can do both films because they don't need that person on the film every day. They might be buying them for that amount of time, but they're not there. They've got whole days in between, so I try and have the film use them on the whole days. And if it's on location, it's sometimes difficult, but I try and make it work. I love that part of my job. I love a challenge.
It's a rock and roll type. I always joke around that you get rewarded in public for kicking butt in private. You are 24/7. You don't clock in, clock out. Like you work all day and all night. Like weekends, you work. I mean, if anybody here is trying to get into show business, the whole Fred Flintstone clock in and clock out, not in this business. Which is probably why friends and family don't a lot of times support because they think, well, it's a lot of.
Well, I just if I don't check my emails consistently, then things can get lost. I've just had a casting director email me this morning, and he's a great casting director. He's also a friend, and he emailed me. He's like, I've got this great film I'm casting. It's a fabulous film, and he wants one of my clients to read for the lead. He goes, but I need to get it in by tomorrow, Monday, right? So now I have to. So I sent the script, I sent the sides to my client, and now she's got until 5 o'clock tomorrow to put herself on tape and memorize, 8 pages of material. So had I not checked my email, had I not done that first thing Sunday morning, then she could have missed that opportunity. So we have to just keep checking throughout the day. I mean, the weekends I do it sporadically. During the week, I'm doing it, 12 hours a day consistently. I like to have some time to myself, otherwise I'd go crazy. But we do have to check in sporadically through the weekends and holidays and evenings and things like that, so nothing's missed.
Now, for you, because you're a theatrical agent, you only get paid when your talent book opportunities, which means you submit them. And I always get people to ask me, like, can you guarantee work? And I'm always like, I'm sorry, guarantee work. You could submit. I mean, again, you've worked with Tim Burton, you've worked with some of the best. It's up to the actor to book the role based on their skill. You can't force a director
guarantee.
to pick them.
No, and also at the end of the day, I only get 10% and the actor gets 90%. And I'm working for free, and I cannot guarantee anybody work. What I can do is I can try and open the doors. Again, I can't guarantee that's going to happen. I like to think I'm good at my job, so I can really try and open these doors for the actors, and then it's up to you to go and book the jobs. That's obviously when your training comes into play. To learn how to book these jobs, to learn how to shine on camera, to learn how to understand redirects and be able to memorize the material, and to work with these producers, directors and casting directors, and to stand out amongst all the other 100 people that are putting themselves on tape. So it's up to you as the actor to train, to get the foundations of being an actor, and then it's up to me to help you open those doors for you, to give you those opportunities. And then hopefully if you book that job, then it's my job to negotiate that contract for you with the networks and studios, because I'm a SAG franchise agent with the unions. We only do SAG union job, so you're protected. And then that's it, you know, and then hopefully we're off and running, and we'll continue opening more doors for you, and you'll continue to shine and booking those jobs and continue training. And you know, it's hard work. It's really, really hard work. And people seem to think that, you know, oh, I'm going to be an actor. This is what I want to do. I'm really good at this. Well, you know what? There's a lot to learn. This is a business. So, you know, and the competition is absolutely fierce, especially when you live here in LA. Everywhere you go, someone's either an actor, someone's either a producer, someone's a writer, someone's something in this business. So you have to think there's millions of people that live here. So there's so much competition. So you need to figure out how are you going to be better than everyone else, because you'll never be good enough. So you need to really shine and work really hard. I always tell my actors, you know, sometimes they get a little despondent and it's a little bit down because they've had, you know, 20 auditions in the last 2 months and they haven't booked anything. But I'm like, but you're doing really well because you're getting callbacks. These casting directors keep bringing you back. That means they like you. That means we're building a fan base for you. You just got to keep going. You know, I have series regulars now that, you know, maybe took 2, 3, 4, 5 years before they got a series regular. And I like to tell my clients as well that, you know, every one of those series regulars that you see on those shows, each one of these people, they had hundreds of no's before they got that yes. So, you know, it's a hard slog. You know, there's maybe 1% of people that think, oh, I want to be an actor and suddenly they book a series. It's very rare that happens. It happens, but rarely.
Now, we just kind of had Ryan Colby going over the modeling side and how agents don't cover upfront fees unless you're that 0.1%. Is there ever a time, Tanya, that you would take someone without any type of training or headshots or anything? Do you ever cover upfront fees for any of your talent if you like them?
Absolutely not, because it's going to take me time. Because also, you know, I don't know, like, why would I pay anything up front to help you with your headshots, to help you with this, and then I start working really hard for you, and then we start getting some traction for you, then you could just up and leave me. And also, you know, when you do start getting paid, you get 90% and I get 10%. Plus it's illegal. I shouldn't be paying for anything for you. You know, I'm not supposed to. That's not how we do it. I need my actor that comes to work for me to be fully invested in themselves. If I don't see that they're invested in themselves and they're not taking this seriously, then I'm not going to take you seriously. So if you don't come to me with the right tools, like the right headshots that you're currently training in class, then you're obviously, to me, not giving this 150%. So then why should I? I'm not interested. So I have had people that come to me and they want an advice. Like, I sometimes, you know, like my accountant, who I'm really good friends with, his niece, you know, she's 19, she's young, she's got a great look. So I advised her. So I said, this is what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to give you some good track. Let's send you a list of trains. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry. I'm going to give you a list of classes. These are some photographers. This is what you need to do. She lives here in LA. Within a month, she was in class. She had photos. She's been studying twice a week for 6 months, non-stop. And I've been in touch with this coach. She's been amazing. Like, she's consistent. She's on it. She's worked her ass off. And those are the kind of people I want to work with. I can see how much dedication, how much passion, and how hard she's working. So I've just signed her.
So when you get a breakdown, for anybody here that is an actor or really wants to get real roles, you don't necessarily need like a top agent like Tanya in order to book roles. You could go on websites and book like indie films, web series, like student films, extra work. But what Tanya books, and she's a SAG franchise agency, Screen Actors Guild, SAG is Film Actors TV, so SAG-AFTRA, are breakdowns. Are breakdowns ever accessible to any aspiring actor that wants to audition for Marvel? Can anybody just audition for Marvel or for Disney for legit speaking roles, or do they need an agent?
You need an agent to do legit speaking roles. Yeah, I mean, I get breakdowns and we have to be state licensed, bonded, and you know, for us to even get the full breakdowns. And then obviously I have relationships with the casting directors that they do send them to me through breakdowns directly. They have a list of the agencies that they want to work with. So like the Stranger Things, NCIS, Rookie, you know, I'm thinking of Magnum or whatever, or
yeah,
Paramount,
Suburban.
Wednesday, yeah. shows like that, they will come to me via breakdown services, but actors will not get those. They will not release those to the public. No, they have to be with licensed agents, and certain managers can only get those. And I get them in LA, New York, and Chicago.
So how many of you guys have ever joined a website? And I'm not going to give you the long, lengthy list of like the websites, but it's called clickbait. Here's a rod, right? Here's a little worm. And they get all the guppies, all the people that really want to be famous. Oh my gosh, I get to audition for Marvel. No, that's not how it works. Oh my God, I'm auditioning for Netflix. No, you're not. How many of you guys have ever seen these websites that advertise speaking roles for major motion pictures or television shows? If you've seen them, type I've seen them, because they're not real. It's called clickbait. Only the naive fall for it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I saw one the other day and it said audition for Marvel, earn up to $1,600. Well, I know how the contracts work. So I'm thinking, how would it be $1,600? That doesn't make sense, because a scale role for one day scale is 1,082 a day, right? So if you did 2 days, that's, well, what's the math? 2,200 roughly, right?
Yeah.
For 2 days, I'm thinking, where the hell did they earn up to $1,600, which doesn't make any sense.
Like for somebody that doesn't know, 1,600, oh my God, that's so much money. And,
right,
this is why they get scammed over and over and over again.
So that to me sounds like that maybe it could be an extra place, or just someone that, like you say, trying to lure you in to say, if you sign with us, then we'll do this and this. I don't know. But I was like, I don't understand where they got that $1,600 from. It doesn't make sense if this is a legit place wanting to put you in Marvel, because you'd make more, you'd make a different fee, because they have SAG contracts that are completely different from $1,600. Anyway, that was what I saw, and it was like, yeah, that's not weird. That's weird.
Well, I see them all day, and it's funny because I'll actually go to IMDb and I'll be like, oh, wow, that's already in theaters. How is that company now doing auditions? Like, and you see it a lot for like the Black Panthers and Cobra Kai, things that, you know, have huge followings. Be in this now, an aspiring actor. Oh, this is so cool. I'm gonna go straight for a starring role. That's not really how it's done, just so you guys know. All right, so let's say you get a breakdown from Netflix or, you know, Max. HBO went now to Max. What are you submitting over to a casting director for review?
So when I get a breakdown, so say if I'm working on Wednesday, we haven't started season 2 yet, but if, you know, with next season, Wednesday comes in, it will come in as a breakdown. It gives me the producers, who's directing that episode, all of that stuff, all that information that we like to know, which episode it is. So if it's season 2, first episode, it will say 201. So we know this is the first episode of season 2, right? 201. And that's how we book the episodes and how we know we track money. So I'm going off it.
No, you're good. You're good.
So anyway, so then I get the breakdowns that come in, and they list the characters for that particular episode, who's going to be guest starring, what the story. I get the storyline of that episode and the character description. And then I think, okay, which one of my actors can play this character really well? So I then submit my actor's headshot, resume, and reel.
Okay, so I want everybody to type headshot and reel, and it's your responsibility to cover those investments. An agent is submitting over your headshot and reel. So what do you think they're going to submit? And I get this all the time, Tanya, and you know I deal with a lot of the newbies. Can you book me in projects? Well, I could submit you to a top agent that gets those projects. But my question a lot of times is, well, what are we working with? Do you have headshots? No. Do you have a reel?
You have to have the tools. You have to remember, I'm a saleswoman. That's what I do. I sell actors all day long. So I'm selling actors to network studios, casting directors, producers. I'm selling you guys. So I want to sell people that are ready to go. I want to sell people that are ready to book. I'm in this to make money. I'm a saleswoman. I make commissions. That's how I pay my mortgage. That's how I pay my bills. So when I find an actor, they have to be ready to go. I need you to have your tools. I'm not there to babysit you, take care of you, walk you slowly through on what you need to do. I haven't got time to sit on the phone with you for an hour explaining everything. I just don't have that time. I have upwards of 350 clients. If I had to do that with all my clients, there would be no time for me to pitch, submit, get you clients auditions. When I take a client on, I need you to have the correct headshots. If I feel you can change it up a little bit, I can, tell you, this is what you need to do. But I need to have those headshots within a month, like quickly, for us to change it up. But I need you at least have something for me to work with. So I need the headshots. I need your resume done. And because we're going to upload that onto my Actors Access site. And then if you don't have a reel because you're so new and there's nothing on your resume, that's fine. We have you do a self-tape. We can get a great self-tape, and hopefully you've done that already. And that's what's kind of grabbed my attention. We can upload that self-tape onto Actors Access. So we have something to show the casting directors of how great you are. Because when I start working with you, you need to be great. You know, you need to be ready. You need to be good, because I've been an agent for 30 years. So I'm not going to ruin my reputation because you're not good enough. So it's very important to me that, you know, I understand that you're still going to be green and there's going to be questions. I'm not a terrible person. Of course, I'm going to listen and I'm going to help you and I'm going to guide you, but I can't do it with every single audition. But I need you to be ready, right? So I need the tools. I need it to be uploaded, and I need to know what you're doing. I can't explain every single thing. Make sense?
Totally makes sense. So for anybody here that doesn't know like what a reel is, I'll show you very quickly. I'm just going to share my screen. And I'm hoping that this makes sense. Let me know if you could see it. So like a real actor's headshot, I mean, if you spend $89 on a headshot, it's probably going to be shitty. And I find this a lot of times, Tanya, where people, I want to be an actor, and they run out to anybody to go get headshots done. If someone has a shitty headshot, would you ever submit them using your reputation on the line? Like,
no, definitely not. I can't do shitty headshots. I'm not going to do mediocre shit. I won't send you out. Like, that's a pretty headshot. The lady on the right.
So like, you need real headshots. This is your investment, guys. This is your marketing tool. Now, if again, Tanya gets a breakdown based on the physical characteristics, and let's see, they just see something like this. Okay, great. Well, now can this person act? And then that's kind of where an actor's reel comes into place. And I'm going to show you this real quick. Hold on. This is just a commercial.
I wondered what you were showing us then.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
So this kind of just shows like, can you do the range? You know, like, can you act? Now, Tanya, back in the day before COVID, before the pandemic, the world definitely was different. Like, you physically had to live in New York or LA, Atlanta, Chicago to physically go for auditions, right? So, I mean, it was pretty crazy where people would, you know, go here and they would get a chance to, you know, audition live. But now that everything is done on Zoom, you also have a lot more competition, correct? Like,
yes,
real casting directors are seeing how many people for a potential
well,
role.
I mean, they're seeing a lot more people. So there could be upwards of 100 people per role. So, you know, which is great, right? So, which is great because you get that opportunity, but it's also there's more competition. So you have to really shine on those reels. So, you know, that's why you have to make sure that it's really good, that it's your best work. And the good thing for me is now I can see your guys' work before I send it to the casting director. Like, I had somebody that I had for a while, and I watched his reel actually on Friday, and I'm like, this isn't good. Like, what is going on with you? Because he used to be very good. So I had the other girls in the office watching. I'm like, am I crazy? This is kind of shit. And they agreed. So I went to him. I'm like, what is going on with you? He's like, yeah, I wasn't feeling it myself. And I just wasn't doing, you know, I was having a bad day and da-da-da. And I'm like, you can't have a bad day. You got to like let everything go. And this is your one shot, because they're not going to bring you back on this, and they won't bring you in again. Like, once they see a shitty self-tape, the casting director won't bring you back ever. So, you know, even if you don't get the role, but you send in a great self-tape, that's fine. You know, as long as I keep seeing the casting director bringing you back again and again and again, that's how we work. We build a really great fan base for you. And then you start getting more auditions, more casting directors will start seeing you, and then the roles will start coming in. So you've got to do a really, really great self-tape. And that's so important. And since COVID, you know, obviously everything is self-tape now. And you've got to really, really shine. So I know that, you know, I spoke to another casting director. She watches her self-tape on her couch at home, right? The deadline is like, say, on 6 p.m. on a Friday. So and we have to upload those tapes onto this one link. So all the agents are uploading those tapes onto this one link. Casting director will go home that night. She'll go through all of them. She'll probably watch the first 15 seconds of each tape. If they don't grab her, she'll move on to the next one, move on to the next one, move on to the next one. So that's why you have to grab them in the first 15 to, I'd say, up to 30 seconds at the most. And then
Okay.
otherwise they're just going to dismiss you. And then when they get when she gets the good one, she's going to pull them off the link and add them to the producer's link. And that's how it works.
Okay, so I want everybody here to type 15 to 30 seconds, because back in the day, when you were physically going in for auditions, yeah, maybe like you were cutesy and your personality maybe won them over, and it's, oh, okay, that, you know, but now that it's all done digitally, you're submitting over an actor's headshot and then the reel, again, a typical reel is 2 minutes. They may not be watching anything, and the reel kind of shows like your range. Can you actually act? Now you're
right,
also
and then that's what would happen if in the room pre-COVID is they would have you go in the room, and again, this is why training is very, very important. They would have you go in the room, and that you would read for the casting director, and then I would always ask my actors, did they give you any redirects? And they're like, no. They said, that's great, and I left, and I'm like, well, that's the kiss of death. They're like, but I nailed it. I did such a good job because they didn't give me any redirects. I'm like, okay. They would never hear from them again. But when they casting director does give you redirects, I always feel that's a really good sign, because they're like, oh, we like this person. Let's see what else they can do. So they start playing with you a little bit to give you redirects. Let's do it this way. Let's do it that way. The producer will chime in, all that kind of stuff, because they want to see how you work as an actor. They want to see your talent. So they want to see, okay, so we're thinking that we like this person. We think they're great for this role. Now let's change things up for a bit. Let's play with them, see how well they can take notes, take redirects, things like that. Because if we hire them, then we know they'll be fine on set, right? So that's what happens. So, and that's what happens with the self-tapes. Remember, you can do a self-tape over and over and over again, right? So you have a chance to really send in a great self-tape, your best work. That's it. That's your best work you're sending me. And if I still think it's shit and that's your best work, we need to figure that out, right? So now you're sending me your best work on that self-tape. Now what happens? That's your best work. You've probably taken it maybe 10 times. Some of you have, some my actors normally do 1 or 2 takes, right? If you've taken that tape 10 times, now you're going to get a callback. The callbacks are generally on a Zoom. Well, they're mostly on a Zoom. And you're going to be on a Zoom with the director, the producer, the casting director, and they're going to start giving you redirects. And you're not going to know what to do. So again, you have to train. You have to work at it. These are all things that they have to work with. So it's not about, as well, at the beginning, doing a great self-tape, which you need to learn how to do that. It's about all the other things that you have to learn along the way as well. You know, because if they're going, this is a business to them, it's the entertainment business. If they hire you as an actor, you need to know what the hell you're doing on set every step of the way, because again, they're not there to babysit you on set. You need to know exactly what you're doing as well.
So when talent is coming to the table as an investment, headshots, they have to be in class right now and have some type of training, whether or not they're brand new or they're listed on IMDb. And they also must be able to obviously be able to do a self-tape. Now, when you submit over a headshot and a reel, and if somebody doesn't have a reel based on like past, acting experience where they kind of slice it and dice it to kind of show your range, because a headshot is like one-dimensional. It's like Tinder, right? Like,
Yeah.
oh, well, this person's cute, but can they act? So that's
Right.
kind of, now that you're not seeing them, it's okay, well, they don't even know we're really watching it. 15 to 30 seconds, like Tanya said, if you don't jump off that screen within 15 to 30 seconds, they're not going to watch the full 2 minutes. They don't have to. You'll never even hear from them.
No.
So when you find out that they're interested, let's say it's Apple TV or Netflix or Hulu or anything, they then contact you and say, hey, we like this person. You go over their training, because it's important, even if they're brand new, that they're taking classes, like you said. And I'm going to share my screen again, because I want to make sure we've got some people on here that are brand new. But now let's say that you have to memorize like 9 pages of a script. There's no way in hell they would ever allow somebody for a big budget film to book a role that couldn't even handle constructive criticism or rewrites. I mean, Tanya, you've had actors who've memorized their lines, and the night before they're like, or the next day they're like redoing like the
Yeah. I mean, I've had people, on set where they've said, okay, we're actually going to cut this scene. We're going to put a new scene in here. Go back to your trailer for 30 minutes and come back. Yeah, that happens all the time.
So if somebody was brand new, because I get people, I want to star in a movie. They'd be so quick to say, I want a $10,000 acting job. Oh, have you acted before? What do
That's
you think I'm
hard.
going to use? Like
I've
headshots?
had, I've had people that have done a series regular and been in an ensemble cast. And then I've had studio films come to me where they're nervous about this actor being a lead in a film. Can that person handle the lead in a film, even when they've been on a series? So when a brand new actor comes to me and says, yeah, I only want to do leading roles in films, I'm like, you can't just do a leading role in a film. That's a lot to take on. Yeah. You know, you won't be able to handle a lead role in a film. We need to build you up, you know, because why would a studio or a network give you the lead role in a film? They need to make sure that you can do it first, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it happens, but very rarely. So, you know, we want to make sure that you're hireable. So that's, you know, what we do is we just try and build up those credits as you're training, you know?
And then obviously when somebody likes your headshot and the reel, and then they contact you saying, hey, this person's perfect for Stranger Things, here's the script, they have to memorize it, but then they also have to provide to you now, they have to memorize the script and provide a perfect self-tape, because that's what you're submitting for that particular role. So how important is the training for self-tapes?
Well, it's really important because that's your audition. It's the same as going in the room. That's your audition. So you need to make sure that you stand out, because that's what's going to help you book the role. So yes, you have to train, because everything is self-tape now, and they're seeing up to 100 self-tapes. So this is your one chance. This is your one shot. And the good thing is there's no reason why your self-tape should be shitty or mediocre, because you're in a studio or wherever you're doing it from, and you get to do it over and over again until it's perfect. So you have this shot to show the casting director how great you are, and then hopefully you get a callback. So yes, this is the same as an in-person audition. So it's very important that you are trained for this. And like I said before, when you get a callback, or if you get a callback, they're going to Zoom with you, and they're going to test you on your training. They're going to work with you. They like you for this role. They're going to work with you. They're going to give you redirects. They're going to have you change things up, and that's where your training comes in.
So training is
very important. I will not take on anybody who hasn't trained. I will not, because it makes a huge difference. Also, networks and studios look at that. If you have nothing on your resume and you've done no training, why would they hire you? Why? There's thousands and thousands of other actors that are just as good as you, that have trained, and they know how to be on set. They know how to hit their mark. They can think quick off their feet. Why would they hire you over the other person that's been training solidly and knows exactly what to do when they get that on set, and they won't fall under pressure? They're not going to ask a million questions. They're going to understand every little logistic thing on that set. So that's why it's important.
Now, somebody had asked a question about union, so I'm going to share my screen again.
You do that. That's all you, Ali.
Okay, so you can book work on your own. For anybody on here, there's a ton of websites you can go on. And for anybody here that's ever done extra work is where you show up at like 6 o'clock in the morning. You're on set all day, but you're not the star of the production, right? This is Outlander. You're an extra, which means you are part of the scenery. You're not an actor. You're part of the scenery. Can you ever put extra work on a resume, Tanya?
No. I don't care about.
Well, you don't even talk to anybody that does extra.
I don't. Yeah, no. If I see a resume come to me and it's got all these amazing credits, and then I see extra, I don't want to see any of that on your resume. It's great if you want to do background work. You get to see how set works and things like that. But you're an extra. It doesn't mean anything to me. I think it's great if it helps you pay your bills. You're having fun, all of that good stuff. The only things I want to see are speaking roles on TV and film. That's it.
So the reason why most people obviously want to become an extra is so they could get, it's kind of like babysitting before you have a kid. Oh, let's do a trial run and see if this is something we're really serious about. But but getting on set, sometimes you're there from 6 o'clock in the morning till midnight. You're going into costume. Just because you're there doesn't mean, they know you're there. You'll go and film at the time they tell you to. Maybe they're waiting for the sun to start to set. Maybe they're, redoing lines or whatever the case may be, but you're on set until you're finished. Now, the goal is when you're on set to earn what they call SAG vouchers or waivers, or, some people in the business call it the golden ticket. In order to get speaking roles, typically in TV and film, you do need to be a member of the union. And there is something we can go over called the Taft-Hartley.
Oh, you cut out. You've cut out.
Oh no, technology is so awesome until it's not.
Okay. Was it Ali's that cut out?
Yeah, it was Allie that cut out. Let's see here. Okay.
She was on a roll.
I know she was on a roll and now she's like frozen in space. All right.
Well, I can quickly talk about, yeah, I mean, you get your vouchers when you do extra work, and that can take a while. But I don't really care about that. That's nothing, that's on you, whatever you want to do. With me being a SAG franchise agent, the only jobs that I book are union jobs. If you are non-union and I take you on, what I'll do is I will submit you on union jobs. And then when you do book a union job, I will then tell the casting director that you are non-record, non-guild, which means you are non-union. And then they will do what's called a Taft-Hartley. So they will then sponsor you into the union. Obviously, we have to do this before you get in front of the camera. So they'll Taft-Hartley you, and then you will become SAG eligible. So now you are SAG eligible. The second job you're fine. Then the third job you will be a must join. So for the third job that we book you with us as a SAG member, you will then need to join the union, which is about $3,000.
We're having thunderstorms here. All my internet went out, but
Oh
I'm
my
back.
goodness.
Fun times, so fun.
We carried it on. We did the Taft-Hartley and then joined the union. Yes.
So you went
Yes.
over the 3,000 for people to pay?
Yes. Yes.
Again, people are submitting themselves for these speaking roles. You can't do it unless you're a member of SAG. So, there's a lot that goes involved, and I'm tired, which is why we started VIP. I'm tired of the bad boyfriend syndrome. Sorry, guys. The liars, the cheaters, they give bad reputations to anybody trying to help you in this industry. And unfortunately, I typically have to take the wrath. Are you like these other companies? Well, no. Have you been on my calls before? Because I completely go against them. So I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to add you here. Okay, we're back. Thunderstorms. Okay. All right. So did you guys learn anything from that at all? Yes or no? I hope. Yeah. Okay, cool. So Tanya, when you're submitting out for, let's say, Netflix or HBO, can you go over for me pay rates? I know you went over like can you go over like co-starring and all?
Yeah. So we have a scale rate. It's called SAG scale, which is the small rate for big budget shows, like All American. That would be it's called a co-star role, which is the smaller role, but it's still a speaking role. Co-star, they generally pay scale plus 10. That plus 10 is my commission on top, and that's $1,082 a day. If they buy you weekly, they can actually buy you on a 3-day week, which is I think that's around 2,456 for 3 days, something like that. Or they can buy you on a 5-day weekly, which is 3,756 plus 10, 3,756 for the week. And that's on a co-star scale, right? Or they could buy you for 2 weeks at 3,756, depending on how long the role goes on for. If they buy you for a guest star, which is a bigger role, so the storyline's kind of centered around you, for something like NCIS or All American, which is a primetime procedural show, then a guest star, they'll buy you for 8 days for a 1 hour. And the 8-day 1 hour rate is $9,522. That's for 8 days. Sometimes it can go on for 9-10 days, then they prorate that rate. So you think about 8,522 divided by 8, then that's your daily rate after 8 days. And then for a 5-hour show, it's just shy of 6,000. Because did I say hour show? I mean, a half-hour show. They'll buy you for 5 days because obviously it's quicker to shoot. And that's just shy of 6,000. That's a guest star role. And that's what we call top of show, which is the most they'll pay a guest star actor. Unless you're a name, then we call it, they break top of show, and then they'll pay you a lot more than that rate. That's when you're a name. They'll break that they'll break that rate for you. So yeah, 5 days is just shy of 6,000. Netflix, they don't have top of show on streaming services. They'll normally they're like this norm, they're a little cheap. Shouldn't say that, but it's just the way there's streaming services and new media and like YouTube or anything. But what they do pay is when you're a series regular on those shows, they do pay a nice sum. And yeah, I mean, it's the same thing, that scale rate 1082 or 3756 a week. If it's a guest star, they can bump it up to maybe at like 5,500. And then if you're a series regular on Netflix, you can make anywhere from 30, 40, 50, 60, $100,000 an episode.
Does that sound good to anybody here? I like the way you did 30, 40, 50, 60, 100,000 an episode. So as a business owner, we've invested in movies and Broadway and all these really fun things, but why wouldn't an aspiring actor, okay, I'm going to play devil's advocate. Why wouldn't you invest in the better headshots? Because obviously if your headshot's shitty, they're not even going to see if you can act. It's going to be like game over. Why wouldn't you invest in training? Because the opposite spectrum is you could freaking earn $100,000 episode. It doesn't even make sense to me. Oh, well, I'm looking for somebody to cover my bills.
Don't
get into this business. Just go away, be gone. If you understand the math, type math. Why wouldn't you invest in your training, headshots? And like Tanya said, back in the day, you had to physically live in LA or New York. Rent's expensive. I'll tell you right now, very expensive. Plus, travel. That was your only competition. Now that it's on Zoom, everybody's like, oh, this is so cool. I can live anywhere. Yeah, it is cool, but competition just got like 50 times harder because now it's everybody and their brother auditioning for that role. Do you guys understand that? You can live in Mississippi, you can live in Wisconsin. You don't have to physically live in LA. But back in the day, you only competed pretty much with people that were in that local market, unless it was like a big name, like a Nicole Kidman coming from New Zealand to, star in something, and then there's no competing with her. She's going to get it. This. But why wouldn't you invest? Now, if anybody on here got to work with Tanya in Orlando, we were so excited and honored to have you come out. And you don't ever train. So I'm very happy, but also baffled that you said yes. And I'm not going to ever take that away. But how many of you guys would love to learn how to do this for real from somebody of this type of level, where she could say like, no, you're doing it wrong? Because most actors, oh, I'm an actor. Oh, are you booking major roles, 100,000 an episode? Then shut the hell up. Shh. Because she's working with some of the biggest names and she watches. So you kind of know what people are looking for. Am I right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I always say I know what the buyers are looking for, and the buyers of the studios networks, or I know what's selling, and so yeah, and I'm always looking. Even when I'm out, I'm always scouting, and if I see somebody, I'm like, oh, I don't have somebody like kind of like you in my roster, and I'll ask them if they're an actor, and they'll say no. I'm like, then that's fine. But I'm always looking for new actors. Yeah.
You guys, this isn't about becoming famous. Like, you're gonna have to really put forth some work to do this.
Yeah.
You guys understand?
I mean,
there's people that want to act as a hobby, and others that want to do this as a career. And you're never going to get an agent if this is a hobby. So you have to be all in.
And there's somebody like, I've seen somebody who's a great type, very marketable, amazing. And then I speak to them, they're like, yeah, I want to try it out. I want to try acting out. I'm like, no, bye-bye. Well, okay, I don't have time to try you out. So, because I'm going to bust my balls for you to try out to see if you like it or not. No, I need somebody who's all in, completely invested. We're ready to go, and we're going to do this. Because again, I work for free until you start making money. So why the hell am I going to work for free for then in 4 or 5 months you're going to go, yeah, it's not for me. I've had other people say, I'm just going to dip my toe into acting and see how I feel. Well, then go find someone else to be your agent, because it's not going to be me.
Well, no, you're not even going to find an agent. You go ahead and you book those student films,
Right.
indie films. You go be an extra. You go stand next to that tree.
Yeah.
Because I'm
That's
booking speaking roles, and that requires you actually having training, real headshots.
Yeah.
You can't have 1 foot out the door.
I
One
can
foot in
tell
the door
very
means 1 foot
quickly.
out the door.
Yeah, I can tell
Yeah.
very quickly who's done their homework, who's ready to go, they've got all their tools in place, they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
I can definitely tell the passion that they have, because that's really important. Obviously, talent is number one, and passion is the second most important. I want to make sure they're so passionate about this. They're going to do this. This is all about them acting, and they understand this is a business and it's work, and it's going to be really fucking hard. And you have to be a little thick-skinned, because it is tough. Can't take anything too personally, because we're going to get a lot of no's before we get those yeses. We'll get through it, and we'll do it, and we'll have fun,
And there's going to be a lot of wine involved.
if you're not an asshole. Yeah, with wine.
Always helps.
Yeah, I love wine. So yeah, that's what's important to me. I need to be able to, like, when I meet somebody, I need to be able to like them. That we're in this together, that we're a team. But because I do work really hard. I took my own horn. I do work my ass off. I want to make sure that you're going to work your ass off too. That you're not just going to sit at home doing nothing, waiting for the phone to ring with auditions. I want you to be busting your balls in class, training, consistently doing that. If I need new headshots, you're going to get me new headshots very quickly. If I need that self-taping before the deadline, you're going to get that self-taping before the deadline. You're not going to consistently ask me, can I get an extension? Can I get an extension on the deadline? Oh, I'm too busy. Oh, I'm on vacation this week. Oh, I've got this week. I can't do that. I met somebody, was it somewhere a couple of weeks ago, and they really wanted to act. And they were a great look. And I said, well, what happens if you book something, next week? They said, well, I'd need, how much notice can I get? And I said, I don't know, you could book it today and shoot tomorrow. She goes, well, I only have 2 weeks vacation a year for work. I was like, okay, well then, I'm sorry, this is not for you, honey. So
it's like dating somebody for 2 years and finding out, you're thinking marriage, and they're like, I'm not looking to get married, or I don't.
I mean, so I can only book you jobs within your 2 weeks vacation a year.
That's cool. You should totally not come to me to represent you.
Makes no
ever.
sense at all. Yeah. I was like,
Zero.
no, I can't do that.
And that's why, for anybody watching this is why we put you through a 2-day boot camp, because if you're actually wanting to work on this type of level, I mean, the cast of Big Bang Theory, I mean, that was a hit show, $1 million an episode.
I know.
I mean, I was excited about 30, 40, 50, 60. $1 million an episode. That's a shit ton of money.
That's a shit ton of money. That's a nice
That's a
ton of
shit
money
ton,
for the
and you
agent.
get 10% of that.
I don't see it as $1 million. I just see it as 100,000 an episode for the
Of course
agent.
you do, because
I live
beautiful
on
mind doing the
10%.
math. 3756. It's like talking to Rain Man. 3756 divided by 4 divided
Yeah.
by. But this is why we get along. But it's the truth. Like, obviously, your goal is, I mean, CBS and NBC. You do have the streaming services, but getting an episodic on like a regular channel, not the streaming. They're going to do more episodes. So
Yeah,
there's
they do more
money.
episodes. They do around 22 episodes, like on CBS or Fox. So that's nice, because you're going to be shooting for longer, because you're going to be doing more episodes. So say if you're getting 30,000 an episode on, an NCIS, and you're doing 22 episodes. What's the math on that, Ali? You can do that in your head like that.
It's a lot.
Well,
600.
yeah, it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
So that's kind of our fight with Netflix. When you book a series regularly, because you're going to be still held exclusively, you can't go and do another series regular. With Netflix or Apple, they're only doing about 8 episodes now a season. So so we try and fight for a bit more money.
8 versus 22.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
so we try and work it out, because obviously maybe you'll do 8 episodes in 3 or 4 months, right? Maybe longer. And so you're going to be on hiatus for a lot longer. So then we try and utilize that time and get you on a big film in between, and try and make up the money that you would have got had you been on, another series for 22 months. And we try and raise the money and put that fight in, that we need to get more money, because they're only doing a series for 8 episodes or 10 episodes. And so we kind of try and up the money on Netflix on the streaming services because it's a shorter season, and they're still holding exclusivities on that. Like they
So
do,
you
they hold
can't,
exclusivities.
so like if you're on a show like Virgin River on Netflix, you can't just go book something on Apple.
No,
Okay.
no, because it's a conflict. So you can go and do on streaming services, they're very strict on conflicts. They're trying to change that. But you can't go and book another series regular on another streaming service or another network, period. Because you're a series regular on a show, they're paying you the big bucks to be a series regular. They basically hold you in first position completely. They own you as a series regular. Now, when you're on hiatus, you can, it depends on the contract. You normally sometimes have to go to production to ask permission to do it. Sometimes they don't give a shit. You can go and do a guest star on Grey's Anatomy, or a guest star on All American, or a guest star on Wednesday, a one-off episode, as long as it as long as the character's not similar to the character you play on their series, right? And you can go and do a movie of the week, or you can go and do a feature film, or you could do a mini series on your hiatus. You can do any of those. So yeah, so we try and do that in between on a hiatus, so you can go make more money.
But then you make more money.
Then I
So
make more money.
can you discuss very quickly about the writer's strike? I mean, you're right there in LA. What is going on, and what is the writer's strike actually about?
It's about streaming services, and it's about the writers trying to get more money from residual fees, and also AI, artificial intelligence.
Which we did a training on. I mean, we're going to do another training, but it's true. And
Yeah.
I think I might have
And
seen the link.
it's to get a higher rate on residual fees for streaming services, and also like it's Netflix basically that's holding everything back, by the way. And they've also said that Netflix have also said, well, this is so weird. They said we're still in an experimental stage.
It's been how long? Yeah.
They make a fortune. But anyway, so luckily the directors have come to an agreement. Directors, there's not going to be a strike with DGA, and we're hoping. Well, we've got the.
It was almost a perfect storm, guys. It was the writer's strike going on, and then the Directors Guild of America was supposed to start on strike like this month, and then the actors strike. So like, oh my God, perfect storm! Like the trilogy coming together. It's like, okay,
it's
Hollywood.
bad. But we're kind of all saying as well that we're glad it's happening in the summer.
Right,
because the summer's generally slow. I mean, I have been booking jobs because the scripts have been locked, which means that they're done. The writers aren't doing them. But then apparently you can, if you're a producer / writer, don't quote me, I think you can still change a few things up, I think. So we're trying to figure that out. Because I have someone else I just booked on a soap, and they're still currently shooting that. So she's a major recur now, one of the soaps. I can't tell you which one.
It's
a new character coming in.
Yeah. And it's crazy with the streaming service because it's like the wild, wild west. Think about it. Like HBO is now Max. So all of the writers and all the residuals went from like a cable channel like HBO. As soon as they went to Max, it's considered streaming.
Yep.
That means nobody is making the residuals now because now it's a streaming network.
It's such bullshit.
What?
It's such bullshit.
How do you go from HBO to HBO
Yeah.
Max to just Max? What the hell happened to HBO? That was like the hugest, biggest Sopranos, Sex and the City, Boardwalk Empire. Like, seriously? And
Yeah.
now like they just cut everybody off at the knees. How is that okay? So be glad
It's
this
not
happening,
okay. So
because they're
I'm
protecting
glad.
your rights. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm for the writers. This needs to be done. There needs to be a shake-up. Absolutely.
And when your talent are literally going on set and the strike is still happening, they can't cross the line, correct? So they have to be on like literally outside until they call it a day. Is that kind of what's going on?
Say again, I'm so sorry. You cut a bit.
Sorry, it's thundering. But with anybody right now, obviously you don't want to cross like the picket line, the writer's strike. You don't want to go against them. So your actors are still technically showing up, but they can't cross the line, correct?
They can, but they don't want to. Yeah.
They have the option to, but they want to stay in solidarity with the writers.
Yes.
And they can't leave until they call it a day. So just so you
Yes.
guys understand, like,
No.
they're still showing up, but you can't actually go to work.
Yes.
You guys understand that?
Right.
Because if you don't show up, they'll get in trouble, right? If they don't show
Of
up?
course, if they don't show up for work, they can get in trouble. They can get, yeah, absolutely.
Even if they know they can't work, they still have to show up. Did you guys learn anything from that? Scale 1 to 10. Like,
I mean, my clients are booking right now because the scripts have been locked. So then they don't have any writers on set. So because they were locked before the strike, they could go and do it. So they're okay for a minute.
good.
But that was all kind of before May 1st. So now things are starting to trickle down now and starting to really kind of grind to a halt. Like they stopped Stranger Things. Stranger Films was still filming because the scripts were locked. But now it's just stopped filming.
Interesting. Look at this.
Yeah.
Up to the minute. Right here
Yeah.
at Tanya Kleckner.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And I'm
Well,
excited for
to
that new
see you
season.
again in a couple of weeks. Like, when is it? Well, we'll talk about it off the air. And I'm excited. I know all of our talent really appreciated you coming to Florida, traveling across the
Oh my
country.
goodness, it was so much fun. It was the best time.
Best time. And we saw the growth. I mean, even here, I'm gonna show Saba real quick.
It was just fun to work with you as well, and then do like a few redirects and hi.
Say hi, Tanya.
How are you?
But even having somebody like Saba, who you were able to help and say, hey, why don't you do it this way? Saba, did that help you at all? Like,
Oh my gosh,
getting-
so much. Absolutely. I was able to discover different way and to change on the spot. It was amazing.
Oh, good.
Look at that, making differences. Look at that.
Yay, that makes me happy.
Yeah, it was amazing. Thank you, Tanya, for that.
Oh
That
my
was
goodness, it's
incredible.
my pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you. It's nice to see you.
Good to
got a
see
lot
you.
of great people on here. How many of you guys love this segment? Bye, Saba. Scale 1 to 10. How much did this help you? Scale 1 to 10. Show Tanya some love. Tanya, it's always a pleasure. I see Deneen on with
I got a
me.
10.5 and a 20. Thanks, guys.
A 20. We're just doing 1 to 10. 1 to 10. That's the easiest
I'll take
way.
a 20. I'm kidding.
1 to 10. And I'm so proud of you. Like literally, like my internet, everything went down. I was like, oh shit, she's by herself. But you did great. Usually I go over the math, the SAG.
I could handle it.
No, I know, but usually
I always
it's
love
my
Alex
thing to go over
with me.
SAG-AFTRA because it's always like the Da Vinci Code
Well,
to a
because
lot
you're
of
a little
people.
bit like Rain Man when it comes to that. You're
I
like
know.
so amazing, like to the book.
I learned from the best. You know, this is what happens when you're in New York and LA. You kind of, in order to get into this industry, guys, you have to be mentored and you have to work with top people. You can't be the best sitting up on a website. You're not going to get real work that way. Do you got, unless you're happy doing this as a hobby. Okay. We're looking for people that want to take this as a career. So if that's not you, then log off here because everybody else, we want to help you actually get on television and film. Okay. If you're not serious, you could just watch TV and film. That's the difference. That's it. Crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's it.
Absolutely.
Well, I love you. Thank you so
I
much.
love
My son
you.
says hello.
And Janine, I love you.
Love
Where's
you
Mike?
too, Tanya.
Bye. Yeah, all right, my loves. I'll see you soon.
I
Thank
can't
you
wait
so
to
much
see you
for having
next
me.
time.
Bye, everybody. It was lovely
Bye,
to see all
Tanya.
of you.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Everybody wants an agent, Deneen, but the question is, does an agent want you? That's always the question.
That's what we talked about yesterday with the 4 pillars of success. Like, who are you? Like, how do they know? Do you believe in yourself? How do you get them to believe in you? You have to put in the work. You have to be determined to do that. And that's what we do. And speaking of that, that's what we're going to be doing now. We're going to have Mike come on. How many of you want to be molded so that someone like Tanya wants to work with you? If you do, type yes in the comments. Type yes in the comments. Because what we're going to do now is I'm going to have Mike come back on. He's going to talk to you about how we can mold you into being that person that an agent or manager wants to work with. All right. So if you're excited, let me know. Show me a word other than excited in the comments about how excited you are to hear from Michael Pumpkin right now. Mold me on like ghost. That was funny. Elated. I love astonished. Ecstatic, thrilled, ecstatic. Okay, awesome. All right, guys. So without further ado, everyone welcome to the stage, the one, the only, Mr. Michael Pumpkin.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? You guys can hear me?
Yes.
All right, cool. Okay, let me share my screen. All right, so I promised you guys I would go over about New York, so I'm going to do that. We have Mr. Ryan Colby is going to be coming up next, so I'm just going to go over this pretty quick. Like I said, it's going to be extremely limited. So obviously, you know, when we do these events, there's always an opportunity for you guys to be able to work with us further at a higher level. You know, obviously this is a free event, so when you make an investment in yourself, into your career, we over deliver by 10x. And, you know, as you see, there's so much we could show you, so much we can teach you guys, but we're limited by time, right? As we know, time's our most valuable resource. And we don't want, you know, we can only squeeze so much into the 16 hours. And I think we do pretty good squeezing it in. But I put something together for everybody who's on this call for you guys to be able to continue this journey to reach the levels of success that we've had with so many talent in the past and so many of our current talent that are here sharing this weekend. So I want to thank everybody who is here. So if I have your permission, I'd like to show you guys what I put together. This is just going to be something, it's a special offer just for today only. So I'm going to go through all of that. Everyone who's on to the end of the call, so the end of the day today, Zoom tracks the time. So it knows like, okay, these are the people that were on all day. These are the people that left early. Everyone who's on to the end of the call, my assistant will pull that list. You guys will get access to the ChatGPT prompts. So it'll be 100 prompts there. But everyone who is able to come to New York, I put something together even more special with ChatGPT, and I'll talk to you about that, guys, in a minute. So if I have your permission, I'd like to go through exactly the entire offer and everything we have for people who want to come to New York and blow their career up this year. So let's get started. All right, so our next big event is going to be the end of August in New York City. If you've never been to New York City is one of the most magical places in the world. I grew up there, spent my whole life there. I'm actually in Florida right now today, but I will be back in New York this week. And New York's just incredible. It's the heart of fashion. It's the heart of the entertainment industry for TV and filming. And it's a great place to really launch your career. It has its own vibe, its own style. It's very different from Hollywood, very different. Work ethics and so forth. It's a lot more faster paced, but this is like, you know, where the strongest companies, the strongest brands are all based out of New York. So this event is an event that's literally been in the works for 17 plus years. This will be, you know, one of our anniversary events. This will be the biggest event in New York City that we've ever done. So for you guys that have this opportunity to be able to already scheduled to come to New York, congratulations on making that decision. I promise you we're going to over deliver in ways that you cannot even possibly imagine for this event. But at the same time, for those of you who are wanting to take this step to the next level, well, congratulations, because of all the boot camps we do throughout the entire year, you are on the most special boot camp because this is something we only offer one time and one time only. And like I said, this is something that's going to be extremely limited. For the people that are on this call. We will have less spots available than people on the call, but that's okay. That's how we find the best, right? We're looking for people who are fast action takers and people who want to change their life. They don't want to live the dream, but they actually want to take massive action and change their life. So with that thought in mind, with your permission, let me show you what I put together. All right, so this is what we got. So for New York City, this is the VIP New York City live event. First of all, you're gonna have a VIP Ignite live 3-day event in New York City. So just the event ticket alone is $29.97. So this gives you the opportunity to sit down and meet with over 35 of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. This is what we are known for. This is what put us on the map. This is like a historic event for us being back in New York City. It's been quite some time since we've been in New York City with all the changes, with every craziness in the world. We got to do the most incredible event in Hollywood, but now we are back in our home, New York City. This is where it all began. This is going to be an incredible event. So not only will you get the VIP Ignite Live 3-day event in New York City, you're also going to get a 3-look professional photo shoot. Value of that's $24.97. You're going to get to work with a professional hair and makeup artist, which is really important. We talked about this earlier. Getting the right photos done, having the right photos for casting directors, producers, for people that you're going to meet. This literally becomes the type of event that has an instantaneous effect because not only you on set working, getting the right photos, getting to meet with the right people, but you're there in New York City in the heart of everything. You're working with some of the top people in the industry. So now you're going to get the VIP Ignite Live 3-day event in New York City, life-changing, get to meet 35 of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. People can snap their fingers and change their life in 30 seconds or less, but you're going to have a professional photo shoot done with professional hair and makeup. But what we're going to really do, and this is really cool, is we're going to be doing an improv comedy weekend. It's going to be virtual. With Jeffrey Gurian, Gino Piscanti, Mark Christopher Lawrence. Okay, so this is actually going to be an online training weekend for improv and comedy. Okay. And part of the experience in New York City is you can actually have the opportunity to perform live in New York City. Okay. I know it's scary. I know it's terrifying, but these are some of the best people. Jeffrey Gurian's one of the top people in comedy. This is something he's dedicated his life to. Gino Pisconti's formerly with the Howard Stern Show, traveled the world with Artie Lang from the Howard Stern Show. He currently has a hit show on Sirius Radio. He is one of the funniest comedians I've ever met. He's also a professional actor, host. Same thing with Jeffrey Gurian, one of the top comedians, host, writer. We actually met him a long time ago. We've probably known Jeffrey Gurian since day one. There's not a single person on the phone he cannot get a hold of, not a single person who doesn't know him. He's worked with the biggest legends in the industry, and this is something he does not do. So for you to have the opportunity to have him mentoring you, guiding you, being able to work with somebody like Gino Pisconti, and then Mark Christopher Lawrence, who is a living legend. He's a stand-up comic. He's been on hit TV shows such as Chuck, dozens of other shows. He's appeared in movies with, Pursuit of Happiness and so forth. He is incredible. And these people are all professionally trained. So you're literally going to get to spend an entire weekend learning improv and comedy, and then having the chance to perform live on stage, and having Jeffrey Gurian there in the audience, Gino Pisconti there. This is like so many great actors. We even talked about yesterday for the girl that makes $2 million from the Geico commercials, Stephanie Courtney. Literally, she went to the school in Chicago. What is it called? Oh my God. Second City in Chicago. That was like one of her dreams. So for those of you pursuing an acting career, to be able to have something like this, we're literally going to be giving you decades of knowledge in days. And then being able to have the performance under your belt in New York City, that's a game changer. Like, that's something that's going to stand out to people like Tanya Kleckner and the agents and so forth. And it's something that's going to be fun, right? So I don't want to scare you guys. It's going to be something that's fun. Value of that, because of the level of people we have doing this training, and it's 2 full days live, plus the performance in New York City. That alone would retail for $9,997. So now you're going to get the Improv Comedy Weekend virtual. You're going to get the VIP Ignite Live 3-day event. You're going to get to meet 35 of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. People can snap their fingers, change your life in 30 seconds or less. You're going to get a professional photo shoot, professional hair and makeup artist, the Improv Comedy Weekend. Plus, we're also going to do a special weekend. This is called Earn 6 Figures Online, Social Media Domination. Retail value of this is $30,000. I'm going to explain to you why that is in a moment. But this is going to be an entire weekend where we're actually going to go through how to take your current talent and apply that to earn 6 figures online through social media, being able to understand social media at the highest possible level. I want you guys to understand something. Your career takes off tomorrow and you become a 7-figure earner as an actor, as a model, as a musician. Social media and understanding the entire network is going to be imperative to it. You cannot depend upon your agent. You cannot depend upon your manager. I'm going to be honest with you. Those people, their lane is booking you work. Like Tanya Kleckner, she is an absolute beast when it comes to booking people $65,000 a day, $100,000 a day, some of the biggest TV shows in the world, but her lane is not social media. That is not her lane. You're going to have to put a team together, and it's really important for you guys to understand how this works, okay? For you to really understand that, because when you start becoming, not only can you transition your life instantaneously, you start having 1 million, 2 million, 3 million followers, that is an additional income revenue that is like insane. Like, if you spoke to me about this a few years ago with TikTok and so forth, I understood it and I saw the value there, but it was so limited to people, like what you had to do to reach those numbers. But now this is becoming ingrained as a part of the clients we're working with. So this is probably like going to be one of the most important trainings, one of the most important weekends we will ever do. This is going to be super, super high level. It'll be recorded. You'll be able to interact. There'll be breakout rooms. There'll be special guests. This is going to be an incredible opportunity. So not only are you going to get the Earn 6 Figure Online Social Media Domination, you're going to get the VIP Ignite 3-day event in New York City, 3-look professional photo shoot, professional hair, makeup artist. You're going to have the Improv Comedy Weekend with Jeffrey Gurian, Gino Pisconti, Mark Christopher Lawrence, all living legends. But you're also going to have the opportunity to perform live, which will boost your resume up. You're going to boost your resume up by working with celebrity photographers and makeup artists. the social media domination course, but you're also going to have the live stand-up performance and show in New York City. That is priceless. You're also going to get 12 months of virtual coaching for actors and models. That's our 30X VIP Elite Challenge. So that means every single week, we always have some of our best coaches online, people from The Sopranos, Jan Murphy, who you guys got to speak to yesterday. She's going to be one of our new coaches. Gino Pascanti is going to be coming on, being one of our new coaches. We have a ton of people that are at the highest possible level that are working actors and models, are professionally coaches. These are people that earn multiple six figures a year that are taking time out of their day to train you live. Okay, I believe me, there's one person that's working on this planet who knows this business. It is me. And I know what other coaching programs offer, and they are a joke. Like they're not even in our shadow. There is nothing like this. I bring people on that have graduated from Yale School of Drama. I'm literally giving people $1 million in training every single week. This is some of the best training in the world. It's interactive. You will excel at this. You will learn. It's recorded. So for those of you who can't make it, that is okay. It's recorded, okay? We always have new people. It's always growing and getting better. So not only are you going to get the 12 months of virtual coaching for actors and models, which retails on its own for $39.97. You're going to have the VIP Ignite live 3-day event in New York City. Get to meet 35 of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. People will snap their fingers and change your life in 30 seconds or less. You'll get the 3-look professional photo shoot, professional hair and makeup artist, the improv comedy weekend with Jeffrey Gurian, Gino Pascanti, Mark Christopher Lawrence, the 6 figures social media domination training, live, virtual, online Zoom, live stand-up performance. So you'll be live on stage in New York City. That is going to be the most incredible. Imagine standing on stage live in New York City in a packed audience, people that are there to see you, agents, casting directors, producers. And literally you've been trained by some of the best people in the world for this. Okay. Not only that, but you're going to have the virtual coaching. You're going to have the training ongoing. You're going to have the team to be able to reach out to. In addition to all of that, you're also going to get truth management representation. So we will become your mother agency, which means on an ongoing basis, instead of having to deal with scams, is this real? Is this not real? Is this person going to pull my pants down? You know, like instead of living in fear, literally anybody reaches out to you, you say, great, speak to my agent. Here's my information. Reach out to them. They will take care of everything. This is what we do. So not only are we going to start getting you submitted out for work, not only are we going to show you how to get local work in your area, but our goal is now, because you're represented, this will elevate you instantaneously, which means when you're coming to the VIP Ignite Live 3-day event in New York City, I can bring in the top agencies, the top people in the industry, because you have representation. You have the professional photos. You have the improv training. You understand social media better than the people that'll be sitting from you across from the table. You bring value to them. Okay, because now you're exploding your audience, which makes them look good. It's what can you do for me? You're going to perform live in New York City. You're going to have ongoing coaching. You're never going to have to worry about perfecting your monologue, perfecting your posing, perfecting your reel. You're going to look great on camera, whether it's in person or on Zoom. You're going to have the representation. In addition to that, we're finalizing a special 12-week training where I'm literally going to train you on every aspect of how an agency runs. You're going to learn contract negotiation. You're going to learn international work. You're going to learn the entire process. If you thought what we did this weekend was anything, that was not even an ant on top of Mount Everest. Like, this was nothing compared to what this training is going to be. You will literally understand the inner workings of some of the most powerful agencies in the world, which brings value when you walk into that room. You will be an expert. Okay, you will run circles around 99% of this industry once you complete that training. Retail value, that's $49.97. That's something I'm doing. This is 12 weeks of my time. I'm going to put such an effort into making this the most incredible training possible. So not only with the truth management training, truth management representation, never have to worry about having an agent, right? You're going to have the VIP Ignite Live 3-day event in New York City. You're going to have the professional photo shoot, professional hair and makeup, the improv comedy weekend with Jeffrey Gurian, Gino Pascanti, Mark Christopher Lawrence, 6-figure social media domination, value of $30,000 just for that alone. Live stand-up, you're going to get to perform in New York City live, the virtual coaching live every week, twice a week, online. You're going to have an agent representing you, Truth Management, one of the best agencies in the world, Truth Management 12-week training, but you're also going to have some bonuses, a runway and modeling masterclass in New York City with a celebrity supermodel overseen by Ryan Colby himself. You're also going to have a live runway experience and fashion show in New York City. And I know that like this is part of the fun and the experience. Okay. Some of you are going to qualify for high fashion, but you know what? The world's changing. Why not have that experience in New York City, right? Because there are smaller shows. There are smaller designers in your market that I can show you how to book work with, and you can have on that resume. I walked in New York City, okay? And then bonus number 3 is you're gonna have access to the Vault, which is over 300 hours of on-demand content for actors and models and 1 year access to office hours. That's our live training and also our on-demand content. So that means for the past 2 years, 2.5 years, all the content, every single training, you'll have access to it. And it's all searchable just like Google. So not only are you going to have that, you're going to have the VIP Ignite live 3-day event in New York City, professional photo shoot, professional hair, makeup artist, improv comedy weekend, virtual, Jeffrey Gurian, Gino Visconti, Mark Christopher Lawrence, the 6-figure social media domination weekend. You're going to have the live stand-up performance and show in New York City, 12 months of virtual coaching for actors and models, truth management representation, truth management 12-week training, the runway and modeling masterclass in New York City with celebrity supermodel, live runway experience and fashion show in New York City, access to the Vault, over 300 hours of on-demand content for actors and models, and 1 year access to office hours. You're going to have all of that, okay? But let me just ask you something, right? I'm going to show you exactly some bonuses too, something really cool in a moment. But I just want to ask you something. If having the opportunity to come to New York City, to have this training, to perform live on stage, if that gave you the confidence, if just one connection changed your life, would this be worth it for you to take that time to live your dream and to live it the right way, working with some of the best people? Like, think about how your social media will change, the TikTok videos, the Instagram, all the people who put you down, all the people who didn't believe in you, who cares? Because now they're the ones that are going to reach out to you. Oh my God, hey, do you want to hang out? Oh my God, you know, I want to swing by. All of a sudden it's going to change because now they're going to see you at a different level. And you know what? It doesn't matter, because at that point, your life's going to be elevated. You're going to have new friends. You're going to have new relationships. The friendships that you'll make are going to last decades for your life. So not only are you going to get the VIP Ignite live 3-day event in New York City, 3-look professional photo shoot, professional hair and makeup artist, improv comedy weekend, Jeffrey Gurian, Gino Visconti, Mark Christopher Lawrence, the 6 figures, social media domination, live stand-up performance, performed live in New York City, the 12 months of coaching for actors and models, truth management representation, truth management 12-week training, the runway modeling masterclass in New York City, which is going to be so cool. Just the photos alone, the video, going to be so much fun. The live runway experience and fashion show in New York City, and of course, access to the Vault. If you total all of that up, you're looking at a total value of $64,482, okay? And that is a real value. And I really want you to ask yourself, for some of you guys, like, that's like you couldn't ever see yourself investing something like that into your own career, okay? But let me ask you something. If this led to that one show that Tanya wanted to book you on for 10 episodes, and each episode paid $65,000, would this not be worth it? Right? If that one connection led to changing your life, that in 10 years from now, you're writing a check out for $1 million to a charity, is this not worth it? Okay, I want you to see that. I don't want you to look at the price. I want you to look at the investment, what it can do for your life, right? Change your words, change your story, and change your life. Okay, so you're going to get all of this now for $64,482. Today only, $29.97. Okay, and for everybody who's on this call, not only are you going to get all of this, okay, $29.97. For fast action takers, for people who schedule, we're going to drop a link, only $19.97, less than $2,000. Okay, and for even some of you might still be on the fence. Oh my God. Okay, well, I got a special bonus for you. Okay. And I'm going to talk about that in a moment, but I want to talk about the guarantee, because sometimes people are afraid to invest in themselves, okay, which is silly, okay, after spending 2 days with us. But we offer $1 million guarantee on this. And let me explain to you exactly what this means. $1 million guarantees means there's no risk, zero risk. I'm going to take all the risk on you. That's why I do these over 2 days, and I have 16 hours to make sure I'm going to have the cream rise to the top. What that means is you can come, sign up, register for the program, go through the training, come to New York City, get your photos done, go through the experiences, and then come to the live event, meet the casting directors, the producers, and by the end of lunch at that event, so you now spent the next 3, 4, 5 months with us. We gave you everything. and you come to the event, by the end of lunch, you say to yourself, you know what? I got to perform on stage. I got to work with all these people. I got the most amazing photos. Oh my God. But I don't feel I got $1 million worth of value. Just walk up to me, let me know that, and we give you a full refund, no questions asked. Okay. Which means there's zero risk for you. Okay. We're going to take all the risk out of this because we're guaranteeing it. We're guaranteeing $1 million in value and no questions asked. Okay, so you have absolutely nothing to lose. And as a special bonus, like I said, for everybody who stays to the end of the call, you're going to get the 100 prompts, right, for ChatGPT, which will change your life, make your life so much easier. But as a special bonus for everybody, this is today only. You are not going to see this ever again. This is not, oh my God, I'll wait till next time. No, no, no. This is today only. I'm doing a ChatGPT special weekend for actors and models. So it's going to be online. It's going to be a virtual event. Join us for an intense weekend on using ChatGPT to accelerate your career as an actor. And as a special bonus, everyone on the call will get the 100 prompts, but everyone who goes through this training, we're going to give you 500 prompts. But you have to be a part of the program. You have to be a part of the training. Just to let you guys know, when I talked about social media, $30,000 program, just so you know, this presentation, I'm doing this presentation in Sarasota next month at a private event. Remember I talked about, I'm working with a lot of people that earn $10 million, $50 million, 2 billionaires. The guys at this event I'm going to, there's going to be over 100 individuals there. They each paid $30,000 to attend this event. And I'm one of the speakers doing this presentation, which means that the people in that room, just for this presentation alone, invested $30,000 because they want to be at the forefront of how not only having the opportunity to understand how the entertainment industry works, but also the importance of understanding technology at this level. So this is a special bonus for everybody here. So just to let you know, this is like a $30,000 value that you're getting for free as a bonus, plus on top of that, the 500 prompts, okay? So not only do you have the guarantee, not only are you getting all of this for less than $2,000, but you're going to be getting the entire list, the VIP Ignite live 3-day event in New York City, 3-look professional photo shoot, professional hair and makeup artist, improv comedy weekend with Jeffrey Gurian, Gino Pisconti, Mark Christopher Lawrence, 6 figures online social media domination. Okay, that's a bonus. The live stand-up performance and show in New York City, 12 months of virtual coaching for actors and models, truth management representation, truth management 12-week training, the runway and modeling masterclass, New York City with a celebrity supermodel. There are other programs that charge $5,000 for that, and they're not even anywhere close to what this is. Live runway experience, fashion show in New York City, access to the vault, 300 hours of on-demand content for actors, models, and 1-year access to office hours. You're getting all of that for only $19.97. You're getting $1 million guarantee, and you're getting the ChatGPT weekend. Plus, for everyone on the call, as long as you stay to the end, when we pull the Zoom, you're all going to get the 100 prompts, but everyone else will get the 500 prompts, and that'll keep growing. So that'll be something that you actually have an access to that will always be adding new prompts and improving upon it. Okay. So this is going to be an incredible opportunity. This is New York City Live 2023. I just want to go over this with you guys really quick. This is extremely limited. We have less than 10 spots available. And for those of you who know, who've been on these calls before, when I tell you it's limited, it is limited. You guys know that. When I say I'm only doing an offer one time and you will never see this ever again, you will never see this ever again. So trust me on this. They're going to drop the link there. Schedule now. I will take Q&A, or Alicia will take Q&A later in the day, but I do have to turn this back over to Ms. Deneen because I do have Ryan Colby coming on, and we do have Alicia coming on. We still have a lot more stuff to go on with you guys today, so make sure you enjoy, but I just want to go over this. That way you guys have some time to mill it over, to let it sink in. But this is one of the most incredible offers I've ever put together. This will give you an opportunity not only to live your dreams, to change people's lives, but to have the abundance and the financial resources to change your life forever. My name is Michael Fomkin, and this is New York City Live 2023. And I'll talk to everybody later. Bye, guys. Hope you're excited.
Oh my God. Who's excited? If you're excited, let us know in the comments. Type excited in the comments. Type New York in the comments. How many of you guys are going to be scheduling so that you can go to New York? What a tremendous opportunity that's going to be. I mean, just if you think about all of the things that Mike talked about, not only the training, but having the opportunity to perform in New York City. Think about this. think about the people you know wherever you are right now, unless you're in New York City, okay? Then kind of, and I think, Ann, I'm looking at you because I think you're from New York. But everyone else, like, imagine this. Imagine having the opportunity to say, hey, you know what did you do last weekend? Oh, you know, I went to New York City. I worked with a celebrity photographer. I performed comedy in New York. What? Who are you? So I just want you guys to understand, like, what we're offering here is a once in a lifetime opportunity. And if you've ever been to one of our events, you know, if not, please buckle up and be prepared, because this is going to be a once in a lifetime opportunity to put yourself on the map. This is going to be where we talked about the 4 pillars of success. This is you taking action. This is you being determined. This is you creating your who. Imagine the social media post you're going to be able to create. Hi, so this is Denise White. I'm live from New York City. Look at this, guys. Oh my gosh, I'm performing live in Bro. Like, how awesome is that? I want you guys to put yourself there and think about that. Just the opportunity that you have. Now, I don't want to take up a lot of time. Alicia and I are going to be taking questions in a little while, but I know we have Mr. Ryan Colby here, and he is super excited to see everyone. So are you guys ready to learn how to overcome your fear of rejection with Ryan Colby and Alicia Kavak? If you are, type yes in the comments. Type yes in the comments. All right. Alicia, Ryan, are you guys ready? Are you ready for this? Okay. Oh, you're muted. You're like me today.
I am. I'm sorry. We're having thunderstorms here, so I'm like, okay, we got this. Okay. Hello, everybody.
Hello. All right. Add pin. All right.
I mean,
Mr.
talk
Colby's
about
back on.
rejection. Let's from New York right into rejection. I mean, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere.
Great. I'm back.
I mean, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. Oh, again with the echo.
I'm back.
Again with the echo.
I don't know. I'm doing normal stuff. I have a normal computer and I'm signing on normally like a normal person. I don't know what's up with this program.
I'm gonna talk. Oh, look. I'm gonna talk. Oh, wait, I have an echo. Oh, wait, I have an echo.
All right, I'm signing back on. This is bizarre. You gotta see it.
I like how it's his computer that's messing up, but we have to pull ourselves together. Like, do we own Zoom? Did I miss something?
And he's got that little R on for Ryan. That's why I was checking around. Like, what does the R stand for? It's like Superman, you know, like, well, we'll just say superhero strength. Now, one thing while we're waiting for Ryan to come on, you know, having photos done, having Ryan Colby working with you for a photo shoot, getting photos done based on what you qualify for. That's like the optimal for marketing. Would you guys agree? Yeah, not to mention getting a chance to network with some of the biggest names in the business. So rejection, it's coming. I mean, it's part of the business. And unfortunately, especially with photos, when you ask your friends and family what they think, they're gonna be like, "Oh, you're a model." You know, when you're a model,
I'm
you
here.
actually started
Let's
booking
go.
work. Okay.
Oh my, someone needs some juice.
Ooh.
Let's go.
So I'm gonna make myself my spotlight, but then I'm gonna find you. Hold on. It's not about me. Hold on. I gotta find you, Ryan Colby. Add spotlight. Zoom. 4,000
Okay.
presentations. And okay. So let's talk about rejection. I mean, we're talking about rejection, not
There's
in
a lot
life,
of
but
it.
in modeling. So
Yeah,
you sometimes have people,
there's
Ryan,
a lot of it.
yeah, that want to do high fashion, right? But then you're like, I don't see that for you. And then you have to tell them what they qualify for. So let's go over first qualifications for high fashion runway. And then let's go over some of the really cool stuff that you do for commercial print and catalog and the pay rate. So rejection, there's also a silver lining. Because a lot of times people don't
Well,
want
yeah,
to
I mean, commercial print modeling is more than 75–80% of the industry, period. But it is not the glamorous side. So people just desire the glitz and glamour of the industry, but that's 10–15% of the industry. So the majority of the industry is commercial print. lifestyle, it is vitamins, it is drinks, it is food, it is daily appliances, cars, things like that. So those models are everyday lifestyle models who photograph nicely, who have nice demeanors, nice smiles, nice, cadence to their voice, nice, just a pleasant way about them, because you have to sell everyday products to people that sometimes they don't need. Who needs another can of Coke? Or, who needs another Burger King Whopper? But you've got to sell the product and, be pleasant about it. So that's commercial print. And that is 80% of the industry. So that is the bulk of what you guys are qualifying for. Any desires or fantasies or whatever of doing high fashion is left to the other, 10 to 15% of the industry, which is you need to be youngish. You need to be a size 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 6 max for the females, and chest 36 to 40, 41, max 42 for the guys, depending upon your height. Waist 28 to 31 for the guys, waist 23 to 26 for the females. So this is not my decision. This is just the industry's decision. And yes, there have been diversity waves in the industry with high fashion, and there are girls and guys that are different sizes on the runway. But let me just tell you that will come to an end, and it is a wave, and it will not last. So it will go back to the way it was before. There are always waves in this industry. There was the whole German wave in the 80s, and then the Brazilian wave, and there's always waves. This whole diversity wave on the runway will come to an end real soon, and that's it. That's just the way the world works. So that's the goal for high fashion. If you fall into those categories, great. We spoke to a girl earlier during the Mall of Rush. She fell into that category. Good for her. Other people fall into different categories. Please stay in your lane, because then you get less rejection when you stay in your lane. Obviously, when you're commercial print, you could even be the star commercial print model of your agency doing back-to-back campaigns, but then you're going to get a no. Bank of America doesn't want you, but Toyota Cars does. Dunkin' Donuts doesn't want you, but Wendy's does. It doesn't matter. You're going to get rejection, but at least if you stay in your lane, that rejection is minimized a bit. So as long as you're aware of what you are and what you are qualified for, then you have less rejection. Now, not to say that you won't, and sometimes it will be devastating. Sometimes it's sad. You trek to a casting for Dunkin' Donuts, you're standing there, you look the part, you're the dad, but there's 20 other, 30 other dads in the lobby, and one of them is only going to get it. And there is no science to why. The casting director probably likes, sometimes casting directors are weird. They'll just pick you because you're from their hometown, or you have the same name as their father, or because you wore cologne that reminds them of their husband or wife, or you have the same amount of kids. Like, it's bizarre why people do the things they do and pick the people they pick. Sometimes it's not based on physicality at all. And sometimes it's based on personality, which is why you have to have a good one, because that ups your chances of getting gigs. Because the simplest thing could get you the job. Say someone's grumpy and the casting director's grumpy and you made them laugh. That could be the thin point as to why you got the job and somebody else didn't. So always be personable, always be nice, and it will lower your chances of rejection. Now, when you do get rejection, don't ever frown or be weird or be upset about it, especially if you're in public or if you're in the lobby of an office or if you're actually in their office and they say, yeah, no, you're not right for this job. Because sometimes they'll tell you right to your face and they'll say, you're not right for this job. You can't pop off. You can't act weird. You can't give a face, because guess what? You leave the office and the person they picked 20 minutes later gets COVID. Well, guess what? Now you got the job. But if you acted weird, they're like, you know what? I didn't like the way he acted. I didn't like the way she responded to me. So let's move on and cast again. Sometimes I do a second casting because they didn't find somebody. You know, so always be pleasant, always be nice, because you never know if you were second choice. And people like, and if anything I know, life happens. At 12 o'clock, everything's great. By 5, it's a burning bush of a disaster. You know, so you never know what's going to happen during the day to get you from place number 2 to place number 1. So always be pleasant, because it could be budgetary reasons. They can't have 2 of you. You both look the same. You're both the same height, and they pick one of you. But then, you know, say the agency of the first person is like, we want 5,000 a day. And they're like, our budget's 3. Well, we want 5 and we're not doing it. Great. Well, goodbye. And we'll go to the $3,000 person, which could be you. So, you know, always be pleasant, because the rejection can turn into a yes fairly quickly if you play your cards right. I've had that happen many times where, you know, for fashion shows and for print and for anything, where they're like, oh, we have too many guys in the show. But then the night of the show, one guy is late. He can't find a place, whatever. We need an extra guy. Take one of the guys that you rejected. And here we go. Now you're in a show. Now you're doing a print job. Now you're doing XYZ. So always be kind and courteous, and never take rejection as a sad thing. Take it as at least they saw you. And they may reject you from the Dunkin' Donuts job, but guess what? Next week they're doing something for IKEA, and you're perfect for it. But because Dunkin' Donuts, maybe you're too tall, maybe you're too old, too young, whatever. But for IKEA, you're perfect, and that job is in 7 days. But you don't know that, because why would they tell you that? It's none of your business. So they will tell the agency that and put you on hold for something that you didn't even go to the appointment for. That happens actually more than you think. That happens actually fairly regularly. You go read for a role, you go to a print job, and they are like, no, you're not right for this. But they're already thinking of the 3 other jobs that they've got in the docket next month that you're perfect for. But why would they tell you that? That's none of your business. And they're on a specific job that day. They can't talk about another client while the client sitting next to them is sitting right there. You know, so you all.
Yeah, it's like mentioning, thinking about a date that you have later while you're on a date.
Exactly. If you're dating
Not
3
that we would
different
ever do
people,
that,
and you're thinking,
but we would do that. Yeah.
so
Well, not
yeah,
anymore,
so you
but
don't talk about that stuff. So always be pleasant, because that goes a long way. There'll be a lot of no's before you get a yes. I think the average is 2 out of 10 jobs you'll get a call back, and one of those you might get. Like, it's really hard. I mean, and you could be the best model, the best photos, great smile, great attitude, but you're still getting no's, and it has nothing, it's not personal. It's always logistics. It could be money, it could be your age, it could be your skin tone, it could be your, you know, they want someone, you know, a specific look that you're not even aware of, and you can't take anything personally. Unless someone blatantly says something derogatory to your face, always be pleasant, because you never know what can come down the pike. I mean, I've been rejected from things. I mean, yeah, 98% of my rejections were completely pleasant and normal. There were some times that people literally looked right at me and said something completely screwed up.
Can you go into further depth on
so,
that? Because I would love to hear how you were rejected in life. Can you
I
give
was
us an
told
example?
my butt and thighs were too big for a fashion show. The day I got there to do the fashion show, they kind of like rethought things between the casting and the show, and I was a little too round for them, and they said it to my face. So it was, you know.
But that was a while
shocking.
ago, Ryan. Now.
Oh yeah, that was
now-
forever ago. That was, I don't know, I think I was 17, 18, 19.
So that was just a couple of years back.
Yeah. Oh, now I don't get rejected now.
No, now you do the rejecting. So here's my question. So now that the world is a little bit off kilter, we'll just say. I mean, there's a lot of really crazy people in this world, I mean, that we see. So if a casting director now said that to somebody now that can't quite handle it because everybody now is a winner, right? We've seen, how many of you guys have ever seen Meet the Parents, right?
But they're not.
25th place, and like the parents are probably
But they're
displaying.
not. But they're not. No, I'm not into that movement.
Everybody's a
of
winner.
everyone's a winner.
Everybody's great.
I'm not into that.
Yeah,
I'm not into
either,
it.
which is why we do
So,
interviews here.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm not
give a shit if
into
you like
it.
me or not. Yeah.
If you feel, I mean, I guess I don't know. I'm not into it. A winner is a winner, period. If you're second, you've lost.
In order to have
it is
winners,
what it
you
is.
gotta have losers. That's it.
Yeah,
You can't, not everybody's a winner because you participated.
But in this industry, this isn't, if you're second, sometimes you do win because sometimes you can get the part, you can get the role. So it's different. Like but I feel that you always need to be pleasant because, like I said, there are times that casting directors will return a week later and remember that you were not nice and they will not hire you for anything. So, you don't ever want to make that mistake because all it takes is one casting director to chit chat to the other 20 in your market, because casting directors are more sparse than agents. There are not that many running around, because the thing with casting directors is that they do multiple projects. So you don't need a casting director for each TV show or each print job. There are casting directors that do all three. They do music videos, print, and TV, and film. So
Like
they're
Mike
covering a
Mosley.
lot of
Yeah.
bases. So therefore, that's why there are less of them. Agents work for one agency. You can't work for 3 different agencies in your city. You can only work for one. So therefore, there are more agents, but there are less casting directors. So they all talk. So if one has a horrible experience, I assure you, the other 10 majors on their level will find out about you in short order. And they will remember, because a horror story to a casting director is listened to very carefully because they want to know who to avoid. So if they say Bob Smith was a nightmare, that 2 months later, 6 months later, you could walk in to a completely another office and they will remember who Bob Smith is because my friend told me about how disaster you were, and you'll be dismissed before you even open your mouth. So assure you that they do talk. Just because they work for competing networks and competing companies doesn't mean they don't talk. I assure you the Netflix casting directors are having coffee, drinks, or lunch with CBS casting directors right now. Chit-chatting, having fun, talking. They talk. So anyway, just like I talk to other agents, I speak to agents in Paris and New York and LA. We may be going after the same jobs, but we still hang out, we still talk. So when they have a nightmare model, I assure you, and when someone annoys me and screws me over, I make sure the entire city knows about it. I don't care, if I'm competing with them
I'm
or
actually
not.
thinking of, there was a movie on Netflix called Don't F with Cats. I don't know how many of you guys saw it. Right? Rhymes with duck,
Don't F with it.
right?
I love that documentary. It was so
I know
good.
you did, right? Because you're dark and twisted. But I mean, you knew that kid who the documentary was based on, and literally went out like, don't work with this kid.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Like psychologically imbalanced, and he's granted he was like trying to become famous so
Every
bad he
agent
started
knew who he
killing
was. He
things
was bizarre.
and people live on YouTube.
Yeah.
It was really crazy.
No agency took him. No agency took him. He was a freelance model because everyone smelled that he was crazy. But guess where he got his jobs from? The internet. So because photographers will shoot anyone. If you're stupid enough to answer them, they shoot you. So it is what it is.
So my question is now, I mean, like, imagine, I mean, let's just say me. Let's say I went to a casting and someone's like, hey, you're a little bit too thick, or hey, your skin's too light, your skin's too dark, your lips are too big. You're like, there are some things we just can't control. I mean, other than weight, height, things like that. But now, I can only imagine the horror. Somebody, what do you mean I'm not good enough? And then going all over the social media, like, death to Dunkin' Donuts. They said
It depends
no.
on how it's said. I mean, it depends on how it's said. I got introduced to a girl the other day from a photographer named Eric Hansen, who shoots a lot of econ jobs. He's very popular. He shoots for a lot of people, especially Asian clients. And he recommended some girl from Florida to me just like a couple days ago. And he put a group chat together on Instagram, you know, because she's young, she's like 19. He put a group chat together so he could, you know, just make sure she's okay. I think it's a family friend. I told her point blank, like, you need to come down a size or two if you want to do Fashion Week, because she's got the face for it. She's just a little fluffier. She's like a size 5, 6. I said, could you get down to a 4? I said it very nicely. Nothing that can get me on the internet, or nothing that can get her to, you know, go on a tirade and end up on Anderson Cooper Live talking about, you know, the trials and tribulations of being a model. I said it very nicely, and I do it all the time. If you say something in a right way, no one has a reason to go running around like a crazy person. And if you're that sensitive, then you shouldn't be a model. Because if I tell you to come down a size to benefit your career, it's not a bizarre request. Because people lose weight all the time to get married. All of these, you know, women running around like chickens to every gym imaginable to get married. Why are you doing that? You know, you're doing it because you want to look good in your dress or whatever reason, and that's fine. But why can't I say the same thing when I say to a girl, like, hey, you're a size 6, you really should be a 4 if you want to do XYZ jobs. You can stay a 6, but you will not be doing fashion. So that's all. You just have to say it nicely. If I said, oh, you're too pretentious or something mean, maybe I'd get in trouble for it. But I have no problem telling people certain things about their hair or their skin or their clothes. I do it every day. I tell people, you look a mess. Your clothes are horrible and you need to go shopping immediately.
Here,
Not a big deal.
I'm going to show this very quickly. If you guys can see my screen, model gets fired from job for gaining weight. If you're working with a top designer, and they're literally creating clothes to fit your body dimensions, and you show up with extra weight, bye. This was your job to maintain your figure. Do you guys understand this? If you understand, type I get it. This is...
I mean, yeah, if you're hired for something and then you change, I mean, obviously they have the right to get rid of you. And it happens all the time. I've had girls. I had a girl named Ashley years ago who I sent to Tokyo, and she went home for a month before she went to Tokyo and went to barbecues, and I don't know what she did, but she did gain weight. And when she landed in Tokyo, she was not the size that I presented her as, and they sent her home. I mean, why would you keep someone who isn't? It's like if you purchased a beige couch and it showed up blue, do you keep it? And if you want to rework your living room, okay, fine, then that's your choice. But if you planned to have a specific size couch and color couch, it came differently, you would return it. Same thing.
So understand that the
You know,
costume
or if you
dressers,
order, you know.
yeah, their job is to fulfill a need for the client. That is it. So
Yeah.
if you're not what they're looking for, kind of like if I sent Kim or Marsha or Crystal or anybody, Britt, to go buy, you know, a pair of jeans, you know, in this size, you're going to come back with bootleg, skinny jeans, boyfriend jeans, you know, different color jeans, pockets on the sides. Like there are so many different types of varieties. So understand rejection, you need rejection. That just means job stability. I mean, it kind of does. Now, for those of you that don't like to hear the word no, imagine 10 auditions where you hear no over and over and over again. Some of you can't handle no
More
once
than 10.
or twice or 3 times. That's why, well, my friends and family don't want me to get hurt. Okay, just stay home. You know what I mean? Like, don't even get in a car. You have a better chance of getting hurt just walking across the street. I mean, think about it. But if you're trying to get into this business, you're going to hear no quite a bit. And again, like Ryan said, it may not be you, or it could be you. Ryan, how important is personality in this industry now?
Oh, extremely important, because they have to like you in order to spend time with you. Some of these jobs are days, they're day-long jobs. So, you know, they're shooting for 4 days straight. If your personality is grating, they have to think, can I spend 4 days with this person? I just spent 10 minutes with them and I want to push them out of a window. How am I going to spend 4 days with them? So therefore, if you don't have a pleasant demeanor about you, then you are less likely to get gigs. Now, a lot of people will say me, like, point me out. I'm not super cuddly, but here's the thing. I know what I'm doing. So therefore I have a little more rope to hang myself. Like, I don't need to be nice to you in order to get a job with you. Like, when you're brand new, you kind of have to pour it on thick to get them to like you. And then you can, worm your way through the industry and be a little more, yourself as time goes on. But in the beginning, sometimes you have to fake it. You have to fake being nice and smiley and pleasant, because if you don't, you will never work.
All right. Now, one thing, Ryan, with getting professional photos done, and you've done this quite a bit. Michael just went over coming out to New York. Sometimes when people want to get photos done, they imagine their photos looking a certain way. Can you go over, like, as far as marketability, why, like, our photo shoots are custom geared towards what they qualify for? Because you and I both see, like, especially the ladies, they go out and get these super uber sexy photo shoots done, but they're meant for e-commerce. They're meant for, like, Amazon. They're meant for, like, oldnavy.com. So can you go over a little, because some people would take offense to, oh, well, they want me to be fully clothed. And so can you kind of go over just a little bit of that? Because that kind of goes in with rejection.
Well, the photos are kind of geared towards you individually, and we try and make them fit you alone. And everyone's different, so we try and make them fit you by yourself. What you look like, what you're capable of, what your strong points are. Some people are a little more fashiony, so you can up the ante with the clothes. Some people are very plain and more commercial, and you need to keep it that way. Some people are active and some people are not. So we try and make that distinction, so it's not a factory of white background, 30 people shooting in the exact same light, in the exact same fashion, in the exact same position, because everyone's different. So some people, we gear it that way on purpose. So yeah, and I'm there to organize that, to make sure that it goes a certain way. It's never perfect, and nothing's ever perfect, but we do a much better job than you doing it on, I assure you. Yeah, so that is what the shoots are about. We get good photographers who have who are trainable and have experience to shoot, to make sure that the images come out the way I want, that are usable, and that's how we do things. Because if some photographers are great alone and they're great shooting one person a day, and some photographers can handle the volume. So I pick people who will listen and can handle the volume, because those are the two things that can get in the way. If you don't listen and can't handle volume, then the shoots would be hideous, because they wouldn't be able to survive the day. So I have to pick people who can do both. And I've successfully done that for years, and we've never really had a problem.
So you did it for
Yeah.
Vogue, so you definitely can do
Yeah.
it for VIP Ignite. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, I picked the photographers.
Yeah.
I picked the photographers that we shot with for Vogue, sometimes solely by myself. Sometimes we'd have a meeting about it with 2 or 3 other people. And sorry, my computer's dying. Oh God, hold on. Sometimes we'd have a meeting about it, but most of the time I would just arbitrarily pick, and I only had one shoot get returned, meaning like they couldn't use it and we had to reshoot it. And it actually happened to be Juan because we didn't listen. They said they wanted studio, and me and Juan decided, because it was such a stunning day. It was a bizarre blue. The sky had this weird, I mean, obviously you see blue skies, all the time, especially in spring and summer. But for some reason this day, the color was like a cobalt blue, and it was at like at noon. And we got to Pier 59 and we were like, oh my God, the sky looks like a background. The sky looks like a background. And we're like, Juan's like, what if we shoot it outside? And I'm like, well, we're not supposed to. And then I looked at the sky. I was like, you know what? Let's do it. Bad idea. Because when the pictures came back, they're like, isn't she outside? Didn't we say no outside? And they're like, redo it immediately. So that was like one of the only times one of my shoots got rejected. Obviously, I gagged. I was like, excuse me, nothing I do ever gets rejected. But we reshot it and everything was fine. But yeah, I mean, you have to custom make these shoots. So yes, I picked the photographers, I picked the ideas, I picked the storyline, I picked the order of clothes, because sometimes you have to shoot the easiest clothes first to get someone into things. You know, sometimes it takes a minute. Even experienced models, it takes a minute. They're not having a good day. It's early, it's cold, it's raining, it's hot, whatever. So I pick the easiest stuff first. Or I pick the stuff I like the least first. It just depends on my mood. So it's all custom made to accommodate.
You guys that have had shots with
Person.
Ryan now, you're like, why did he pick that outfit first? Huh?
It mostly with VIP, it's because it's the easiest. I like to pick I like to pick the easiest thing first. Yeah, I have different isolated incidences where I hate something and I just want it out of my sight, shoot it first. Yes, I'm not telling you who, but it has happened.
So guys, I think that Ryan, when most people are trying to get into, let's say, modeling, they're getting photos that they want to see. And I see this again quite often where they run out, they hire.
Unfortunately, that is
based
one
on
of the
their
banes of my
preferences.
Yeah, it's one of the banes of my existence, even working at Vogue and even doing all the shoots for these years for VIP, is that sometimes I run into talent. It didn't happen so much at Vogue. There are some actresses I've worked with and one or two musicians. It doesn't really happen with the actors. For some reason, I have a little more open-shouldered men, probably because I don't know why, but they just don't ever question me. So whenever I say wear a suit or an outfit, it's just done. There have been a few times where I'm working with musicians. I worked with Maya once, and I worked with Fat Joe, the rapper, once, and there's just too many questions, too many. I can't
Does
deal.
Liam Neeson question you, Ryan? I need to know.
He does
Does
not.
Liam
He does
Neeson-
not. No,
Guys,
never,
so-
never, 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 never. He's
Ryan.
never said one word. I mean, every once in a while he'll question a material. He's very into materials. Like, is it cashmere? Is it wool? Is it a blend? But he never really questions. I mean, he'll question what he looks like in something, and I just say it's fine, and then we just move on. Like, he never asks any questions. Nobody does. One time I worked with Ben Affleck, and it was an orange suit from Etro, and it was Mandarin orange, and we're shooting for Cosmo, and he did ask, is this right for me there? And I said 50%. I said yes, but in my head, he was kind of right, but it was too late, and we were, and I didn't feel like changing him, so I was like, just shoot the suit. I didn't love it, but it was too late to change it, so.
How many of you guys now see the value in Ryan Colby working with you in New York to get photos done? I mean, think about it. He puts his little like detective outfit. Who are you? What kind of casting should you be submitted for? Imagine him like creating a blueprint, hair, makeup, styling, accessories, also working with the photographers. What type of images should you have to yield top results, right? You worked with Ben Affleck, which is like one of my favorites ever. But also like Liam Neeson, but also having Ryan.
And I worked with Ethan. Ethan never questioned me.
Ethan Hawke?
Ewan McGregor never questioned me. Ethan Hawke, they never questioned me. Anything I put them in, they just happily did it. And I'm sure they hated half of it, but they never said anything.
Well, you're trustworthy. I mean, you're Vogue, so you told them to wear it, they will.
Air of like,
I mean,
I do give off a demeanor. I do give off a demeanor of knowing like what I'm doing. So I kind of look at them like, don't you dare say anything, because I've already pre-picked this out. I don't make decisions lightly. Yeah, it's fast decision, but it doesn't matter if it's fast. I've already thought it through. I don't need 10 minutes to think about outfits. I need 10 seconds. So I don't have to spend time hemming and hawing over what looks good on you. I've picked it. This is what you're wearing, and let's move on. And so they kind of know this, so they don't really question me. because if they do, I'm
What's gonna happen?
just gonna get annoyed and we're gonna have a bad day.
Well, it's a good thing my son, who Ryan Colby booked on a huge job once. This is Caden getting art directed by Uncle Colby. This was his first big modeling job. But remember that? That was fun.
Oh, sorry. Messenger.
But you know, if you're trying to
Yeah.
get into show business, I mean, you need to listen. You don't have the answers, because if you did, I would be watching your webinar. Just putting it out there. Is this helping you
Yeah.
guys? Scale 1 to 10. Is this helping you? Is this helping you? I hope, right? It better be a 10. Okay. So I do want to call on a couple of other people for Model Garage. Now, one thing before we go into Model Garage, Brian, there's a lot of models that you end up booking in acting opportunities like Billions and Sex and the City. And I remember we had one of our talent, Chris, who you booked with somebody by the name of Steven Spielberg on West Side Story. And he told you no, he was a model, not an actor. Do you remember that? For West Side Story?
Well,
do models cross over to
he
acting?
actually said what he said was that he didn't sing and dance.
Yeah, he didn't.
Which
so he
was
turned
even-
down
which was-
Spielberg.
Which was even more dumb because it had nothing to do with that, but it is what it is. Yes, it is very important that models should be able to speak and speak believably. You don't have to be the next, Daniel Day-Lewis or Meryl Streep. No one's asking for that. If you want to go there, great. Then train for it and figure it out. But that's not what we're asking. We're asking for minor delivery because roles do come up. And especially nowadays with commercial print. Back when I was working, commercial print, they would shoot the job with the models, and then a week later or 3 days later, they would shoot the commercial with actors. And it was completely separate ads. You'd see a Burger King print ad, but then you see it on TV, and it would be a completely set of different people. But nowadays, because of money, they don't do that anymore. They'll shoot the print, and then in the afternoon, they'll shoot the video, the commercial or website video, whatever it is, and it's the same people. So you have to be able to do both. You have to be able to take a nice picture, but you also have to be able to speak too. So, and the same thing with actors who are doing movies. You better be able to get ready and be the face of Chanel, or you better be able to get ready to be the face of Davidoff, or, some sort of, clothing line, perfume, whatever, because now the actors have to model. You have to be able to take a nice picture too. So it works both ways. So I find it's harder with models transitioning to acting than actors turning into models, because a lot of models have the fantasy that they just want to take pictures. Pictures to them is quicker. It's more of a immediate response. It's more of something that they can show off on Instagram or Facebook, where acting takes time. You do a movie, you're not seeing 1 second of it for a year. So it's not immediate gratification. You got to wait. So people just prefer modeling. So they think that that's the way to go and they don't have to act. But you couldn't be more wrong. You need to be able to see both. And sometimes you need to be able to, especially the more commercial print you are, you kind of have to do both equally, because you're probably going to get 50% of the offers, 50% print and 50% TV commercials or indies, or you have to be able to do both equally at the same level. So models can get away with a little bit more because they're asked less to speak, but you still have to be able to do it, just probably less. So, yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna call on some people now. And, Ryan, I want to thank you for this, because I love doing Models Garage, but I feel as though a lot of people, have this notion that, I only want to do runway, and they feel like they're not going to be able to model based on height or weight or, now, really quick, the runway models for like New York Fashion Week, what do you think typically get compensated? For just like a run of a mill, like.
Either clothes from the previous season, or the most, but you have to be a top model. You have to be like a working boy or girl. Like you have to have a name.
They get Kaya Gerber. They get paid for big.
2,500. Those are rare shows. Like Caroline Herrera, you know, they pay well, but you have to really with your face. For an average show for a new model who's never stepped foot on a runway, probably the max you'd get is like 500.
500. Now, you sometimes get castings for companies like Belks or for Kohl's. I've seen rates $3,800 a day, right?
Yeah. Yeah. We're doing Kohl's on the 16th, June 16th.
Is his sound cutting out?
He's only getting 1,800. Because couldn't really go the $3,800 rate. I don't argue with them.
Right, your sound's cutting out. A lot of people couldn't hear that. Your sound is cutting out.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. So like Kohl's and Belks.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Freezing in small chunks, like pieces of coconut. But for for these big commercial print catalog type jobs, the pay is a lot greater than like the Fashion Week, correct?
Of course, much greater. Yeah.
All right. So the question is for
Much
you
greater,
guys,
yes.
you know, I know everybody here wants to do Fashion Week because it would be great for your Facebook and Instagram. But if you got paid $1,700, $3,800 a day, which would you prefer? Runway at 500 or doing a catalog shoot for like $4,000? Which one would you prefer?
Well, hopefully they prefer.
Right, try to log out and come back on. It's doing some weird. And then obviously the question is, do you even qualify for runway? And you know, runway right now, it's 15 to 19 years of age, ladies, just size 0 to 2, hips, you know, 30 inches or less. I mean, like literally draw, you know, a stick figure, watch a stick figure fall. It's based on, you know, that qualification, which is a 0.1 acceptance rate, just so you guys understand. So it's not based on your preference. It's not like you're going to a wedding and you could choose between like chicken or steak. Like there is no preference for you. You don't choose runway. Runway is based on genetics. Okay. All right. So in a few minutes, well, as soon as Ryan comes right back, we're going to do Model Garage. I'm looking to see who we have on that we can call. It's been a while. Let's see. All right. Waddell, you're not driving, are you? You're not driving. Okay. All right, just looking. Okay. So as soon as Colby comes back. But you guys can see where a lot of times, like, especially the models, they run out and they get photos that they think that their friends want to see, right? How many of you guys have spent money before on professional photos? And just so you know, like the TFP, the trade for print, you can't ever use those up on legitimate agency websites. You don't own the copyrights. And you got to be very careful about who does your photos, kind of like the bad runway shows. If you get some really shitty photos, it could literally ruin your credibility for any casting director to want to work with you. So let me see. Colby, let's see if he got back. Up, he's back. All right. Add spotlight. Hello.
Okay, yeah, let's go straight into Model Garage because obviously something's wrong and every minute counts.
Okay, let's do it. So the first person we're gonna pick, let's see here. Waddell, where are you? I can't see you. There you are. Okay. I'm going to add a spotlight, and he's not driving. All right, so you're gonna introduce yourself real quick, and where are you located?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Waddell Holmes. I'm from Chicago, Illinois. I'm 42 years old.
And you're just
Okay.
acting, modeling, both?
Oh, I'm both. I'm doing both.
Okay.
I actually did.
Okay, very good.
You did what?
I did an LA tour this past January. An
An
active
LA tour for what?
with MTM.
MTM?
Yeah, John Casablanca Model and Talent Agency.
Okay. All right. Ryan, what are
I
your
don't know
thoughts
what that
on
means.
John Casablanca?
So
Go ahead.
it's I no thoughts. They're useless. But as far as looking at you, you're more commercial print, obviously, and you have a very strong look. So I would probably book you as the dad, a very stern dad. You have a very stern voice. So I work on that and make sure that you are dressed that way. I would make sure you wore like nice button-ups, nice jeans, nice pants. I would put you in, sometimes I could see you doing very higher end blue collar, like a Home Depot ad or a Lowe's ad, stuff like that. I think that would be good for you. And Chicago has an okay commercial print market. There are good agencies there that have commercial print divisions that do very well. So
yeah, I'm just waiting to see what happens.
Well, nothing's going to happen because John Casablanca, anybody with a credit card can go take classes. They're not taught by real people in the industry, nor that won't even help your resume. If any legit casting director ever saw that on your resume, they probably wouldn't book you. Correct, Ryan? I mean, that's what I found.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, I don't know. It's not, I don't know how to explain it. It's just not useful for this lifestyle in this life. If you wanted to learn how to sit or put makeup on or whatever, I guess it's
like
fine.
boys. Think
More,
like
it's
Princess
performance.
Diaries.
It has no value. It has no value in the industry as far as getting you places. So just know that, and as long as you know that, then that's fine.
And MTM
Okay,
is not
okay.
considered a legitimate agency either. So just so you know. So it really depends
Okay,
on
what
you
about-
and what it is that you want to do.
So okay, what about what's it, Babes and Bows? You heard of them?
Who?
Babes and Bows.
No, I haven't. I don't know what that is.
I was just that was an
The
agency
agents
out
in
of Chicago. That
Chicago there's like 10 of them, and they're all very reputable. I heard that one. So obviously there's more than 10, but doesn't mean I work with them. So there's a good 10 agencies in Chicago that actually are good.
Are you also trying to do acting, Waddell?
Yes, I actually done two movies. I'm sorry. It's called Vulture City and the City of Vultures. They are streaming now, so I had main roles in there. But that was just some Chicago filming though.
Okay, that probably was not union, like SAG, like indie
No.
films, right? Okay, and it's good practice, but obviously somebody like Tanya is going to want somebody that is on a higher
It's
level.
positive, and that's at least a good thing.
I didn't hear you. What you say?
Yeah, but at least that's a good thing. At least you're making some sort of effort.
Yeah.
At least that's a good thing, and you're making some sort of effort because if you have any sort of footage streaming, at least some talent, as opposed to John Casablancas, which is pretty much useful. So at least you're doing something right.
So there's a
Okay,
lot
all right.
that obviously we have to go through with you. I mean, we're going to have to kind of like reset, but it's okay as long as you're serious about this industry, right?
Yes, because I have been working for the past say 5 years. I started with I know you don't want to hear about the extra, but I started as an extra on Empire, but they have boosted me up to they gave me a part to play parts with the guy Exhibit, one of his guys. They have moved me up to him to be part of his squad. For me just being an extra, they made me part of his.
So that's a featured extra, which is also good. That's very good, actually.
Yeah. It's
That's
definitely a
very good because
start. Yeah.
That's a good start because that's a featured extra. There's a difference between extra and featured extra. If they moved you up to like to be a part of a crew, that's a good thing.
Yeah, so I end up doing like I happen to play on Empire for like 3 seasons. I'm sorry.
Did you get any SAG?
Okay, being a
vouchers or
part of his
waivers?
crew.
Yeah, I have a voucher that they gave me, but it wasn't SAG ready, but because it was just I didn't have no lines, but I was like I said, they just booted me up to being a part of the crew.
No,
So it
you
wasn't a
probably got SAG vouchers from it. It's just a matter of how many. You probably got a few. So
Yeah, I have a few of them. Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
So
good.
before
That's
you
a good
join
thing.
SAG, because we'd have to go through like talking to you, but a lot of people join SAG prematurely, and then now they're like competing against like the big dogs for speaking roles. So we can talk separately off of this when you schedule an interview with us after this call. So Ryan, what market would you say for him? Atlanta, New York, LA?
I mean, no, he's already in Chicago. There's nothing wrong with staying there for now. There are some shows shot there. There are some good agencies there. There's no need to move him until he's got some sort of footing. And then I would say probably Atlanta or New York.
Okay.
But at least you're in a city that has some commerce, so that's good.
Now, if you were in Arkansas, we'd have to have a different conversation, but you're in Chicago. Chicago is like a B, C level market, I mean, for TV and film, but obviously New York and LA are A. So it really depends on you. You put 5 years into this. Are you submitting yourself up on websites right now? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I have. What's it? All-Star Casting.
Doesn't even matter because
Casting
you're not
Network.
getting breakdowns. That's the problem. Okay, so that's what you
I don't
need.
know what
You
that
need real breakdowns. Okay. Anybody with a credit card can join those websites. The problem is real castings are not posted on there. So again, you can get extra work, and extra work is great, but extra work can't go on a resume. You did featured extra, which helps a little bit. Even if you got the SAG waivers, are you currently in class? Like, do you know Meisner technique? Are you?
No, the only class I was attending was the John Carter Block. They do it every last Saturday of the month, and
Okay.
that's about it.
That's fine. It's a start. I mean, did you learn a lot this weekend on our call?
Yes, of course. And then
Okay.
when he was mentioning about the modeling and stuff, I did a walkway, I did a runway, I did that in Vegas. That was on some. I just happened to be there, and I was talking to the person that was hosting it, and they said when I mentioned that I was with MTM, they was like, "Well, we'll give it a shot," and I did great, but it wasn't really no credited for it. It was a fill-in. That's what it was.
Okay. So again, we'll talk off the air,
That's
depending
fine.
on, yeah. All right, cool. So obviously Chicago is a good market for you now, but when you really do this, New York or Atlanta, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, it was
Yes.
nice to meet you, Waddell. Okay. All right. Let me see. Hold on one second. Let me see. All right. We're gonna pull on one more person real quick. Let's see. Hold on one second. Looking. Everybody smile. Marsha Larson, you're like standing up. You're doing your thing. All right, look at you. Okay, I'm gonna ask you to unmute. Okay, really quick. Obviously your name, we got it. Where are you located? Wait, come closer because we can't hear you.
Marietta, California.
Okay, California. Okay, and how old are you?
55.
55. And how tall are you?
I believe I'm 5'5".
5'5". Okay, Rye. I'm just gonna put you back on mute because there's a lot of static. All right, Rye.
Yeah, there's a lot of static. Okay, so 55, 5'5". Okay, you look healthy, you look athletic. So I would definitely put you as kind of like a fun person. You have a good smile, you have good skin. I love your hair. So I would definitely categorize you as like the fun aunt, the fun mom, the fun young grandmom. Stuff like that. I would probably market you that way to start with, and shoot you as such. Lots of smiles, lots of movement, some athletic wear, stuff like that. I would do that. Commercial wear jeans, sweatshirts, sweaters. I would go that route with you.
And as far as location.
And if you're anywhere near LA, I would probably start you in LA because you do have based upon looking at you here, your demeanor is kind of sunny, and that would bode well, especially with your athletic body. That would bode well for Los Angeles. So I would probably start there. Yeah, because I think you would do well there.
And the hair length is fine because she's fun aunt. Is that right? Fun? Is the hair length fine, or do you?
I think maybe a trim wouldn't kill you, but I think it's fine. I think it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Awesome. Okay, good.
No, the hair is good. It's all hers. I can tell it's hers. I can tell it's real, and it looks great.
Okay, good. Perfect. We have time for one more. Remove spotlight. One more. Shannon Henrich, right? Okay, I'm going to pull you up. This is the last one of the day. Hello, Shannon. Oh, hold on.
Hello.
How are you?
Hi, I'm Shannon Henrich, and I'm 5'7". Can't quite see it. I can't quite get back far enough. And I'm 48. I'll be 49 in August.
And where do you live?
Okay, can you take that?
I was trying to
And
find out
where?
where she lived.
Portland, Oregon.
Okay.
Okay. Can you take that thing off?
Yep.
That thing meaning jacket. I'll translate for Ryan.
Whatever.
I speak Ryan fluently.
Yeah, okay, so you're also kind of athletic, you're fit. So I would probably go, I mean, you have a strong face, so I would probably go more authoritative, more like, the businesswoman in the office, the manager, the, lawyer, the detective, the judge. I would go that route because you have a more serious face about you. So I would go that route and market you that way. But also I would throw in some athleticism in there as well as just options. Athletic wear, some sort of legging situation, some sort of sports bra situation. I would do that as well, in addition to the strong stuff. You just switch it up with hair and makeup, you switch it up with demeanor, and you can do both. As far as being in Portland, Seattle is cute sometimes. They have some gigs there. Portland, I don't know what they do there, but I know Seattle isn't that far. So I would start there. But ultimately, you probably would do good in New York. You have more of a New York face, but it would just depend upon how you shoot. It's a possibility that you could also do well in LA. I would just have to see how you shoot.
Okay, great. I actually lived on the Upper West
as far
Side
as
in
the
New York
hair,
for college. I'm sorry?
oh, you did for college. Okay, great.
For
But
my
as far as the
bachelor's,
hair is fine.
Okay.
The hair
The
is
length is okay?
fine. It's a little layered too much. I would
Okay.
probably get rid of that last layer here.
Okay.
But it's not horrible. I would just even it up a bit and make it look a little more 40-ish and not
Got it.
20-ish.
Got it.
Make it more age appropriate. Yeah.
And anything on the
But
color?
otherwise,
Should I be
color's
going
fine. Color's
deeper?
fine.
Okay.
No, it's fine. It's fine the way it is. No, it's fine.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
If you were, I mean, my only note with the hair color is that it's fine now. Once you've cut it, I could change my mind. But if you were going to go deeper, that would be fine, maybe a shade or two. but
Okay.
for now it's fine. So I'd have to see it cut and then I could change my mind.
Okay, but cut this last piece of layer.
Yeah, the last layer, I don't think it's necessary.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Jenny, have you ever been in this business before? Did you learn a lot this weekend?
I learned a ton this weekend. I used to do some just when I was a kid and a teenager, and I did a lot in acting in terms of theater and things like that. But I'm a special education teacher and kind of making a change in this piece. I've always wanted to get back into it, and so I'm kind of like ready to jump full in.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. Really fun. Okay.
Yeah, learning a lot. I'm really appreciative of this weekend. Thank you
Good.
so much.
Good. Yeah, especially if you're going to get photos done. Like, not saying there aren't photographers in Portland, but if you're going to do photos, let's do them the right way and have somebody like Ryan making sure that everything is done appropriately. Like, literally, it's like Mr. Potato Head from top to bottom, putting the pieces together. It's like, I just stay out of the way. And that's
Precisely.
important.
I just want to learn and listen, and I'm very obedient. So I will do whatever you say, and I'm really looking forward to New York. I'm very excited.
Awesome. Yay. I love it when people listen and they follow directions, because it's people that think that they're in the business or they've been in a couple of things. I mean, for me, like, we have 6 Tony Awards, we've opened the stock exchange. We have a formula of top people in the industry. I mean, you just met a top Hollywood agent. You need to have the right photos. You need to have the right training. We're doing all that here. Whether or not you're SAG or you went to Juilliard or Berkeley or, Carnegie Mellon, to get into this industry, there are different components, especially now. Websites don't work. And we saw from one of the gentlemen, Waddell, anybody with a credit card can go take modeling classes or acting classes. It's not going to help in this business, unfortunately. And, sometimes it's part of the rejection, A lot of times people are so eager that they fall into the gimmicks. All right. Well, it was very nice talking to you. Good luck to you. And
Thank
at
you
the
so
end of
much.
the call, we will be giving everybody a link to schedule. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Mute. All right. Do you guys hear a noise? Here, I'm gonna
Yes,
put my-
Mr. Colby, I see his microphone going up and down.
He's not having it today.
But how? I'm not even speaking.
You want me to take a video and send it to you?
I see it too, but I don't know why it's happening. I'm literally sitting here in silence.
The good news is, Mr. Colby, is
No
that
idea what.
the good news is that we're going to give you a 30-minute break. Okay? We'll see you back in 30 minutes because you are going to help everyone prepare for their first photo shoot, or you're going to get them up-leveled so that they can do even better on their next photo shoot. So we'll see you shortly, sir.
On mute. Sorry, Rye. The noise was driving me insane.
That was a
Where
lot.
are you, Deneen? Spotlight. There you are. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's up?
Awesome. Not much. Well, this has been an amazing day. On a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome has today been? Let us know in the comments. Let us know in the comments. How much have you guys learned today? Have you guys learned a lot? Have you been taking notes? Show me your notebooks. Sorry, the notebook person's back. Show me your notebooks. I want to see them. Hi, Camille Bradshaw. How are you? Awesome. You took lots of notes? Good. I'm glad. Masharad, you always take lots of notes. That's why you are who you are and where you are. We love it. Awesome. All right, guys. So what we're going to do now, if we have your permission, is I'm going to have Alicia go over the offer for New York City one more time. And we're going to answer any questions that you have. And Camille Bradshaw is cheering because she's like, I'm going to New York. I'm going to New York. Awesome. But guys, we want to have the opportunity to go over it one more time. Do we have your permission? If we have your permission, type yes or yes in the comments, please. We don't do anything without your permission. Thank you. Awesome. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over what Mike went over, and then we're going to answer any questions. Then we're going to bring Mr. Colby back. And then I'm going to give you guys a challenge. We got a lot still to do. Are you guys ready? Yes or yes or yes? All right, Alicia, are you ready?
I was born ready, Deneen.
I know you were.
It's always fun. I could tell you that when we first started VIP, New York City is our home. And then obviously as we expanded to LA and we started doing, Broadway and making major motion pictures, part of the business is obviously getting out of our own bubble, getting out of our own way, and networking is everything to us. And especially since the pandemic, we started doing these like micro events. As much as I love like the big events with like 100 people, 200 people, and the networking aspect, we also love doing the micro events. Because again, just like 2 weeks ago, we had Tanya Kleckner, one of the biggest agents in Hollywood, fly across country, and she was meeting with our talent, getting a chance to talk to them. Just these things don't happen when you're trying to get into the industry. And I'm going to tell you guys very quickly before we go into this, like my background, I grew up in Fort Lauderdale, and at the age of like 6, I told my parents I wanted to make movies when I grew up. And at 17, when I tried to convince my very conservative parents to allow me to go to film school, they pretty much thought I was crazy. And so that's why I tell you, like, I don't give a shit if your friends and family don't believe in you, because 6 Tony Awards later, and I've worked with Sigourney Weaver and Vanessa Hudgens and getting featured in Forbes and Entrepreneur, like my profile picture is me and Pacino. Like I've met him multiple times, and people that don't know me or don't know how hard I've worked, they'll always attribute it to luck. You're so lucky. I'm sorry, lucky? Did I just happen to like trip and find this career? Or did I bust my ass investing $1 million and like literally giving up my entire life for my business? Because that's what you have to do. I mean, you have to treat show business like it's your own business. Do you guys understand that? If you understand, type, I get it. So it's definitely work. It's not luck. And nothing pisses me off more whenever anybody calls me lucky. It's like, F you, lucky. Like what lucky? You know who says that? A loser that doesn't even take chances. Luck? That no luck, right? There's been a lot of things that Mike and I have invested in that didn't win Tonys, or, it's expensive to do this industry, especially at the level we do. I mean, my God, we invest almost, $250,000 a year just in professional relationships between Tony Robbins and all these amazing people that we get to work with. It's not rocket science that we align ourselves with great people, So again, when we're working with top people in this industry, whether we're working with, the former VP of Viacom who ran VH1, BET, MTV, and Paramount, and he's part of our company, you could do anything in the world. You can go pay for pictures, you can pay for classes, you can join every website out there. That's all sweet, but you're not getting face to face with actual real people in this business that could snap a finger and change your life. So this is really great. We haven't had a big New York City event. We just had the big event in Hollywood, which is our big networking event. And we had a lot of people getting signed, people that were brand new. But again, personality is everything. That's one thing that we miss now that we live in a digital age. They see your headshot and you may or may not even get, a chance for them to review your self-tape or your reel based on just your photo. Does that make sense? Like if you were to look at your significant other or even your friends, imagine if you just based it off of aesthetics. I mean, would you even be with the person that you're with now just based on looks? Maybe, maybe not. So New York City is such an amazing, it really is like the Da Vinci Code. When I first moved to New York City, I was not like the way I am today. I'm not like some magical unicorn. Like I really had to learn about the industry from legit real people. And that's why, we always say we cut a check for speed. Having a radio show with CBS and getting to work with the people that we've worked with, we wouldn't have even gotten those opportunities unless we got face to face with real people that believed in us. And that's why we fight so heavily for anybody who really wants to get into this industry. Because again, if you're going to work with somebody like Tanya Kleckner, or you want to work with, Sony, or you want to work with Def Jam, or, we've worked with the gentleman who signed Kanye West, at Bad Boy, or even sitting down with Academy Award winners. If you're going in with 1 foot in the door, it means you're also 1 foot out the door. And it's just not worth it to them. And that's why so many people unfortunately get taken advantage of when they're trying to say something. James, I see, I wish I could say something. If you want to invite me to your call, I would be glad to join. But from what I could see, you got on late, you missed all of yesterday, and then you got on late today. So I'd appreciate, since you're on my call, that you abide by my rules, or else I don't care what you've done. You could schedule You're from Sony, that's awesome. You could send me a private email, but I'm not opening the floor for you to speak. Okay. So let's go ahead and I'm going to go step by step as to what we're offering here in New York City. I hope you guys are excited. Now, some of you guys are already on track to go to New York City. I could tell you when I first moved to New York City, there was no way in hell anybody would ever let me network with the head writer for Saturday Night Live or get a chance to talk to the people that I've networked with and Michael over the last 2 decades. There is none of that in this business. Your competition, you have people that went to Yale and Carnegie Mellon and Juilliard and Berkeley. If you're trying to get into acting, typically that is your competition. The fact that you're able to talk to real people live, like talk about preach your case. This is how real people in the industry do amazing things. You're no longer a number. And I can tell you when I graduated from college, I graduated with a double major in television and film and communications. Nobody gave a shit where I went to school. Nobody cared that I graduated with honors. Nobody cared that I was a double major. Nobody cared because I was just like everybody else who wanted to get into show business. I was a piece of paper. Here's my degree. I joined every single website. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody legit goes to websites to hire. That's not really how it works. This business is very word of mouth. Okay. You need referrals. It's a vetting process. No one's going to risk their credibility for anyone they don't believe in 100%. Okay. Does that make sense? If that makes sense, type makes sense. So the fact that we're doing this in New York City, for anybody here that's really serious about doing this, you can still live anywhere throughout the country. But imagine this, imagine getting a chance to meet some of the biggest power players in New York City without investing. I can tell you right now, average rent for like a studio is like $5 grand right now for a 1-bedroom. 12 months in the city, that's $60,000 just in living expenses. Now, compound that with, you know, electric and cable and internet and food. And then, oh, I want to be an actor. Oh shit, I need headshots. I'm going to go take all the classes. By the time all is said and done, you've spent about $100 grand and most of those people are still waiting and, you know, waiting on tables in Times Square. Think about all of the hopefuls. Tonight, it's the Tony Awards. I have a lot of friends that are nominated. I have a lot of friends that have huge shows tonight nominated. These are my peers. Right. And I'm here with you. I didn't go to New York. I was supposed to be in New York. I did not go to New York because you come first in my book. Does that make sense? So if you're trying to get into show business, you can either do it on your own. And I wish you the best of luck. I already know what's out there, or our way works. And it's tried and true by, again, we have thousands of success stories. So New York City, 2023, this is our big comeback. So I'm going to go over on the left-hand side what we're doing, and on the right-hand side is the value. And I'll tell you right now, the value for the 3-day event, and I get very pissed when I see this, $2,997 for a 3-day event in New York City. Let me just explain to you what that means. You just spoke to Ryan Colby, the former art director of Vogue magazine, who works with some of the most prestigious publications in the world. Okay, he worked with Anna Wintour, Double Wears Prada herself. Having access to real celebrity photographers, makeup artists, hairstylists, not to mention having photos pretty much based on what you qualify for. Again, you can go to John R. Powers, John Casablancas, Barbara Zahn, you can go hire a photographer. But unless those photos are geared as to what you qualify for, it's based on one thing. It's not based for your friends and family to think you're a model or to think you're an actor. It's for one thing, money. It's based on marketability. Nail on the head. This is what you qualify for. This is what your photos show. If you love that, type, I love that. Because if you're not getting the right types of photos, seriously, you don't even know how to market yourself. You can't join websites to work with brands. You need an agent. And most people run out and get photos done. They're the least expensive. You're going and you're hiring a photographer based on past works. But unless those photographers are vetted and they're actually working with actual brands and celebrities, you're pretty much just wasting your money and your time. At the live event, you're also going to have a chance to sit down with 25 to 30 top industry experts. Again, we've had Grammy winners, Tony winners, Academy Award winners. In what world, if I brought Camille Bradshaw, hi Camille, if I brought Camille Bradshaw, an aspiring model or an actor or musician, in what world would she get an opportunity to sit down with actual cast members from hit TV shows, Tony winners? I mean, again, we've had Grammy winners. We've had some of the biggest names in the industry, and you're getting a chance to exchange cell phone numbers, email addresses. If they like you, hi, we've already seen the benefits of getting an opportunity of a lifetime, right? How many of you are tired of like the fake websites? And I know for me, I had a paper resume and my belief was this resume is shit. I know if somebody met me, they would want to hire me. Just put me in, coach. I swear to God, you're going to love me. But nobody would even offer me an opportunity. I didn't have any connections in this business. Zero. Okay. How many of you guys are ready for face-to-face? And remember, this isn't like, these aren't people trying to sell you runway classes. These are legit real agents that book work. These are real people that work with major actors on hit TV shows. Again, we talked about rejection. Just because you meet somebody from Wilhelmina and they manage your favorite, all-time model, like a Naomi Campbell, does not mean they're interested in you. But to get that to get even the criticism, to even get that chance to shine, it's unheard of in this business. It's called face-to-face. I'll tell you, we've had Grammy winners listening to music in front of you. Talk about scary. Imagine sitting down. We have Ryan Gosling's acting coach. He works with J.J. Abrams on every single production. He was the on-site acting coach for Friday Night Lights, Wolf of Wall Street. Imagine he saw something in you, even if you were brand new, but you had natural abilities. Holy shit. You can't get that on Backstage or any of these other websites. Do you understand that? This is face-to-face in a digital world. Somebody give me a dollar amount. What is that worth to you to be able to talk to somebody of that type of magnitude? Okay. It's priceless. It really is priceless. Now, you're also going to get, again, professional photos done. That's valued at $2,497. That's not like a fictitious number. The photographer costs money. The studio space costs money. The styling costs money. All of these things, a photographer, kind of like a landscaper, they don't care if your home doesn't appraise to value. They provide a service. Remember, your photos are meant for one thing, marketing. It's up to a casting director to choose you or not. Understand, modeling is based on your looks. Acting, yeah, look is important depending on what the role is, but what else is important? Training. You have to know how to act. Okay, they're not going to pick somebody that has a great look unless it's Gossip Girl and they're just sexy as, trying not to curse. But if that's what they're looking for, just a pretty face, you're not going to have, that much dialogue. We already know this. So you're also going to get improv comedy training, and that's all going to be virtual. And the reason why it's going to be virtual is because when you finally go to New York City, you're going to get to perform live. Now, for anybody here that, again, I don't give a shit about friends and family not believing in you, really. Who cares? Okay, move on. But to get real photos done, plus also to network, plus also now you're adding on your resume, getting to work with Jeffrey Gurian. He's one of the Friars of the Friars Comedy Club. Like, you guys know Friars. If you don't, Google it. Gino Bisconti, Mike and I actually manage him. He's from the Howard Stern Show. And Mark Christopher Lawrence, some of you guys will know him. Reoccurring character on a hit TV series called Chuck, 2-time Emmy winner. To even get improv training of that type of level, this now separates you from everybody else. Not to mention you are performing live in New York City. Live. You're also going to get social media domination. This is a true value, $30,000. Why? We work with Tony Robbins, people like Gary Vaynerchuk. Some of you guys may know. We got picked to be on a new Shark Tank type show. Again, am I nervous? Yes. Did I have to hire somebody to help me, like go over my words and, to speak in a more eloquent, more rounded format? Of course. Do I have to pay this person even though we've been friends for 20 years? Hell yeah, because there's nothing for free in this industry, and I don't ever expect anything for free. Their time is money, and I need real results. If you understand, type, I get it. It's an investment. Okay. So also getting the stand-up show, I would give my cell phone to somebody in the audience, have them taping you sitting, use all of this for B-roll, use this for your social media. Damn, use this for your reel. So that way, when you get to meet Tanya Kleckner, who will be working with a select few people in New York City, and when you schedule your meeting, if you get approved to go, we'll also go over what it's going to take to work with Tanya. If anybody here is interested in learning more about, Slate and sizzle reels and things like that, we're going to be doing a special training, but we're not going over that right now, only if you get accepted. Okay. We're also going to do 12 months of virtual coaching for models and actors. Now, what you may or may not know is when we do these live trainings, this is our boot camp. This was free this weekend, right? We see this. This was free. This was fun. But what if you actually had real training taught by legitimate real people in the industry? And I'll show you like Facebook very quickly. And I hate to go off the PowerPoint because my team hates it when I do this, but it's okay. This is one of the perks of owning a business, right? You get to do what you want most times. But if you get a chance to work with one of the cast members from a hit show like The Sopranos, right? What is that word to you? You can see all day I get parents who send me, oh, my kid wants to get into modeling. Oh, my kid. Okay, great. Send them to my website, have them register, right? I don't do favors. I don't do favors for anybody who has kids trying to get in this business because Lord help me if I tell them no, now I'm a horrible person. What would this mean to you to get real training taught by actual real people in the industry? We have cast members from High School Musical, The Walking Dead, actual cast members from hit TV series like The Goldbergs, The Sopranos. You're going to get live trainings on Zoom. You don't physically have to be in New York or LA. If you love this, type, I love this. And yes, we do have people from America's Next Top Model. Yes, we have some of the biggest casting directors in the world, right? If you're trying to get into this industry, I don't want you just having training. I also want you to learn what's it like to work the casting process. Do you think it would help you as an actor or model to know what casting directors are looking for? Yes. Again, I work a lot with Francis Ford Coppola's people. So as a business, would it help me if I wanted to make movies to also understand what an actor goes through? Would it also help me to understand costuming, choreography for Broadway? All of these facets are going to make you well-rounded, okay? I don't want you just focused on runway. Most of you don't even qualify for runway. 99.9% rejection rate, okay? So let me see, if you were to get real acting training right now, all on Zoom, taught by someone who starred on The Sopranos, would it help you a little bit or a lot to get constructive criticism, to actually get real scripts that he may be working on? Who knows, maybe he's working on a project and you are perfect for it. Would it help you a little bit or a lot to use a name like that as leverage when you're going out for castings? Would it help you a little bit or a lot? And the answer better be a lot. So getting to work with these types of people, when you're part of our company, you're also going to get real coaching in a group setting. Again, we've had stars from New Amsterdam, Boardwalk Empire, The Goldbergs, The Walking Dead, High School Musical, America's Next Top Model. We have some of the biggest names in the industry that love our company. Why? There's no other company in the world that does what we do. We are founded by real people in the industry that want to help you. So actual real people on Broadway that are winning Tony Awards tonight, they're actually part of our company, worried about when they're going on the coaching schedule to help you because it's so important that they give back. If you love that, type OMG. Think about it. What would you do if you learn this business? Would you want to teach others? Man, if I could do it again, what I would do differently. My biggest aha moment. My whole life changed when somebody taught me this. Think about it. Model Garage, we just barely scratched the surface. This is a free call. We're not figuring out a whole assessment and, already placing you. It is a free call, okay? So when you're trying to get into show business, and I'm just going to keep it up like this, but you're going to get Truth Management, which is our mother agency. A mother agency does not mean you're signing exclusively, but in order to work with Tanya, in order to work with some of the bigger agencies throughout the world, the almighties, understand they don't do the live casting calls anymore. They don't do open calls. Everything is now done on Zoom. Okay, so again, when I get people that, oh, I don't want to do Zoom. Okay, well then keep failing. And that's why Backstage and all these companies, they just want your money because you're putting up a headshot and you're submitting yourself for your own castings. What are you submitting yourself to? Indie films, student films, extra work? God bless your sweet little heart, but if you're really trying to book this type of level, Tanya Kleckner does not book extra work. She works with some of the biggest names in the industry. Okay, 60,000 an episode, 100,000. If that's not what your focus is, don't register to go to New York. It is going to F you up. Do you understand? I'm trying very hard not to curse, but if you can't handle rejection, or better yet, here's something even worse. Like I see Ryan Clapham. Hi, Ryan. Right, I see Ryan right now, but Ryan has a family. Ryan has a family, and this is something Ryan really wants to do. holy shit, what happens when Ryan goes to New York and all of a sudden people want Ryan? What's going to happen? Well, Ryan's going to have a very interesting conversation with Stacy, right? When Ryan gets home, be like, hey, babe, listen, they want me to move to New York. I need to book now. This is what, so this is an investment, not just in financials, but think about the time. How much would it change your family to have access to these types of people? And with our mother agency, think about it. You're going to have access to some of the biggest names, but our goal is sometimes to kind of like Men in Black, reset everything you thought you knew about the business. Or some of you literally start from square one, but guess what? You're on the right journey because you're here. Okay. And that's what's the most important thing. You are here and you are present and you want success. If not, don't schedule an interview with us, because then maybe I'll take you myself and just reject you just to see if you can handle it. Okay. You're also going to get the Runway Modeling Masterclass. This is not meant for you to be supermodels. This is not what we're doing. Okay. This business has a lot to do with personality. We've had actual real publications. We had Jerome Lamar. If you don't know who Jerome Lamar is, I'll just Google him very quickly. Jerome Lamar is the head of Beyonce's team right now. Some of you guys may know Jerome. He ran Baby Fat, okay, with Kimora Lee Simmons. He came out to our last runway challenge. Wait, what? That is insane. Well, yeah. He came out because he's been friends with Ryan Colby for 20 years. Would anybody here, what is the value of getting a chance to even be seen and exchange cell phone numbers with somebody of this type of magnitude? One introduction. How much would that change your life? One introduction only. Okay. What would it do for you? And I don't even know if it would show up on the coaching. I know it would show up on mine. So the question is, what would that do for you if you were really serious about getting into this industry? Man, what an amazing opportunity it would be to actually meet real people of this type of caliber. They don't do open calls. They don't do anything like that. So if you're really serious about getting into show business, in what world do you think you're going to be able to meet somebody of this type of level and have them literally sitting there having conversations with you? Right? This is unbelievable. And again, I'm just trying to search on Facebook, which I usually don't do. Usually I go on my Instagram, right? There he is, Jerome Lamar himself at our New York City event with Phil Sullivan. Some of you guys may know Phil from America's Next Top Model. So if I wanted to learn how to model and I wanted to put something on my resume, which one would you prefer? Someone who's actually been on America's Next Top Model that was handpicked by, Tyra Banks herself, right? Think about it. Or would you rather listen to somebody who's never been in the industry before that watched his show give you advice, right? So getting access to these types of trainings, this is how you separate yourself from every other wannabe model and actor, okay? And I want you guys to understand this, and I want to know who you are. There are impersonators and there are doers. Which one are you? Because anybody with a credit card can go take a photo, right? Anybody with a credit card can join a website. It does not mean you're ever going to model or act, not on this type of level. Okay. Are you an impersonator or are you a doer? Because when you're taking advice, God help you if you're taking advice from someone that has not been exactly where it is that you want to go. Okay. You're also going to get access to the vault, 300 hours of on-demand content for models and actors. The price of that is priceless. I mean, literally, Mike and I, my God, $500 to $1,000 an hour. The price, $300 or 300 hours at $500 an hour. That's like 150 grand. Did you guys want to do that? Or would you rather, like, look at this total value. This isn't even 1 year's worth of rent in New York City. Okay. All of this, again, $2,997. That's what we're offering. You're not paying to get signed. You're getting photos. You're getting networking. Think about it. You get a chance to sit down with a top agent that can literally change your life. Most people I've spoken to have been to Yale, Juilliard, Berkeley. You can do the math. You should know how expensive real classes are. They pay all this money to Barbizon. Barbizon charges what, $3 grand? And I'm sorry, you took runway classes? Are you a high fashion runway model? The answer is no. Even the Runway Modeling Masterclass, it is to help you stand apart from the masses because now you're working with a celebrity supermodel. We're also going over commercial print. We're going over catalog, e-commerce. They want to book real people in the industry, not impersonators. Okay. Now, for some of you, You're gonna be like, oh my God, I really want to do this, but I don't know if I can afford the whole thing. Great, schedule. Let's see if you get accepted, and then we'll figure it out together. Now, some of you, we have what we call a quick action taker. At the time of the interview, the interview is going to be broken up into two parts. One, we're going to find out about you. And kind of like a doctor, I can't prescribe how I can help you unless I know what you're ailing from. If you feel like you don't need me, then you keep going on with your bad self. But if you really want to do this, you're going to go to New York City. You're going to get your photos done. You're going to go through the online trainings. You start immediately. So if you go through the interview tomorrow and you get accepted into the program, either A, this is the price, $1,997, kind of like when you go to buy a car or a house. Oh, I'd like to buy in cash. Can I get a discount? That's the price if you want one and done, no payment plan. If you want to go to the event in New York City, again, we don't mind helping you. I will never pay for you. So don't ever ask me to pay for you. These are hard costs. Okay. You want to network, you want to get photos done. It does not benefit me to take you on as a client. You have to cover your own marketing and your own training and your own photo shoots. Okay. If you get accepted into the program at the time of the interview, just like working with Tanya, just like working with Ryan, we are either going to accept you or reject you. If we reject you, ask us why, we will tell you why. Okay. But if we accept you, I expect you, because there's very few tickets, to hold it with some form of payment, whether it's a credit card, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, Zelle, Cash App, I don't care. Or you're going to get the quick action taker by saving $1,000, pay for it in full, and be done with it. This is New York City, face to face with some of the biggest names in the industry. There's nothing like this in the world. There are showcases where you walk up and down a runway with a number pinned to you, like a herd of cattle. I've been to those. Unfortunately. They flew me halfway across the world for one day. And a lot of times these kids spend $10,000 to hold up pictures and walk past agents. And the only way they're allowed to talk to anybody is if that number is called, where the agent is actually interested in them. Out of about 1,000 people that each spend 10 grand, I chose one. So out of 1,000, I chose one, which means 999 people not happy with me. Did I give a shit? No. I was compensated to do my job, and I take this very seriously. I chose one person. This business has changed dramatically. You do not need to live in New York or LA. You do not need to be high fashion, 5'11", size 0. This business is for all. Do you understand this? This business is for all. You want to get into TV and film? Well, you need an agent. You can't even get real bookings for modeling or acting without a legit agent. Any website you're on right now, in my eyes, it's garbage. Why? Because until you get the real stuff, you're doing the busy work. You're sharpening crayons. So the question is, are you ready to do it for real? Or are you ready to do it, right? Oh, thank you, Shannon. But if you're ready to do this for real, well, then you're going to schedule. And again, my team is posting the link here. We do have $1 million guarantee, and a lot of people get confused by this. So I'm going to go over this very quickly. And here's what it is. If you go to the event, if you go through the interview tomorrow, you start trainings as of tomorrow. We do have a private Facebook group. You're starting everything immediately. If you get approved to go to New York, we're going to go over like we're not going to give you the exact location, but we're going to give you like the dates, all that good stuff. And you're going to start planning accordingly. You're going to start the trainings as of tomorrow, if tomorrow is your interview, only if you get accepted. Our company, we're really putting ourselves at risk, accepting anybody with a credit card. Okay, so I want you to think about this. For me, this is not a sale. I'm a scam if I pick everybody, but Lord help me if I don't pick you, they call me a bitch, and I'm fine with being a bitch. That means I did my job, and only the best are going to go and network face to face. So my question is, who here wants to go to New York? Now, we do offer $1 million guarantee. That means when you're doing the online trainings, when you're going and you're doing improv, when you're going and getting your photos done, when you're going to the networking event, if at the end of the day you said, hey, I don't feel like I received $1 million worth of connections from your event, we give you a full refund. That's how much we don't play with you. Oh, but that's crazy. Why would you give a full refund? Wouldn't you, like, wouldn't anybody like be taking advantage of you if you gave them photos? Well, yeah, it's very expensive to get photos on that level. Wouldn't it be expensive for you to take trainings on this level? Yeah, we actually have to pay our coaches, you know, pretty much for their classes. Yeah, it gets very costly. But the reason why we would give you a full refund, it's not a full refund if you didn't get signed. That's not what you're doing. It's $1 million guarantee, which means if you don't feel like you've received $1 million worth of connections, we give you a full refund. Number one, you'd be full of shit to ever come to me and tell me you don't feel like you've received $1 million worth of connections. We've had the head writer for Saturday Night Live, who created the Blues Brothers, Dragnet. He discovered Will Ferrell, Tina Fey, Eddie Murphy, Bill Murray, Chevy Chase, like the greats. Okay, just that connection alone, think about it. We have kids right now going to some of the most prestigious acting schools in the world. We have people that worked with Spielberg and Coppola and DreamWorks Productions, which is Ron Howard. Like, think about it. And they're getting live, real conversations, real relationships. If you didn't do it my way, and think about the price, like this is nothing. Think about how much we spend on iPhones, right? And all the subscription servers. We literally might as well just like light this money on fire. This is an investment in the #1 commodity in the world, and it's you. With these connections, anything is possible. You're going to get the right photos, the right training, and meeting people live. Okay. So again, if you're serious about doing this, I don't care if your friends and family don't want you to do this. At the time of the interview, if you should go through the interview process and you get accepted, we're doing paperwork right there and you're holding it. You're either paying in full and you save quite a bit of money. It's like the cash price, or we're going to work out some kind of creative something so you can afford to do it, right? But at the time of the interview, since you're working with people at this level, if you're not even able to make a decision based on you wanting to get in this industry after 16 hours on a free boot camp, then don't schedule, don't waste my time. Don't waste anybody on my staff's time. Okay, does that make sense for everybody? So I'm not here to sell you. I know a lot of companies put the link and you just buy and you put in a credit card. I mean, I'll tell you right now, you can go online and I'll tell you, I was just looking at Chanel handbags, right? Anybody know how much they are? Damn, 6,000, 7,000. That's for a purse. This is an investment face to face with some of the biggest names in the industry. Okay. The question is, do you have a poor man's mentality, or are you ready to take New York by the balls and make it your own? Okay. So that's a question for you. Again, pictures are cute, but nobody's actually seeing them. And then the question is, did you even do your pictures appropriately? Are they based on what you qualify for? And usually the answer is no, because you just ran out and you got photos done because you thought that's what you needed. Okay, it's like diagnosing yourself based on WebMD. Go to an expert. You can go take all the acting lessons you want in the world. Again, I deal with kids all the time. They go to Juilliard, right? Especially in Broadway. You can go to Juilliard, man, Juilliard, so expensive. Look at that. This is the business you are trying to get into. There is no way that somebody that went to Juilliard for 4 years that spent $200,000 that they're getting introduced to one of the heads of Francis Ford Coppola Productions one-on-one. This is priceless. And I want everybody to type priceless, because if you don't see it, then go to Juilliard. Here's the link. Okay. Go to Berkeley. You can go to, Carnegie Mellon. These are the schools that a lot of these kids that I deal with go to. This is what you're trying to get into. Okay. This is extreme. Look at cost of attendance, 70 grand a year with no introductions, face to face. This is called just school. It's called education. And you can't call it a scam because you got exactly what you paid for. You paid for training. And then guess what they do? They all move to New York City and they do what? They then start auditioning. Okay. With everybody else that did exactly the same thing. So my question for you is, how bad do you want to do this? If it's not at 10, don't schedule. Don't do it. Because what's going to happen to me for 2 grand or 3 grand, whatever it is that you paid for this, if you went and I put you face to face with somebody that literally runs a major film production company, or they work with Spielberg and now they want you. And yet for 2 grand, I now have to worry about my reputation because you couldn't hack it. Okay. So if it's not a 10, don't schedule, don't do it. I'm not interested. And that is the truth. So that's it. That's all I have to say. But you guys know I'm very passionate about working with people that I feel like can help. During the interview process, some of you won't even get accepted. And that's okay too. It just means it's not your time. Okay. You're auditioning to see if you even qualify for our program. So I don't care if you want a Grammy, a Tony, an Academy Award. Again, if you're doing great on your own, Godspeed. But for those of you that want to do this and you want to do it the right way, well, then we're going to get to work, and it starts tomorrow. Okay, so immediately following your audition, if you get chosen, that's it. We're giving you access to the vault. You're going to start getting real trainings. You could binge watch all of this because we got a lot of catching up to do because your competition now is fierce. Zoom, holy shit. Back in the day, you had to live in New York or LA and physically go to the offices. When they started making it easier for everybody to do it on Zoom, you're literally the entire planet is your competition now. So this is what we do. We're really good at it. Again, our way works. So the question is, if you're happy with your career, go on. If you need our way, well, then you're going to schedule and you're going to go through the interview. Now, some of you are already scheduled to go to New York, and that's awesome too. Still schedule because there are some really cool things that we did not announce on here, and I don't want to confuse people. Okay, anybody ever been to Disney? Right? They got the Fast Pass and the Genie and all this other shit, but you have to have a resort reservation in order to even talk about these other things. Okay, I would love to talk to you about these other things, but some of you haven't even been accepted into the program. So register, there's the link. And just so you understand, when we log off, that link goes bye-bye. Bye-bye, as my son would say, bye-bye. Why would we want somebody that drags their feet? Would you do the same thing on a casting? The answer would be no, of course you wouldn't. So why would you do that to us? We are the key to the kingdom. And that's it. This is why I'm not allowed to do interviews or work customer service. Because I don't care if you like me or not. I know you're here because you want success.
So, does anyone have any questions before we bring Mr. Ryan Colby back on? I want to answer any questions. So if you haven't scheduled your interview, if you have any questions that are pressing, please ask your questions because we want to answer them for you. And you know,
how many of you guys want to go to New York now? Now that I just broke it down again, if you want a ticket, type I want a ticket. Let me see. You want a ticket, Shannon? Ticket, Saba, you're already going. Okay, a lot of you guys want tickets. Well, Adele, we got to reset, but it's good because you're here because you're serious, right? You want a ticket? Okay, there's a lot that we're going to do. Man, if you can make it in New York, you can do anything. But you got to trust the process. That's it. That's what this whole company is about. Trust the process.
Awesome. All right. Journey has a question. All right, Journey. What's your question?
I just kind of wanted to know, like, what has changed in the last couple of years?
This is what I'm going to say. I'm going to cut that off, schedule an interview, and we'll talk about that.
You mean in the industry, Journey? What has changed?
Yeah, that's all I want to know. I'm not.
Okay, well, since COVID, here, I'm going to share my screen. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, my dog's acting up.
Okay, so before COVID, right? Before COVID, you used to have to go to things like this, right? I'm going to just scroll down. You used to have to go to things like this, right? Sit in offices, drive, audition live. Yeah. Now it's all done on Zoom. So that's how much the business has changed.
Yeah.
So back in the day, when you lived in New York City, the reason why you spent a shit ton of money on rent was because you had to live there to physically go for the live auditions, right? You want to audition for Broadway, you couldn't do that on Zoom. No. But now, since everything is done on Zoom, which is why we do this open call or we do boot camps, you want to work with the bigger agents, they don't do like the showcases. They don't have open calls.
Yeah.
They trust our process to bring them quality talent to vet. So that means that if you go through our system and you're going to meet real people, they know that, number one, they know who we are and that we're not just going to pick anybody based on, you know, a Visa or American Express logo. They know that hopefully you've also been on the Zoom trainings and that you're ready to work at that type of level. So that's how much the business has changed. So back in the day, it sucked because you had to move to New York or LA and it got very expensive. But then the problem is now that it's all done on Zoom, you don't even know if they're even seeing your audition tapes.
Right.
That's 15 to 30 seconds is all they're watching, and they're already determining whether or not they even like you.
Right.
Okay. Not to mention this world has gotten, I mean, it's a pretty dark place sometimes, right? We see crime
I see it.
rocketed and people are a little bit cuckoo. So casting directors also worry about safety. Are you going to show up? Do you physically look like the way you portray yourself in your headshots?
Right.
You know, are you going to be able to memorize the lines? Are you going to try to leave early? You know, are you going to show up with an AR-15? I mean, like these things, like it's like hiring a babysitter off of Craigslist. There's no way in hell. So casting directors also worry about safety. It's a big thing. And with COVID, obviously, they're not working in their offices anymore. They're all working from Zoom. So that's why we do these types of meetings and we test people 16 hours. We know that if you were able to stay on for the full 16 hours, you're going to be more likely than somebody off of a fresh website to be able to go and be on set all freaking day.
Yeah.
Makes sense? So this
I
business changed a lot.
Yeah.
And it's not going back.
Yeah.
I mean, COVID is over as we know it, but who knows? Like it's not going back. Like Tanya said, she'll go to the office one day. She likes working from home. She's more productive. So who the hell cares? And even then she wasn't doing open calls. So it doesn't matter if she's sitting in her office or working in her living room, drinking a glass of wine at 10 o'clock at night. It doesn't matter because now she doesn't have that 2-hour commute, you know? It's LA. So you never know. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, because I was just curious about what you had to say, what Deneen had to say, because like
the whole business changed.
Yeah, because I took a break, so I just needed to know like from your standpoint. So
yeah. And Camille, we're not going over payment plan options. We're not doing any of that.
Oh, I'm not asking about that.
No, Camille just asked a question. There's no need to go over it. Honestly, I hate payment plans, and here's why. If I had 150 people going to an event and we were nice enough to do payment plans, it's extremely difficult to plan an event based on payment plans. So that's why we award people that fast action takers. You get, $19.97. If you need a payment plan, I don't mind helping you. I don't even like to say payment plan, but we will figure it out to make sure it's effective. You can get there. Okay. All right. Thank you, Journey. Nice to see you. All right. Any other questions? If you have a question, let me know. But everybody's different. Everybody is different. Everybody's different. Who else has a question? Yeah, even if it wasn't a question, your particular scenario, Camille, is different than everybody else's. Kind of like a casting. Any other questions? Any other questions? What a fun. It's definitely an investment for those of you guys that are really serious about this. How else would you do this? Think about it. If you were to get into show business, what steps, if you didn't go through us, what steps would you take? Like, what would you do? Go get photos done, and then what? Post them on what? Your Facebook? So your friends and family who aren't in the business can tell you look like a model or an actor. And then what? Join every website. We already know most of those websites are fake. What now? Right? What now? Camille, we're not always super, I honestly hate payment plans. I really do. I literally would have to go to church and light a candle that every single payment plan actually came to fruition in order to even cover the cost of an event. So do I hate payment plans? Of course I do. I despise them. Can we get a copy of this weekend's boot camp? No, you should have been on it the whole time. If not, you could schedule to meet with me on Tuesday night. I'll be doing a live call for 2 hours and I'll condense 16 hours into 2 hours. Obviously, you're not going to get to meet the agents or get all the other trainings we've done, but 2 hours. Okay, only serious applicants should apply. If you're not serious, don't schedule. Any other questions? Can everybody on here make their own decision? So if you got approved tomorrow, I need to know that like your priest has blessed this, your pimp, your mom, your dad, your friends, your neighbor. Like, I need to know that you can make your own decisions, just like a casting. Hey, guess what? We just submitted you and they want you. Can I think about it? Hello? Hello, like that would be it. It's like a marriage proposal. Hey, do you want to get married? Can I call my mom and get back to you? Like that's literally what I hear from a lot of times, right? So if you're not serious, I don't care about the money. Do not schedule, because if you go and you meet these types of people, they will chew you up and spit you out, and you'll have to like get some kind of like therapy for PTSD. And don't send me the bill, because I'll be like, you did it to yourself. Again, I expect you to, with the honor system, if you do get approved, I mean, the event is scheduled for the fall in New York City. I expect you to hit the ground running. You'll have access to trainings. I expect you to be able to start, you know, you'll have a username and password, start binge watching, start taking notes. So, Deneen, you turned my video off. Well, that's because
I didn't. I just took you off. You did that. Brandon, what's your question?
I was just wondering, just a genuine question. How long does it like? How much work do you have to put in before you're eligible for like major roles?
I'll answer that question. As much work as you need. There's not one set recipe. We have a recipe for success, but there's not one set timeline for how long it's going to take you to get signed by an agent. It depends on where you live. How much work are you putting in? How much talent do you have? Do they like your look? Have you met the agent that needs you on their roster? So if anyone tells you, you know what, if you work with us in 27 days or 6 months, this is going to happen, run as fast as you can to the hills, because that's not, no one can predict that. Well, I don't have a crystal ball that says that. It really depends on what you put into it. I can tell you that with the processes that we have, we accelerate your success. We consistently have people getting booked work. We consistently have people getting signed. So I can tell you that, but I can't tell you, okay, well, you know what, in X number of days, this is
Because I was thinking they was maybe looking for some sort of time frame, or you know, because
well, my question is,
asking for so
Brandon,
much on the resume. Like they're saying you have to have this, you have to have. So I was just like wondering, like, how much work do you have to put in? That's what that question had.
honestly, you can live in New York City and do this for 30 years and never get a starring role. That's a business you're trying to get into. But they're not also meeting the top casting directors live face to face like you would. So the question is, and here's the question of the day. Ready? Role reversal. I can't guarantee you any amount of success in any amount of time. But if I put you face to face with somebody that, like a Tanya, that literally could snap a finger and put you on a hit TV show by submitting you, the question is, can you book the job?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I don't know if you can. You haven't been on the calls. Or did you go through the vault? You have 300 hours. What is your progress? Right? You haven't been to an event yet. I need to see your headshots. I need to see how you follow directions. So this is all hypothetical, right? It's like just starting to date. Can you tell me the exact date we'll be getting married? Like what? Like, no, crazy. You know, like this. You ever seen How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days? So when you're trying to get into show business, there is no, this is the best possible formula taught by real people in the industry. That's it. The rest is up to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I have another question for you, Brandon. So imagine this. Imagine you sat down with 10 casting directors and you were exactly what they were looking for. We gave you all of the tools that you need. How many of those roles would you book? If you were spot on for what they were looking for.
I want to book all of them if I could.
Yeah, that's the answer. You have to be you have to be in the right place at the right time with the right tools. And that's the magic.
We just create it for you artificially. You just show up. We've already done the hard work. The hardest part is actually befriending these people, getting them to want to work with our company. All you have to do is show up. That's it. But you have to show up prepared. Remember, you have to show up prepared.
You and I talked about that. You get out of this what you put into it. Alicia likes to say you get rewarded in public for what you do in private. So what are you doing in private to get rewarded in public?
You're right. Okay.
All right. Awesome. Thanks, Brandon.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Camille, do you have a question? If you have a question, give me a thumbs up. Just literally give me a thumbs up.
She didn't have a question before. She just wanted to make a statement based on what we did for her.
Okay.
And we're not doing that.
Okay, we'll come back.
I don't
in a
want to
little
answer
bit,
too
okay?
many questions about payment plans because unless you're accepted, it's like worrying about how you're going to pay for Harvard. Like, I'm sorry, did you get in? Shh. So let's get accepted first and then we figure it out.
Okay. Camille, why don't you do this? Why don't you text me your question? How's that sound? Text me or email me your question. I'll take care of it offline. All right. So does anyone else have any questions before we have Mr. Colby come back? Anyone? Okay.
All right, I'm looking to see who's scheduled as of yet because hold on. You see. All right, I want to see here. I want everybody to type scheduled or not yet. Scheduled or not yet. Go ahead and type scheduled or not yet. Because when we log off this call, this link goes bye-bye. And remember, at the time of the interview, you got to be able to hold it with a deposit or pay for the whole thing in full. Okay. So Sid, you don't have to schedule because you're already in her circle. And you just spoke to Debbie like last week. Who else? I mean, you guys have been on a free 16-hour call. I mean, it's coming up to the end. Who else has not scheduled as of yet? Aiden Thrasher, did you schedule? I don't see your name on the list. Yes, no, maybe so. Perfect. Who else? Aja Cobb, did you schedule? Alaba, did you schedule? I see you did. Perfect.
Is my friend Marcia on the list?
I'm looking. Crystal Boykin.
Yep, I
Okay.
saw Crystal.
Okay. Crystal was on my call last week. You got an email confirmation for the interview? Okay, I see it now. Okay.
Awesome.
All
right.
Let's see.
Marcia's typing. She's trying. Okay, Marcia, I believe in you. We've had this great weekend, this bond this whole weekend. I believe in you, Marcia. You went from being in the witness protection program to a star. I love it. I hope I get your interview so I can talk.
Kim Yada, you scheduled twice, so pick out which one you want and please
What?
delete the other one. Because
Oh,
if
okay.
not, my team will be sitting there waiting for you.
We are almost out of time slots too. We have a lot. Our schedule is pretty booked up. Caitlin, I see you. Let's see.
Hi, Rubian.
Yep. Yeah, Ryan is here. So, all right. Shannon, I get to talk to you. You're mine. All right. All right. Alicia, why don't we do this? Well, people are still trying to schedule. I'm going to have our assistant continue to drop the link so you guys can continue to schedule. Yeah, everyone give a hand to Jemima today for keeping us, supporting us, making sure that like everything was on track, dropping the link. That's the part, the hardest part. It's like, that's the part where you start talking. Because I'm like, drop the link. And she's like, so good job. Awesome. All right. So why don't we do this? We're talking about New York. We're talking about these amazing photos that you're going to have taken that are going to help you be marketable. So why don't we have Mr. Marketability himself, Ryan Colby, come on and show you guys how to prepare for your photo shoot. If you want to hear from Ryan Colby, type yes in the comments, or you can start the Ryan, Ryan, Ryan chant. Either way. All right, Mr. Colby, let's see here. I know that you're back. Add pin.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi. How are you? Oh, he's on his phone. We've changed. We've changed.
We've changed, yes.
That brooch
Well,
is pretty special, Rye.
thank you for
Yes, I
being
like
here.
the brooch.
I love it.
I'm into brooches now, temporarily.
So is this,
Yeah, I'm talking, huh?
go ahead. I was gonna say, is this like a preview for fall? Is this what we need to know brooches are in? Is that what
Yeah,
you're telling
brooches
us?
are in, yes. Brooches are
Okay.
very, very, very in.
This is cutting edge, guys. I hope you guys took note of
Brooches
that.
are
I see
very
Ryan
in.
writing it down. Okay, good.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
So I'm here to talk about how to prepare for your first photo shoot. Now, photo shoots are necessary in order for you to get work. But the first one is important because you definitely want to, make sure you impress whoever you're trying to impress, whether it be your agency or a client or something. But they should, especially if it's a test shoot for your book, it should really be as clean as possible as far as the clothing and the hair and makeup and just the overall feel and look of it. Nice and commercial, nothing loud on as far as clothing wise, no heavy jewelries, no crazy watches, no crazy belts, no crazy, vests or jackets, or just really keep it very clean and neutral. As far as color wise, as far as fabrics wise, keep everything simple, cottons, lycras, blends, cotton blends, wools, cashmeres. Keep everything very simple because those work the best. You don't want the clothes to overpower you. You want to shine. And so if you start wearing weird dresses and weird suits and weird materials, the viewer will start paying attention to what you're wearing and not you. Save that for when you're working and a client wants to put you in something weird or crazy, or maybe when you're more experienced and you want to do something a little more artsy or fun. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but it should not be your first shoot. It should be a shoot that you do later on just for fun or to update your book or to get some more fashion in your book. There's nothing wrong with that, but do that at a later date when there's a reason to do it. But yeah, also the advice I give, make sure you have clean hair, clean nails, clean skin, no crazy colors, no crazy haircuts, no unnatural hair colors, unless you're, 15, 16, 17 years old and you want to play around with your hair color. There's nothing wrong with that, but just try and keep everything in the natural category. If you can, for men, facial hair is fine as long as it frames your face nicely. That comes with advice. Some people have facial hair, they shouldn't have it. So it's all a matter of who is on your team directing you. This is why you need to be doing shoots with art directors and photographers that know what they're doing, because we tell you the right hair color, the right haircut, whether you should have facial hair or not. Sometimes guessing on your own, sometimes you most likely will roll the dice and guess wrong. And then you're wasting money, time, and energy shooting for no reason, because the pictures won't be usable to any of the major markets. So I help with that, making sure that everything is marketable. This isn't pictures for your wife or your grandma, or these aren't pictures, for your refrigerator or for your living room. These are pictures to get notice in an industry that is extremely difficult, extremely fickle, and extremely hard to crack and get into. So I'm trying to give you an extra step above someone who decided to go on Craigslist and find some local photographer and get some pictures taken. I'm trying to give you a step above this person and several steps above this person and make sure that you're actually ready to be seen by casting directors and agents and stuff like that, where they'll be like, oh, you know what, you look great. Like, can you read? Can you sing? Whatever it is you do, and they'll actually take you seriously. So that is what the shoots are for. The casting directors are not interested in seeing your favorite yellow blouse because your grandma made it for you. nobody cares. It's not marketable. So save that for the family reunion, not for a photo shoot. So, stuff like that is what I do. Is I'm not interested in, what your favorite color is. I really don't care. It's what is marketable to the masses of this industry. And my opinion is not some sort of made up opinion. It's fairly standard throughout the industry. Whatever I think, 98% of agents will also say the same thing. It is not an anomaly. I'm not making it up. It's just the way the industry works. And, you should listen. So those are some tips to make sure your shoot is good. Try and also wear no fragrances on set. Lots of people are allergic to these, no heavy fragrances. I mean, you need to shower and smell nice, but you don't need to smell like you're going on a date. You don't need any products on you that are staining to clothes. You don't need, stuff like that. So also keep that in mind as well. And just make sure everything's clean and natural, and you should have a fun first photo shoot. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you one question too, because we do have people on here who've done a shoot before. How can they
Okay.
up level? Like give a
If
couple
they've done
tips on
if they've done a
up-leveling.
shoot, if they've done shoots before and they want to, and the first shoot came out nicely and they want to continue, the aspects of it are still the same. It still should be clean and natural. It just depends on the person if they should play and experiment. Mostly I say no. I say until you have at least a full portfolio, like a really good working portfolio, I really feel your shoot should pretty much be the same. Obviously, different photographers, different clothes, but they really shouldn't deviate from the original first shoot. You're going to change because you're more confident and you're going to get better pictures out of it and more choices of photographs. But I don't really think the shoots should change. They shouldn't, that the same feel and look and substance of the shoots should be the same. Once you have a working book and you're, then you can experiment a bit because you don't really need the photos. You're kind of doing it for fun. And if, something works out, great. If it doesn't, okay. But I really think the first at least 3 to 4 shoots, you really should just keep it simple and not play games because you're building a book and the first shoot's great, second shoot's great, third shoot's great, fourth shoot's great, but you still need to keep everything simple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Unless
that's
you're a working model. If you're with an agency and they want to play around with you and they want to do experimental shoots and set you up for photographers that are more fashion forward or whatever, okay, that's different. I'm talking about people who aren't with agencies who are doing, VIP and stuff like that. There's no need to play games. Just keep it really simple.
Yeah, and people are asking about the different styles. As we get closer to New York City, after you've been accepted, we'll do preparation calls. We actually, for Orlando, we did, I think, about 18 hours of preparation calls, it feels like. But every time we do, every time we do a shoot, we do a preparation call. We have a mood board. So, and you will be bringing your own clothes. And Ryan Colby, I don't want to pump up his head a lot, but he has an ability to help you, first of all, find something in your closet that you can use, or he's a huge fan of like thrift stores and different things like that. So as we get closer to the shoot, yes, you are going to be providing your own clothes, but we'll go through your closet, not literally come to your house, but we'll have you pick out clothes from your
Also,
closet.
use your friends, anyone in the same size bracket as you, friend wise. Start utilizing these friends. I mean, I don't get why people don't do that more often.
Yeah. So
use the friends.
yeah, so we'll have you all covered. Our goal is for you to be successful. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do everything we can to make you successful. And that includes helping to pick out your clothes. We're not asking you to go out and buy super expensive designer clothes. We're literally going to keep everything within a budget for you. And we're going to work with you to design a look for your shoot that is what works for you. So
Yeah, and
what works for
anything
Sabi
that
might be different than what works for Lewis, but we'll work on all of that.
And anything that I would ask you to buy would be staple items that you could wear and live with and use in your daily life. I would never ask someone to go buy a specific red dress because we're doing a red shoot and then you're never touching this dress again. Like, I would only tell you to if say for some reason we do go through your closet and there's just nothing and I'm like, oh my God, you need a black dress, you need black shoes, you need this, you should just have it anyway. So, you know, stuff like that.
I do have a very important question for you too. How do you
What?
feel about cow print dresses? Do you think maybe someone could bring that?
Cow print. I'm not a fan of animal prints to begin with. There are rare exceptions with certain animal prints, but I would have to see it.
I'm
You know,
just joking. We had an incident once where someone showed Ryan, he was going through their clothes for a shoot, and he showed them, this woman showed him a cow print. He was like, "What is that? No, no, no." So he does, and also he loves jeans with holes in them too. That's one of his other favorites. So I'm
No.
just trying to lighten the mood a little bit, but no. But Ryan, thank you so much for helping to prepare everyone, because I know that you probably took away a lot of nerves for people. And again, once you get accepted, once we get closer to New York City, what we'll do is we will fully prepare you. Ryan will be very hands-on in the process, and we want you to have a successful shoot, because a rising tide raises all ships. So the more successful you are, the more successful we are. So just remember that as you're going through the process. Ryan, you've been fabulous this weekend. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. And thank you for using your phone for the last segment. Much better reception.
I don't know why. I'm literally sitting in the same spot. I have not
I
moved.
don't know. I think that your phone likes Zoom a lot better than your computer. I have no idea.
That's awesome.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you
Okay.
so much, Ryan. We really appreciate it.
Okay. All right. See you. Okay,
See you
bye.
soon, sir.
Bye.
Awesome. Ryan.
See.
Awesome. All right, guys. So as we're wrapping up, I just want to close with a couple things for you guys. Yeah, Ryan, number one, shut up and listen to Ryan Colby. Like, don't mess with him. Seriously, it's not a good look. But this is what I want you guys to think about. A lot of you are in a moment right now where you're feeling a little bit of uncertainty. Maybe you're feeling a little like, do I really want to do this? Can I do this? Can I encourage you guys? Is it okay if I encourage you for a couple minutes? So I want to tell you about the first time I went to an event in New York City. So when I first started working with VIP Ignite, I hosted a podcast. And I don't think I've told this story this weekend, but Michael and I were friends before I started working with VIP Ignite. He called me one day and I was working in the dental office. And if you have no doubts, that's awesome. I'm not trying to put doubts in anyone's head, trust me. But I just want to tell my story. So when I first started working with VIP Ignite again, I was working in a dental office and Mike called me. He's like, "Hey, what are you doing?" I was like, "I'm working. What do you think I'm doing?" And he was like, "I have a challenge for you." I was like, "Okay, what's the challenge?" And he said, "My challenge for you is this. I want you to host a podcast for my company." And I was like, I was like, "You want me to do what?" I was like, "Mike, I'm one of the most introverted people that I know." He's like, "Yeah." I said, "I know nothing about the entertainment industry." He said, And then I said, "I've never hosted a podcast. I've listened to a couple." He was like, "So what, you're not up for the challenge?" And I was like, "The heck, I'm not up for the challenge." And 2 days later, I'm sitting on my couch in my scrubs from work, hosting a podcast. And the first person I had to interview was Ryan freaking Colby. Can you imagine the intimidation? I'm like, sweet Lord Jesus, Lord, deliver me. Please just let Ryan not hate me. Let Ryan not hate me. And I did my podcast and it was awful. It was horrible. I was terrible. Hold on, where's the encouraging part? Where's the encouraging part? You guys can go listen to it. It was like the most awful podcast anyone's ever done in the history of awful podcasts. But you know what? I didn't let that deter me. I didn't let that deter me. The second one was just a little less bad. The third one was just slightly less bad. But eventually I got the hang of it. And but when Mike, even when I tell the story, my palms literally start sweating, and I start sweating all over, because that was one of the scariest things I've ever done. But what I found was that when I did something that was really scary, that made no sense in the greater scheme of my life, amazing things happened. There was another time right before Mike offered me the opportunity to host the podcast. I was really unhappy in my life. I was working in the dental office, and I'm like, oh, like, I love helping people, but like, this sucks. Like, has anyone ever consistently talked to people all day long that are in pain and are petrified? Because one of the greatest fears people have, aside from public speaking, is the dentist. Oh my God, I'm in so much pain. I'm scared. Well, come on in. Do I have to? Okay, you have a choice. Like, you can be in pain or you can come in. Like, what are you going to choose? And that was all day, every day. So not only were they in pain, not only were they afraid of the dentist, they were petrified of the cost. And I had a root canal recently. I understand that so much more. Okay. But I was really unhappy. So I was someone who was consuming a lot of free content from this mindset coach. Like, I literally was on her lives every day. Like, I was like, it was before the top fan badge, but I would have been her top fan on Facebook because I was listening to her content every single day. And one day she reached out to me and she's like, what the are you doing? And I was like, well, I'm here. My mindset is growing. This is awesome. And she was like, nah, not really. And I was like, no, really, I'm growing. This is awesome. I love all of your free calls. Thank you so much. Your challenges, your free challenge, they're awesome. And she was like, can I just cut to the chase, Denise? And I was like, yeah. She was like, you're not growing. You haven't done anything. It's really cute that you're on my calls, but if you really want to grow, I need to work with you one-on-one. And I was like, well, damn, that just got real. And at the time, I was living on my own. I had an apartment in Philadelphia. I was supporting myself, and I was like, okay, well, what are we doing? What can I do? And she offered me an opportunity to invest in myself. And it felt like $1 million. I think it was like $3,500, $4,000, but it felt like $1 million because I had never invested that much in myself ever. Again, free content, reading books, doing all this stuff, but I never, ever. And she's like, this is what you're going to do. And I was like, okay, let's do it. And I had no idea how I was going to pay for it. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, I was like, well, worst case scenario, I'm not able to pay for it. She blocks me on Facebook. I guess I'll live. I'm not going to die, right? But you know what happened? I invested in myself. And things changed because people who pay attention. And I grew so much more working with her over those 6 weeks, paying what felt like $1 million than I have in my whole life. So if you're sitting here and you're like, oh, I don't know if I should do this. We have a proven track record of success. We have helped over 10,000 people get where they want to go in the entertainment industry. And you can keep doing this your way, or you can accelerate your results. The reason that I'm standing here before you is because I made that investment in myself. If I hadn't been growing and Mike hadn't seen me growing, there's no way he would have entrusted me to you guys. And some of you might be like, oh, It's a shame she made that investment. She's crazy. I can't stand her. I've been here all weekend. But I think if I've made any impact on your life over the course of the last 2 days, I just want to encourage you, because if anyone understands what it feels like to be a little bit scared, it's me. I understand. But let me tell you something as well. I'm going to be there to guide you along the way. Okay. Once you start working with us, if you get accepted, you'll have access to my personal Voxer. How many of you have access to my Voxer? Raise your hands. How often do I get back real quick to you, don't I? I don't make you wait, right? You're going to have a guide to take you from where you are to where you want to go. Real quick, right? Yeah. And this is what I want you to think about too. Yesterday, at the end of the day, we visualize where we want to be in 5 years and where we want to be in 20 years. I know. So this is what I want you to do real quick. Just close your eyes, 2 seconds. We're not doing a 10-minute thing. I just want you to close your eyes really quickly. And I want you to imagine yourself in 20 years. Where do you want to be? Where do you want to be? Where do you want to be in your career? Where do you want to be in your life? Do you want to be booking work? Do you want to be the person who's on this call mentoring people? Do you want us to be like, oh my gosh, Roxanne Wilson, you are an alumni. Get back here. We need you to talk to people. Do you want to be so busy you can't even do that because you're booking so much work? Do you want to be earning a living doing this? Or do you want to dabble? What do you want? Now I want you to put that person's hat on right now. Okay. And what is that person telling you to do right now? Is that person saying, no, don't do it. Live in fear, please. Or is that person saying, you know what? Take a chance on me. Invest in me. Because you know what? The best is yet to come. I want you guys to open your eyes. There's only one non-renewable resource, and that's time. Money is energy. You can always make more money. You don't lack resources, you lack resourcefulness. So if this is something that you want to do, if you want to become that future version of yourself, the time is now. You're not getting any younger. Even my 14-year-old friend, you're not getting any younger. We're all getting older and older and older every day. And do you want to hop in the train now and start moving toward your goals? Or do you want to say, damn, I really wish I had done that. Tomorrow morning, you're going to wake up, you're going to be one of 2 people. You're going to be that person who's really excited. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I get to talk to Debbie. I get to talk to Nina. I get to talk to Alicia. I get to do an interview. I get to move forward. Oh my God, I can't wait until they give me all this homework they're talking about. It sounds crazy, but I can't wait. You're going to be that person? Or you're going to be the person who goes, oh shit. Why didn't I do that? What's wrong with me? The question I have for you is, which person are you going to be? Are you going to be the excited person? Or are you going to sit there and let your fears dictate your life and be, oh shit? Type it in the comments. Are you going to be the person who's going to move forward, who's excited, or are you going to be the oh shit person? Move forward, action taker. Thank you. What did we learn yesterday? I am an action taker. Thank you, Sava. Thank you, Sava, for reminding me of my own presentation. I really do appreciate it. I am an action taker. I take action. I will take action, because that's in the future. I take action. I am an action taker. I am a model. I am an actor. I am a musician. I am. And that's what I want to leave you guys with. I'm not here to force you to do anything, but but tomorrow morning you have to wake up with yourself. I'm gonna wake up tomorrow, I'm gonna have coffee, I'm gonna have an amazing day. I have a full day of talking to people ahead of me. I can't wait. But what do you have to look forward to tomorrow? That's the question I have for you. I am an action taker. You guys are gonna make me cry. I'm gonna wake up for my own success. Exactly. And again, I'm not here to guilt you into doing anything you don't want to do. If you don't want to do that, you know what? That's great. We had a great weekend. We're gonna have another boot camp soon. I'm sure I'll see you there. But I want you to be the person. Thank you. I'm the writer of my own story. One of my favorite songs is by Natasha Bedingfield, Unwritten. Your story is still unwritten. What are you writing? What is your story going to be? You know what we should do? Hold on. We're going to stop streaming this. Everyone wave bye YouTube, bye Facebook. I don't want to get kicked